makes me stronger.
레드포스 파이팅!
레드 분량 타임! 내신 화이팅! 화이팅! 노란 언어 T1 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Alice. I'm joined here today with Chronicler, and we are ready to get into a banger of a first match. This one's actually gigantic. Not necessarily as much for T1, they're locked in third place. That has been secured, but Nongshim, everything hinges on this. Their destiny remains in their hands, and they have the power-up of challengers behind them.
Are you knew what I was going to say, but now, with the power-up of challengers, clearly Nongshim, favorite here today. I'm just going to change my whole tone. Understandably, because maybe the cutest thing has happened. We'll talk about it a little bit later. The fact that Lahens played in challengers, even though he didn't have to. But as Atlas was saying, this is absolutely important. Even a single game win can be the difference maker between Nongshim, KT, and DK. Now, DK currently behind, but the next series is against DNF, and they're looking still quite good in terms of game score.
Yes.
Now, Nongshim, their competition is the hardest because they will be facing T1 now, and then DK on Sunday in the literal final match of the split, which is so exciting because if you don't make it to the top 5, you don't end up in the Legend group, you end up in Rise, and for your practice, I think that's really going to hurt.
Yep, and I actually think KT taking a game off Gen G yesterday was kind of important.
Yes, yeah, it
with
was.
A victory in 2-0 fashion for Nongshim here this evening, they will be able to guarantee themselves a spot, but if they only win 2-1, for example, there's still only a 97% chance that they'll get there, right? Like there's a... I think if it hadn't have been a game win taken by KT, it would have been a different story as far as the 2-1. So heading into their final match of round 1, and T1 did this last time, this same dance. The lose to HLE and then have a rough series against Nongshim to come out of the first round robin. And we'll see whether the same thing is going to repeat itself here today, or whether T1 can tidy things up a little bit quicker, because Busan is looming.
T1, they have definitely leveled up, but as we have seen in the matches against both Gen G and Hanwha Live, those teams still stand on their own. Which is interesting because the first Gen G against T1 series was actually really close, right? When you go back to the start of the split. Last one really wasn't, neither was the Hanwha one, as Lahens literally just gave up his day of break. I'll go anywhere as long as I'm with you. And Lahens is such a classic Tsundere, because it was also calling out Calyx for Calyx. You shouldn't tell people or say nice things about you. This is ruining my reputation. How dare you?
And then he comes out and says this, and we can all see it.
We know
he's
you're
not
nice,
fooling
Lahens.
anyone.
Well, and you might be pretending, you know, to make fun of all your teammates. You might be haunting Keen whenever you meet him in solo queue. But we all know you're a nice guy. And we see it right here. Now, they did lose, but, you know, it's challengers. It's a lot harder. We've been over this.
Exactly, and this is still going to be the Challengers power-up as let's welcome the teams to LoL Park on this beautiful Friday. See how these fist bumps are going to go between these two squads. Expecting a lot of things out of T1 in this one because it was a rough series against HLE, to say the least. Not only for T1, but for my predictions as well. A little bit upset about that one. I think I was doing okay. I was doing okay, and then it all just kind of fell apart. You were a T1 Predator as well, though, I'm pretty sure. You were an HLE Predator? Oh, so doomed. It is so doomed.
I didn't predict DRX, though.
Yeah, that's what did. Making some
that was,
space.
I think, just what did. I'm pretty sure he's tied with me again now.
Yeah, now I'm like on this little island in between the two camps, you know?
Well, that's better than being in the bottom camp, Atlas, so I think you'll take it.
I don't know, they got a lot of friends down there. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, see how it does go as Owner getting his jacket into his special position. And let's see whether his performance is going to be better. As you can see here, it seems like his performance never faltered.
He's had exactly, I want to say, 2 bad series.
Yes.
And
one of them was quite recently.
Both of them, right? Because one was against Canyon, which I'm going to be real. I think that part of it is that Owner looks worse in those losses. But for me, Owner doing worse is also because he needs to do so much for T1. Because I think the laning phase of particularly mid, Faker has really struggled. I think we saw that in the draft reflected as well. For Hanwha, the fact that they're B1ing Victor is, I think, a very clear sign of Faker's laning right now not being quite where it needs to be. And Owner, more so than Canyon, basically doesn't have to interact with his lanes at all, which is a position of luxury, but it benefits both, right? Because you have, on one hand, he wants to farm, his laners are really good.
Yeah.
And then Peanut is the complete opposite, where Peanut is obviously always going to be looking, and Owner kind of needs to walk that line, has walked that line, I think, against any team that isn't Genji and Hanwha, but in games where T1 struggles, I think we really see the difference in how much impact he can make. But Gideon has really fallen off. At the beginning of the split, we were talking about Gideon as potentially contesting for like a top 3 jungle.
Yeah.
Recently, we haven't quite seen that form. I think Calyx also going through the classic arc of coming in, looking really good, and then kind of falling off. For Calyx, obviously, he's still very early in his career, so we're not too worried. But I do think we kind of are out of the honeymoon. Still a good player that we're going to keep an eye on. But even with Faker not being in top form, I think he should be favored in this matchup.
Yep, I would agree. I do think Nongshim have some tricks left up their sleeves.
They always do.
We are heading towards, this is the last week of regular season. This is about the time when Kingin starts to power up. We are also still in Korea, and Lahens is pretty good on his home turf when it matters most. So we're going to see whether we can put some of that to the test, as Nongshim still going to be guaranteed a road to MSI spot, right? That's top 6. Legend and Rise Group, very different story because we're splitting the teams 5 and 5. So that top 5 position becomes a whole lot more important. You will still get into the first round of road to MSI no matter what for Nongshim, but still, getting a bit of a bye would be much better. Yeah.
Lahens with, I think it was the Lulu staff and then Leona and Nautilus. I'm glad they put Lulu in there as well. You know,
I mean, Lulu is legendary.
It is, yeah. Okay, so the Lahens one, obviously, the Q is amazing, but I want you to look at that G.
I was honestly too distracted. I didn't even see the G one. I'm sorry.
That was the best one. It was a tiny melon head
sliding on his knees. It was so cute.
It was the movement that threw you off.
All right, we're gonna go from that cuteness to very dramatic draft music now, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. It is time to ban away champions and then pick them immediately afterwards.
Yes.
Kalista going to be hitting the deck here as the Vi is going to be taken away from Gideon. And I think this is a really great, like you brought it up before, Gideon having a bit of a fall off. And I think that the meta has been changing, but I think it's changing towards Gideon rather than away from him. His tank play was what really impressed us earlier in the season, and more tanks are starting to crop up in the jungle, especially with a lot of these bans that are coming through. Talia and the Kalista both taken away here as the Azir is banned by T1. Calyx has been gravitating towards the Pigeon quite a lot, and with the Talia ban, it is something that they do not want to give away.
What will be the prio pick here? As mentioned, T1 has heavily prioritized the Victor for Faker, so maybe Nongshim want to try and pick that away, but no, just going to ban it, as there we do see champion taken off the board. Faker really struggling against, I think, both Zaka and Chovy when it comes to his laning impact. Against Calyx, the best moments we've seen from him were in the team fight, so I do think there's a lot more leeway in what you pick in lane. We're not talking about Calyx as this super dominant laner. It's really more about the mid-game plays and the skirmishes. Xin Zhao is one that, to me, makes perfect sense. Yeah, it's like Rumble, Xin Zhao.
I wrote the Rumble in already.
Yeah. I think it makes sense. Rumble is still insanely strong. I do think that we have some tools that have looked pretty decent against him, but it really doesn't matter, even if you do well against him in lane, because the impact of the equalizers is always going to remain quite large now. This has become a more and more popular answer into the Rumble. You're just kind of going to ignore the early damage, and once you finish Koenig, you're really not in any issue or any trouble. As
and it's Doran.
Yeah, we are finally seeing. Because remember, yeah, for sure, this is like a complete no-brainer, right? For Nongshim, this is literally, I'd argue, one of the strongest top sides that you can get. Double melee with Sejuani. You get the Rumble, you get the Yone combo as well, which is insane. So, no-brainer for Nongshim. But I really want to hone in on this Pantheon, because for a good amount of time after this patch dropped, where Xin Zhao was nerfed. Okay. Well, I was about to say we're gonna see how the Pantheon can do. I love the Akali. I love the confidence. I don't think so far this is that crazy of an Akali angle. I think Ornn does really like to play with carries that can provide a lot of consistent damage, right? Where you really look for the team fights as opposed to more side lane and impact and backline dive. And I think playing Akali when there is a lot of CC on the enemy team and there is a lot of AoE damage is always a little scary. Now, the 2v2 is obviously quite strong. We have a lot of mobility and a lot of power to execute targets at a moment's notice. But as a three-man unit, Ornn, Pantheon, Akali does not sound nearly as enticing.
It doesn't feel very cohesive. That is very true.
Well, it's also, again, compared to what is on the opposite end.
Yeah. No, you've got like the perfect best friends club staring down a bunch of people that have never met before is basically how I'm seeing it right now. Nautilus going to be taken away alongside the Elise. Some pretty obvious Lehens bans there, as the Nico is going to be taken away. Renata and Nico, both of them removed from carrier here. As I think it's such a shame that Ona locked in the Pantheon so early, because Gideon loves playing tanks, right? He loves Poppy, he loves Sejuani. Trundle would have been so good. And now, there's even a possible support Trundle angle. Could you imagine that? Subjugating the Ornn as he comes in? Oh, baby.
Kind of love that.
I'd be so keen. I don't know whether it'd happen.
Lehens would.
He might. If he doesn't just Shen instead. We'll see. There's plenty of weird stuff that he could go towards.
Or just this would be weird. Cyracon.
Yeah. Or he could play Zeri because it's due, and he loves playing.
Oh my god, Zeri Lulu into Alistar?
Well, that'd be pretty clean.
Few considerations here. So the Zeri Lulu, I think, lane-wise, is a lot stronger, right? You really get to bully, really, regardless of what Guma ends up locking in. The benefit of this is that the Xayah will have a lot more agency into the Akali, and you are also able to deal with the Ornn a little bit better, which I do think is nice. And Xayah is obviously still a strong combo. This carrier, or Guma, I want to say it's probably going to be the Jhin with the type of setup that they have here. And looking at these two compositions,
I think that it is extremely one-sided.
Yeah, well, when it comes to power, when it comes to cohesiveness, you go to Nongshim, right? Like the top side is insane. You have great engage. You have good kiteback potential as well. For me, the main issue with T1 is that the comp feels a little bit disjointed. That core of the Pantheon and Akali, I think they go well together. They're decent with the Alistar as well. But then the Ornn makes sense in the matchup. I think the Ornn also will always provide a lot of utility. But one of the things I really like about Jhin and Ornn is that you can kind of fish, right? And you can play a little bit slower. You really are going to have to pick your moments with this Akali because you don't have a control mage. So if you pull your triggers on that engage, but you don't have like a Chaos Storm or an Azir just hammering away at the health bars, I think you can get into some issues later on. Now, a side laner with Pantheon is always going to feel nice. And T1, I do think are, when it comes to gameplay, looking a lot better right now.
I would agree. And I think that nameplates are going to have to come into this one in a big way because we know Doran, a fantastic tank player in general. His eye for teamfights has been fantastic. Owner is on a carry, someone that can affect the game very early on. That is exactly his bread and butter. And you and I casted a pretty good Akali Faker game, the World Championship, and I believe he won that one. In fact, he's won a few of them since losing to Kingen. And I think that, you know, after the double revenge worlds has been owned, I think he's going to be able to do it again here. Let's jump into the Rift, game number 1.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, I think that is enough of my explanation as to why I think T1's going to win, because I actually don't think they will in this game. I think that this draft is too good for Nongshim. Have to bring it down to earth once more, Chronicler. Because I think these players are really good, and this draft edge is absurd.
Oh my god.
Okay, they just walk past one another. That's a bit cute.
Yeah, so Lands, I think, tried to sneak it.
Oh no, he's been baited. Will get knocked up, has to flash. Double flashes to follow Permafrost. There's first blood going over to Jiu. And I hadn't factored that in when I said that I thought the draft looked good.
I'm a bit confused as to why this happened.
It's called Lehen's Voodoo.
Lehen's mind control.
Yeah, absolutely.
Classic.
We have seen this many a time before.
It's like, oh no, I'm caught. No.
Oh, I'm out of position again, guys. And oftentimes, this is why it's so genius. Oftentimes, he is straight up just caught. But then there's those couple of times that can really ruin the game for you.
Well, that's a rough start for T1. Kill going over to the Xayah. Gonna start with a very early dagger. Gonna be feeling very good about that one. If you are Gio, I don't know what the experience situation is. Doesn't look very good for them right now, but obviously they would have to give up full control of the wave, so we'll see how that stands when the crash actually comes through. It's also not the end of the world. Early kill was nice, but not going to be game deciding. But I'm just wondering what the communication was, because their read must be that no one else was there. Because the level 1 obviously is never going to be favored for them, right? Because you're playing into Sejuani with a good amount of melees on a top side, and that's just not really something that you can realistically deal with. As we do see now level 2 hit here, as they have not. I think they missed, like, based on the experience, like maybe 1 minion.
Yeah, they did. And Lehen's actually, even without, you know, the support item, picked up a couple of them that he knew that G wasn't going to be able to get. So good guy Lehen's making sure that he gets the money at least. Goes to someone. Kinging up here, getting pushed in by the Ornn, who's feeling fantastic. We expected this to be the case, given how not only good Doran is on the champion, but the matchup being pretty good into the Ornn. As now Jiu going a bit aggressive here. Another grand entrance comes down as Gumayusi in a bit of trouble. 250 health as he walks away. But the Lovers duo certainly working out so far for Nongshim down in this bottom lane.
So hard to try and lane when the early stats can make such a big difference, right? Just having that extra attack speed available, being able to put those feathers down just a little bit faster. Definitely powerful as Inigo again.
Yeah, here's another one. Bladecaller is going to root carrier for a few moments, but Gio is lit on fire, doesn't want to go too aggressive. They do get double summoners out of the bottom lane in exchange for 2 on the side of T1 as well.
Early fights really can go either way, particularly pre-6. I do think that Nongshim have the advantage once Faker's ultimate becomes available. Akali gains a ton of playmaking potential. This look like with the topside prio that was there for Doran, as well as the bot side prio that is double scuttle here for Owner on the Pantheon. As we take a look, I think that of these, really the one you're looking at are going to be Lucid and Owner. outside of that,
Yeah.
a lot of those players have obviously been struggling, even outside of their champions.
Yep, and oftentimes it wasn't necessarily the Pantheon's fault, although there have been some grand starfalls that have gone in odd directions. You know, some interesting execution of those particular ultimates.
Yeah, the timing on those can really throw you off. You can like, okay, I'm reading this
At
fight.
like it
I
looks
know what's
good
happening
here, and then you give it a few seconds, and then it doesn't.
Yeah, but you've
anymore.
pressed the button, and you basically within a second are like, oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where even looking a few seconds into the future is hard.
Yeah.
It's like, you're talking about like what, like 4 seconds?
And also you have to make the play extraordinarily quickly to capitalize as effectively as
Oh,
possible.
of course. But it's just, even those couple of seconds in League, situations can change completely depending on cooldowns, depending on damage that gets done. We have the lane swaps come through early on here for a possible grub setup. Do continue to see the prio from Guma and Keria. And we don't really expect this early kill to change the lane, and I think Guma and Keria have been doing a really good job of making sure that that gold lead kind of shrinks again.
Yep. Oh, here's the on-horn. Everyone's flashing in, and Ona just going to put a stick into the little yodel. Takes down the Rumble here. I would have said first blood, but it wasn't. That one had happened already, but still, first real kill after the laning phase started, as in goes Lehens and out goes Lehens.
Big win. That is Doran getting further ahead. He's now a level up on Kingen, by the way. Like, that was a really... And this entire wave is, I think, going to be missed. This was a really big gank, because it further accelerates Owner, and Owner, we have established, needs to be in a good spot for, I think, T1 to do well. Kind of goes both ways. If he's playing poorly, I think T1 suffers disproportionately, and, you know, being a jungler on a team that isn't having the best of form also kind of ties into that. But if he does accelerate, generally he looks very, very good. The lane pressure comes through now, and it's Doran doing a lot of the heavy lifting there, right? When you look at the health bar of Kingen going into that play, he was basically just served up to this Pantheon on a silver platter. Yeah,
Kingen really not having a great time so far in this game. This is a champion that he has found a lot of success on, and we'll just have to see whether some of these team fights can turn things around for the Rumble. Because as the game goes on, Leon just gets better and better. You know, being able to give like 5,000 gold worth of stats to your team sounds pretty good.
Having the best non-committal hearties or heart engage in the game.
Doesn't sound too bad.
It's not bad. It's nice. It's good stuff.
Well, Nongshim, this is not the power spike yet, right? They want to hit that mid game. They want to be able to get these skirmishes started around the Sejuani and around this Yone, who is also not having the greatest time. Like, Faker's laning on this Akali has been fantastic so far. You can see 250 gold is going to be his advantage at this point in time. He's got his Hextech cookie completed, and things looking pretty bright for T1 so far, but it's also only a 400 gold lead team-wide, so it's not really meaning too much. As Gideon going to be moving over towards Calyx, seeing whether they can find a little bit of an angle, or whether maybe there's going to be a dragon looked at before that bottom side of the map, or bottom side of the jungle, sorry, is going to be taken here by Gideon.
Looks like a shove there to ensure Calyx can get it back in. Going to be having a decent amount of gold here, only sitting on a Vamp Scepter for now, so we'll see. The one-item spike for Nongshim is obviously amazing. And when it comes to Owner, Faker, and Guma, it's kind of similar, right? Like, that is one of the interesting things when evaluating these compositions.
-1, by the way.
Oh. That's fine.
Yeah, Doran was doing so well, and now he's behind.
Relative to cannons.
The amount of cannons, exactly.
Which
very
some would argue is the most important stat in League of Legends. Oh, that's
right,
W used.
Yeah, Gideon looking for the angle here, and he should be able to find it. There's the permafrost, there's the ulti, and holding people in place is something that Sejuani is pretty good at. No flash available. The equalizer was probably unnecessary, but it looked very, very cool. And so that is going to be the return kill, some revenge here for Kingen.
I think the read there from Nongshim was that if we don't use the equalizer, Kingen can TP. Oh my god!
He's flashing for it. They find the knockup on a carrier as well. As he cleanses, he's just ignoring Ona, who will be able to protect his cow. And there's the Deadly Flourish to stop Lehens from going any further forward. That is 3 summoner spells, though, invested by Nongshim just to push them away. And so maybe Nongshim coming off a little worse for wear.
Definitely not worth, but it does echo what Lehens said about playing with Vital and Geo respectively. And I quote, Vital's a bit more stable, Jiwoo is a lot more aggressive. And I think we saw that right there. You know, he's got the dog in him. He's looking for the play. Was this a good play? No, because as mentioned, Alistair flashed, which he doesn't really care about too much. Whereas there were, particularly the Xayah flash, I think is the biggest deal, right? Like Xayah flash is a really important summoner on any AD carry, but particularly on her, because even with her ult, you can buy safety, but you can't buy space. So not being able to displace yourself is definitely a big sacrifice to be made. But yeah, so going back to that bot side play.
Owner can't. Oh, he can flash, so because he didn't have to use it last time. As over the wall goes Calix. I'm not sure about this one because he's now getting closed in on. There's the Ram, but he flashes away. Now Faker looking for an angle onto Gideon, who has to flash. As there's the Grand Starfall, everyone piling in as we have zoomed out so far. I didn't even know this was possible. It's absolutely insane. Down goes the jungler. Calix now in trouble, but he's able to dash his way out. And it is just one kill, but man, that zoom was amazing.
Truly, technology in League of Legends.
That was the greatest zoom of all time.
Never ever heard you say stuff like that.
It was really
It was a really long zoom.
It was like we had two full.
So I was mostly looking to the top part of the zoom, which was unfortunately for Calix, as you highlighted, not the cleanest play. Ended up going down, or not going down, but ended up dragging his jungler, and then Guma was able to get the kill. What I really want to highlight on there is one of the biggest advantages T1 have had, and this goes back to ever since the core of this team has come together, is their willingness and ability to go for these mid-game skirmishes and play them out really nicely. So Calix
missing every button was a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it doesn't help. Maybe they thought there was a timer on the flash that owner didn't have it available. I don't know. And then here we have Gideon, unfortunately, yeah, never gonna get out of that. Like, does a decent job of sidestepping, but there's just way too much damage.
In the meantime, Nongshim get themselves the first dragon, so there's at least that.
But right there we see the value of how much long range T1 have when it comes to catching people, right? Because Akali obviously needs to be in melee form, as does Owner. But you have on one give the Ornhorn being used, as there is an equalizer.
Yeah, these harpoons are really connecting now for King, and actually some fancy footwork by the Rumble. So winning out on that particular trade, and has moved into a gold advantage off the back end of that players. Yeah, Calix is going to try and unbind the soul as best he can. Great knock-up as the ulti comes through as well. Calix actually managing to do pretty well in the fight, but still, Faker with the perfect execution is going to be able to take him down, and Gideon not able to offer enough support. So the woes for this mid laner continue.
The side laning of T1 is a little bit better. It's the Bash Bros, Owner, and Carrier running around the map. Is blowing people up.
Yeah.
Now we're in a situation where Faker has a extremely substantial side lane lead. Gio, he's here mid, pushing away, but even with Doran, you know, taking a bit of a beating there in the top lane, hasn't given up a single play thus far.
No.
Take another look here, so they know this is coming. Calix is able to dodge the E, which keeps him alive for a little longer. But the ult from Gideon goes wide. He maybe can CC Owner. I think there's a world where the Yone actually lives, right? There is so much sustain in the kit. Not going to be the case. Also think the angle there was a little bit rough, right? Like if it was 2 seconds earlier, you could probably turn around that play. Not going to be the case though. And T1, the squad lead slowly extending. And yeah, as I was highlighting, even though a lot of the characters are melee, you do have a lot of effective range as Doran.
Doran, I don't know. Okay, it's going to be a 2v2. They get the knock-up bouncy castle here for Kingen, but the equalizer was doing so much work. The flash comes down and Calix just picks up the kill, and somehow Kingen limps away.
Jokes about Ornn aside, the damage isn't quite there. I guess he's only been training the tank part, not the mage and warlock.
They did nerf the mage, warlock, assassin, fighter, warrior.
Yeah, they have. They really have
those
many times. So I don't want to put this on Doran. I think it's more of a champion issue. He only has Kanik Rukran, right? But what we did see there is that thanks to the timely arrival of Calix, good TP there, ends up turning the fight around. That is a big shutdown going over.
The world's shortest teleport here by Kingen, as he just wanted to try and put the pressure onto Faker. I'm not entirely sure. I was a bit perplexed by that one, but that's still absolutely fine. Calyx going to be going back to his soul, and I think one thing that you alluded to just before is the lack of damage. We're talking about, you know, Pantheon and the Ornn here. If Faker isn't able to just have some of the best Akali teamfights that we've ever seen, the lack of damage is going to be a real problem here for this composition as they get later into the game. So T1, unless they start that snowball rolling, Gumayusi gets way too big to handle. It's going to become more and more of a problem.
So one of the things that T1 can do, and that's why I think they're going to play towards if these mid-game skirmishes start to go kind of awry, is just play for side. Because your ability to collapse on side, I think, is way better.
Yeah.
In a front-to-back team fight, even with Ornn, which sounds kind of weird, but I do think you're going to struggle because you're playing into Rakan, you're playing into Xayah, you're playing into Sejuani and Rumble, right? There's so much team fighting power there. But Akali, I don't think will be matched by anyone inside. Like, neither Calyx nor King should be able to deal with him. And then you can very easily support with either the Jhin ult, with Pantheon ulting in, or even Doran can slow down, try and look for an engage as well. Nongshim, though, I think, as they should, continuously playing aggressive, continuously looking, in this first game dead even. And I want to remind everyone of the stakes. This game is a big deal. Atlas and I haven't gone off topic in 15 minutes.
Yeah, we've been seriously talking about this game. It's kind of crazy.
That says it all. I can't remember.
Is the zoom out still? That's still on topic.
No, that's
still on.
very actually. That's more on topic than anything we've arguably ever said, because that was the coolest zoom ever.
It was the coolest zoom ever. No one's ever spoken about a zoom like that ever before. It's fast. And Calyx is going to try and do some damage here to Doran.
Gotta be careful. Now I'm like, okay, let's have a topic about observing, and then before you know it, we're talking about movies, Atlas. And I want to stay locked in.
Yeah, we need to.
Because it matters a lot. Even a single game win, again, can be the difference maker for Nongshim.
Yep, means everything for Nongshim, ladies and gentlemen.
And
this
DK,
is the biggest part. And DK and KT. But like, as far as the teams that are in this game, certainly means a whole lot more for Nongshim. As the equalizer goes down, doesn't manage to get the cannon, I'm pretty sure. That was a bit sad. Finished off by the turret.
T1 is kind of just playing for vibes.
They are kind of playing, but the vibes are really important, because after this match, they head off to Road to MSI, looking to win a best of 5 against maybe even this team.
Could happen.
And so picking up a victory here, going to be a big deal. Of course, starting off on the red side, a little bit rough here for T1. They have benefited a lot from the first pick ability. And Nongshim being able to utilize that one here.
Oh, there's a collapse.
That's a big old knock-up as Keria is coming in. They're looking for an angle, and they want to get both of them. There is the ulti to come out. The ult comes through as well from Calyx, who looks to unbind the soul, and he's just dead. Last hit by the Shuriken. That is deadly. And now the Rift Herald is just going to pop down for fun and not do a whole lot.
Yeah, so Gideon tried to take the... He missed the bus. He tried to take the Rift Herald exit.
Yeah.
You know, just summon it. If he did it earlier, he actually would have
He might have been able to get the mid.
No, he would have. No, like he could have left easily. Actually, in hindsight, I think he realized it too late. But because the moment the TP comes in, right, like they're really far overextended. The fact that Gideon gets caught there on the Krugs is the biggest thing. I think T1 was just happy to only pick up Calyx instead they got a 2-for-0 combo deal.
Yeah, but it was actually a really good heads-up play to not go all in on just getting the kill onto Gideon. Yep. They're like, wait a second, nah, we get both. Because Keria, he could have opted into it, right? But instead, he's like, no, let's just wait. I'm going to go wrap around. We're going to kill both of these guys.
Yeah, they were, I think, only expecting to get Calyx. And Calyx, I think, would have died anyway. Was going too aggressive for this turret. If Gideon goes for that earlier, he actually makes it, by the way. Like, he can get out.
Yeah.
But instead, the CC chain is obviously there. Nicely done by T1 not to let that Sejuani exit the premises. And instead, more kills going over, but the gold lead remains suspiciously close, as Ocean, for both of these teams, is so annoying to play into because there are a lot of beefy characters. I guess neither of them is playing poke, so at least that helps. I swear I've seen teams. I can think of at least 2 separate instances where DK picked a poke comp and then had to play into Ocean Soul and just I'm pretty sure it happened to T1 at some point as well. They're one of the other teams that really like those poke style comps.
Whoa, there's a flash over the grand entrance. Headbutt is going to go towards Faker as now Jiu getting stunned up. And has to go into that Featherstorm pretty early on. Permafrost goes down. Jiu's trying to kite as best he can. As the perfect execution, max range from Faker is going to lock down the kill. He does die, but Calyx is also now in trouble as he does have to snap back. That is still Gideon picking up the kill there as he Equalizer in fantastic position. And Lahens is just dancing around this fight like a ballerina. What? And the harpoon just one-shots the Jin. Is Rumble a better AD carry than Jin? What the heck was that, Kingin? As that's an ace for Nongshim.
That's a 5-for-1!
Okay. I saw the start of that fight. I saw Faker go in, massacre the AD carry.
Okay.
And then it was all Nongshim.
I was ready to kind of criticize Jiu, as this is a classic T1 play. They go in on the river, see the AD carry. Jiu holds on to his ult and his sums for so long here, and at first it kind of looks like a mistake, but as it turns out, it ends up baiting Faker in. Faker goes extremely deep, ends up going down, and then how do they stay alive for so long? Look at this escape
there's no
from
damage.
Alex.
It's
right?
only Guma.
Yeah, because Faker blew, and again, not just Faker, but they blew so much, killing Jiu. And guess what? You killed Jiu. But unlike T1, there are free carries on this team. And Rumble is just cooking the entire... Oh, what?
Well, they're cooking steak, I guess. That's what they're having today. As now Owner is also in a whole lot of trouble. Faker dancing around this fight, though. He's got that perfect execution. Great knock-up to come through from Doran. As now Gideon will get taken down. Faker able to get out this time as the curtains have been called. But it's curtains for Doran before too long. And now an equalizer going to block off both Owner and Faker and otherwise not do anything at all. So Gideon does go down. 2-for-1 trade at the minute as that shuriken backflip kind of gorgeous there for Faker. But he's not going to go too far in. Man, I've seen Lee Sins make that play.
Oh, you know he wanted to. That finger was hovering.
Oh,
Atlas.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
This game is turning very quickly into MAME. If Guma positioned his ult a little bit better there and hit his first shot, that could have been a full wipe for Nongshim. That was dangerously close to T1 fully turning it around. Not quite gonna happen. And I gotta say, the lane positioning at Calyx and his early laning phase were not the best, but the man is doing his job in these team fights.
Oh, yeah. He's certainly locking in now.
You know what that is?
Shaking the sillies out.
That's challengers, Dave.
It absolutely
As
is.
Nongshim, there's pulling trick. Look, these ults are not available for T1, and without their ults, I don't know if they can contest this.
Doran does have his. You can see Gumayushi's still a long way away without his ultimate. Remember, he has 0 range.
Oh,
a deadly flourish. Let's see whether Ona can get in there and take this one down. The ultimate from Calyx says absolutely not as the ram comes in and they take down Lahens. Jiu trying his very best to kite as Faker gets himself all the way back to his shroud and isn't going to be able to offer any more damage. And a Lahens for an Otacon. Nongshim would take that any day of the week.
The only one who might disagree with there is Lahens, and I think even he is wise enough to know.
He would have called it. He would have made the call, Cronny, you know that.
Carrier just gets blown up. Without his ultimate, Alistar really isn't that tanky. I want to look at how does T1 turn this around. I think it's Doran and Faker, like the damage and knock-up combo, plus Owner living, and then look at this ult from Guma. If he positions that a little bit different, and they're actually able to get another shot in, maybe they can at least trade for Lahens as well, as we take a look here. Calyx has just been on point. It starts with the perma or the ultimate, the prison from Gideon, and then the follow-up is there. But right here, T1 really wants to try and extend this play with the Otacon debuff still there. But it's the recall and straight into another fight, Atlas.
Yes, this is what we be doing. Get out, get straight back in again. As Lahens is going to interrupt Faker. Chi's going to take him down now. An equalizer on top of Gumayushi. And there is no one to defend him. Down goes both of the damage dealers. T1 have no way out. They are just cooked. This dragon is now going to be taken. That is a clean ace, an objective steal, and whatever the heck else Nongshim want to get.
I thought the 1-for-5 was the best deal they were going to get.
There's always a better deal, Chronicler. I learned that from Danny DeVito and Matilda back in the day.
And really what we're learning here again is that challengers reign supreme, because both Lahens and Jiu are looking sharp here as T1 really want to deny this Drake. Faker does nothing in this fight, and Guma, he doesn't die immediately, but he still doesn't do any damage. And this is what we said with this draft. This is what we were worried about.
Yeah.
And as we can see, as soon as Faker doesn't do heaps of damage, or Guma doesn't get to set up for an ult and kind of work on the outskirts of these fights, the fights just aren't playable. And now Arakan is there for Nongshim, so any fight will get even more snowbally. And there have been games where I think people kind of hone in on the draft for T1, and I'm like, I don't know, I think it's mostly gameplay. A lot of the Humble Life games kind of went that way.
Yep.
In this one, though, we had our reservations. And I think those reservations...
I was ready for them to be like, oh, even though we've got this almost unplayable draft, we're going to show you that it's really good.
This happens a lot. Yeah,
it happens a lot. The nameplates are powerful. But they're not powerful enough, and especially not now. We're seeing that last fight was the perfect example of exactly what we were talking about.
And obviously, Nongshim is on blue side. I think the game at this point is fully in Nongshim's hands. We could see T1 get a crazy comeback, but I don't think it should happen. Particularly because Nongshim's comp is so good in the actual team fight, right? Often where you see teams kind of throw a lead is if their comps aren't good 5v5s. But if you're playing a side lane comp, which I think T1 really ideally want to play 1-4, you can't do that right now.
Well, Lehens is going to knock up Carrier, and Carrier is going to have to ult, but the CC is still raining down. Thankfully, Aftershock is going to be there. So with the ultimate and Aftershock, Carrier will be able to get out with at least a bit more than half of his health bar. Nongshim now, though, just full control. And Gio able to push up, and they will make it so dark on this top side of the map. Baron up and available. Is Brambleback going to be consumed by Gideon for the entire team? As Lehens still looking for more and more angles. Doran tries his hand at face checking. And T1 need to do this because they need to try and get vision on this Baron, because we mentioned Nongshim, they have damage. They destroy Baron. They've got a Rumble and a Xayah. So if they look at this...
Yone!
Yeah, and a Yone. This time around, though, they're going to look for the pick on towards this,
he's real
this King. And yeah, he's really dead. They're going to be able to take that one. Calyx over this wall, though, and we'll see whether T1 can get here in time. 1,000 gold. He doesn't flash in early enough, and the Baron is secured. There's a Glacial Prison as well, as Gideon just trying to get himself out of there. Nongshim wanting to protect the Barons, and Ona is in so much trouble. They dive on top of Faker. He's knocked up forever, and they still don't have damage, ladies and gentlemen. Gumayushi gonna have to be chased out of this one, and we'll see whether he's gonna survive. The Permafrost is in range, and it in fact just last hits him. They will trade their walking barbecue for a Baron and then just kill them anyway.
That's a fourth amazing deal for Nongshim. They just keep stringing these together.
It's extraordinary.
Lehens for Arakan, great deal. 1 for 5, wonderful. 5 for 0, I thought it didn't get better.
Well, there's a dragon as well.
Barbecue for Nash, that's a freebie. And the pick on Rumble is nice, but I want you to look at how much is invested here. This is free ultimates.
And the flash from Doran as well, which looked kind of cool and stuff, but you didn't need to do it.
Yeah, you really didn't. That wasn't necessary. And it doesn't make a difference. I don't think so. Except that Arnold, right? Like if the Arnold's available here, maybe they can make a play. But instead, look at Faker's health bar.
Oh, he was mid shuriken backflip. I think he started the animation and then was just CC denied, wasn't able to get in, unless it was his ultimate, which would have been even worse.
As an Akali, like, trying to play the fights where the enemy team knows you're there, has more than enough CC, and is basically funneling you into a choke point. Because I understand why T1 is trying to fight there. They know the game is basically over. You got to go for the Hail Mary fight after Nongshim just taken down Nash. But this first game is looking like the T1 draft not working out, but there is a good amount of power picks that I am worried that have already been taken away, right? Gumayushi's Jhin, I think, has been by far his best champion. That already off the table, and him not having the best performance on it, not a great sign.
Yep. And also being able to pick Rakan in a game 1 and not having it get punished by things like Poppy and the Taliyah is kind of huge as well. So Lehens getting a lot of advantages out of that. Speaking of which, he goes in, doesn't quite find Guma, and he's likely going to get popped. Does try and battle dance his way out, and in fact he does. Into the backline goes Faker, but they just see him and destroy him. The ulti from Calyx as well collects the rest of them, and Nongshim are just playing with their food at this point. It's a triple kill for Jiu. They just need to wait for the conga line of minions, and the Noodle Boys will do it here in game 1 against T1. We're gonna have to see some better champions picked from our third place team here in the LCK if they want to be able to reign supreme against Nongshim. And you best believe DK and KT are extremely nervous right now.
It's the mid-game skirmishes where we thought T1 was going to pull ahead. It's a strategy they've relied on. It's a strategy that has gotten them 2 world championships. But halfway through mid-game, Nongshim says, guess what? We'll throw down.
Yeah.
From that point on, after that 1 for 5, Nongshim just kept it going. And I want to reiterate, Nongshim, this was blue side, they got an insane draft, right? We talked about the draft gap. They might end up losing this series. Guess what? It doesn't matter. Even this single game win can be what ends up getting them. And say that they somehow, with a T1 that clearly has not bounced back from a Humble Life series, end up getting the 2-0, that is, for them, a lock-in into that Legend group.
Legend Group is what this is all about, making sure that you have the best matchups possible. GU doing so much damage in this game.
Pantheon should
No, well, this is the problem, right?
not be doing the most damage. That's not a good thing.
It certainly isn't. GU being, and like the fact that Nongshim were able to catch Faker every single time. Oh my goodness, he's got a little melon hat.
The melon hat!
Oh, that is extraordinary. Okay, no, I completely understand now.
You get it!
I should have been looking at that one. I definitely should have. It is time for us to look towards heading to a break. When we get back to space, he's going to break down game number 1, and we'll see whether Nongshim can confirm their spot or whether T1 will bounce back. We'll see you soon.
믿어 그냥 싸워봐도 돼 이거 빨리 해볼게 천천히 맞아 앞라인부터 야 이거 깨부터 오케이 앞라인부터 봐도 돼 앞라인 빨리 앞라인부터 빨리 좀 앞라인부터 시험 돌아와 괜찮아 알코리 빠지 야 아카리 나 알코리 빠지 높으래 가자 미드라인으로 꺼내면 될 때 얘들아 나이스 한번 더 하자 내가 좀 못했다 이거 얘도 뿌리긴 했대. 여기까지. 타워 쳤대? 뿌리긴 해. 타워.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after game number 1 of Nongshim versus T1, which Nongshim were able to take with pretty much flying colors. There were a couple of back and forth fights there in the mid game that did look good for T1 and a couple of early moments as well, but Nongshim eventually did take the game this time around. I am Valdez, with me is Ox and of course Wolf. How are you guys doing today?
Pretty good. You know, that was a chaotic game and it really came down to the team fighting, which is normally a spot where T1 kind of excel, kind of come out ahead, especially around those objectives. So credit to Nongshim for really putting their foot forward when it came to those moments.
I think Nongshim also known for scrappy team fighting and out-handsing in those big skirmishes, but like on a tier list below where we put T1, where we put Hanwha Life, right? A team that has kind of ran some of the east side throughout this year with skirmishes like this, and I feel like T1 definitely had eyes bigger than their stomach in some of the fights they were trying to force and take. In turns where players like Keria were getting caught and they tried to turn into a huge team fight win, and Nongshim just outplayed them at every turn.
Yeah, it was definitely, you know, a composition for the side of T1 that definitely would lend itself to a lot of fights, right? You look at the Akali, you look at the Pantheon, you look at the Jhin, right? There's a lot of setup there for their side, so definitely felt like they were looking to take as many fights as possible, but it eventually came back to bite them. As we'll take a look at highlight number 1 here, the 19-minute river fight where T1 start this, Keria flashes in to make this play happen.
Yeah, so Keria starts this off with the engage, right? And they have a Pantheon that's in range here. They have Baker coming through. And the Jhin ultimate is angled here, so it feels like, okay, this fight's going to work out for T1. And Gio kind of messes up the usage of his sums there, but it kind of baits Faker in. And then this Rumble is just unchecked in the remainder of the fight and is really just only barred by his cooldowns. The equalizer here is phenomenal, and nobody can stop this guy.
I think this thing, you know, getting this Aya obviously massive, but so many resources were committed to taking down this one member. And the Rumble just thriving into a comp that is mostly short-range characters, you know. It's 4 meta characters and a Jhin. The Jhin doesn't have ult anymore, so he has to come in closer. The equalizer value is massive, and Kingen showing what we kind of saw from him in the LCK Cup, where Rumble was one of his best champions.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious he was on his game today, and even though Jiu got kind of caught in that fight, he kind of baited everyone into that weird kind of angle where the Jhin was not really getting a whole lot of value. We can take a look at the second highlight as well, which is really the nail in the coffin on this teleport.
Yeah, so this is really unfortunate. I think T1 just didn't realize that Nongshim were going to come for a contest, and they scramble here to try to fight back, and Faker's just caught on this off angle. Guma walks forward to try to help peel for him, and then also finds himself isolated. Kingan's 1v2ing on the other side, while Owner is nowhere near smite range on this dragon. I don't think this fight could have been any more broken up for T1. Just disrespecting Nongshim, thinking they weren't going to come in for the contest. They had really no setup here at all. It was extremely sloppy and frankly almost a little bit lazy the way they started this dragon off, and then the TP is kind of the cherry on top, because Faker could have TP'd to a safer location. Guma could have kited back because the dragon was not even at like half health. They could have actually just played it slow, but instead they all into a fight. It's just overconfidence that T1's had in both of these highlights we showed, where they just don't respect their opponents. They're like, oh, we win this easy. We had the better hands. We're ahead on gold. And then they just kind of get bopped.
I think it was a little bit rushed as well. Like the vision setup wasn't ideal. You know, when Faker TP'd, didn't quite see that Jiwoo and Lehens were coming round. I think they played it really well, but I think the contrast, the previous fight started off well for T1, and then really they just ran out of tools in it. This one, I just don't think a fight could start off worse. The fact you lose the Akali without really doing anything, and then quickly Guma follows after, it was just, the game was just done after this point.
And there were a couple of fights where T1 looked pretty good before that happened, and they were getting a lead, and like some of their lane leads were good. I liked some of the roaming we saw from Keria attacking a lot of the side lanes and using their Pantheon very well. It just kind of all fell apart in the span of 4 minutes, and T1 looked like they were going to get ahead and win this game, but that did not happen. So T1 moving over to the blue side here for game number 2. What would we like to see here differently for the second game?
Well, I think just playing a little bit slower and playing a little bit more towards vision probably would work out here for T1. I want to talk about Jiwoo because he has really returned to form, coming back here to the LCK, looking way better than before he took a short hiatus when we had Vital in. We were criticizing him a lot. It felt like the problem was getting worse and worse and worse week to week. But he comes in today and, he had that one, you could call it a mistake, but it kind of baited Faker moment in that fight, but otherwise had a pretty clean game of Xayah, had the flash play to get the root, had the root to defend on the Baron exit, just had a really nice Xayah game, so I'm hoping that Nongshim continue to play through him a little bit.
Yeah, if anyone's not aware, Jiwoo played in challenges and Lehens actually joined him most recently, so they played together to get more practice together. They didn't actually win in challenges, but the practice seems to have helped because they both played really well in that first game.
They absolutely did, and here's looking towards Nongshim. We'll see if they can get the quick 2-0 victory, which would be an upset in our minds. Not a lot of Preds going towards Nongshim in this one, but let's see what happens here in Game 2. Let's go back to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number 1, and I'm glad that we're all on pretty much the same page as far as this draft not necessarily working out, but Nongshim definitely looking a bunch better. I'm glad that we had Orcs harkening back to Lehens' little journey towards Challenger, as that is a dope mullet there on
I could see him do it.
Okay.
Lehens would.
He would. He definitely would. I think that's got to be a famous Korean guy, but I have absolutely no idea what that is a reference to. Certainly looked really cute. Super famous older Korean guy who was a singer back in the day. Na Huna. There we go. So if you guys know who that is, that's cool. Okay, let's dive into the draft here for game number 2, blue side for T1. And we'll see whether they can make better of it this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I would love a wilder range of hairstyles. We've had highlights like Moham, like Rooster, but even Rooster now has the standard haircut. And let me tell you, that man had a mane.
He did.
It was glorious.
It was very, very, very nice. So hopefully we do get that sort of upgraded alongside this drafting. As an Elise first ban here for T1 is going to come on through. That is a little quizzical, as once again, the Azir, the response ban to the Talia.
So we're going to ban Victor. That is Nongshim.
Yep.
And then T1 is going to be one...
Gwen.
I think Gwen is the most likely. Yorick might be another.
Ooh.
Doran did have a banger Yorick game, and teams really rate the pick. I think Gwen is more likely, but we'll have to see.
Is it just the Victor first pick? The Victor final ban here?
Oh,
that's
no,
the question.
For sure. Yeah. Also, because the Akali is one of the counter picks, right? You can still go Sylas, but Sylas is a bit more draft dependent. As far as counter picks go, I'd be very... Oh, it's going to be Defiance.
Right.
So
Vi
Victor,
did need to be banned.
yeah, we didn't mention that, but that is definitely a good call. So then it's B1 Victor for T1, unless something really crazy happens.
Ooh.
It's Gwen instead. Wow.
Okay, so Faker not feeling like he needs, his most comfortable champion when he's not facing off against Zeka or Chovy or one of the more powerful mid laners here in the LCK. That could make some sense because Calix's laning phase was not really something to be too feared.
Really, the chase.
It's been fallen out of vogue just a little bit here. Of course, Kingan has always been a fan. He will lock it away. But I'm kind of with you. I don't feel like the Jace power level is where it used to be.
Calix also contemplating. Because you know that if you don't pick the victor here, I do think T1 will sweep it up. I love the Poppy. I do think that that is a really good pickup here. Also would be good in case, because owner needs to go for an AD jungler, right? Particularly if they are going to go towards the victor. You'd be looking at least some source of AD in the top side of the map.
Yep.
As the Skarner wouldn't provide a lot of damage, but it is a very strong pick in general. It does mean
still the victor.
I gotta say, this top side for T1, it'll be good eventually. But the early game, especially if Calyx goes like just the classic Sylas here, which we do know Calyx loves his melee laners. This is a bit more utility oriented. Don't mind that.
Yeah, Galio would be interesting. It does open a lot of hypercarry doors for you, but this does...
No-brainer.
Yeah, we've seen this so many times. Instead, it's the Rise. Okay.
Don't like that quite as much, but it does mean that you have a considerable amount of side lane pressure. And Rise is really good, because the Victor obviously has a decent amount of range, but the rest of T1 is going to be running into you at high speed.
Also gives you a lot of flexibility fighting around objectives later in the game. The Realm Warp into Keeper's Verdict, half the enemy team away and steal the Baron, actually sounds really fun, if it ever actually works.
My real question is Poppy actually going jungle? And because you can just slam Trundle. True. I just want you to think about like playing the Trundle here into Victor Skarner.
And then you get the Trundle Heroic Charge combo as well. Oh my god, you are so right.
But what I wanted to highlight as well is that are we going to see the Skarner Poppy combo where like Skarner impales while Poppy ults and then Skarner just goes to a bunch of people? Because I love that. It's so fun.
That would definitely be very cool if it did happen. Once again, Nico Renata.
Straight Renata, the respect to Carrier, still being paid. I really hope Nongshim just picks an AD carry here and doesn't reveal where this Poppy is really going. Because I think it's a big source of power. Lahen's obviously very happy to play really anything.
Okay, Nautilus instead.
Okay, well, I don't love... It's fine, but... I guess they want to deny the Nautilus from Carrier, the main consideration here, but then they can just slam Braum.
Yeah,
I really feel like this is a bit of a fumble on 4 here from Nongshim. Because agree. You give the opportunity. This is a horrible matchup. Like, I'd say outside of Renata, probably the worst matchup for the Nautilus. You just can't do anything in lane. Now in the Lucian, Gio, is he going to try and fight fire with fire and play aggressive, or is he going to try and outscale? Those are kind of the two answers. This is fire with fire. Does mean you have a lot of damage towards that bottom side of the map. We'll see which variety it is, because I know normally with Nautilus you will go for the on-hit variety. Into this team, I think you go lethality. I don't think you want to be near anyone on that team.
Yeah, especially with the Gwen.
Yeah, you want to be able to fight for pride. Even Skarner, right? Like,
yeah.
Even if and Gio is slowly regaining form. I think it was highlighted on the space. I really do agree. I think he's slowly getting back to where we know he was back in 2023 in particular. But that'll be tough one to play out. I think Nongshim, bit of a fumble there towards the end. The draft as a whole was still good, right? Yeah. Like, this is still a solid draft. I would give the edge to T1, but it's nothing compared to game number 1. I don't want to be very clear about that. And T1's top side and their lack of damage scares me a little. And I think Guma's form has been still pretty up and down. His Jhin, and that is supposed to be his pick, was not convincing. And with Lucian, you don't get a lot of room for mistakes.
Yep. Really good to see the incredible Lahen's superfans still in the audience here. So many Lahen's fans turning up today. Very, very cool stuff. T1 fans, though, pretty desperate to make this one a 3-gamer. And this draft, as you mentioned, Chronicler, is looking a little bit more well-suited to making that happen. Not necessarily, like you say, as one. And let's dive into the Rift, see whether they can take game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, a bit of a 4-stack here heading towards the top side, but not going to find anyone. Some shenanigans to begin things here as, oh, let's see whether King can get some baiting happening. Don't think it is going to work out. And I think everyone else has probably gone back. Okay, never mind. We're flashing in.
Oh, he doesn't know.
No.
Again? A second first blood?
Well, they're going to look for it. There's the hook connecting. And a flash heroic charge. Doran's real dead. Nongshim are just the architects of the level 1.
Lahens, perhaps the most sneaky giant guy in big armor I've ever seen. Sneaks his way in. It is Geo actually going, which I love, for the Comet, so that does mean he's playing Lethality, which doesn't feel quite as exciting with the Nautilus as, the reverse. Oh, Lahens, I think he has a suspicion. He still walks in.
Yep.
Poppy is there.
And, okay, it's just going to back away. They know, like, Lahens doesn't have Flash, doesn't have Ignite, has nothing.
That's still fine.
Some good damage. Doesn't also have Hex Splash, which is a big shame.
Gideon. Wonder if he wants to really try and look for an aggressive play towards the spot side. There is vision.
Ooh, gonna catch him. As Geo able to offer a little bit of damage back here, but heal being invested by T1 will help even things out when it comes to the summoner spells.
Carrier does have Spellbook, so we'll be able to just use his spells a ton and not really be too worried, as we do see the Skarner again. The Prior remains decently high. We haven't had a lot of Skarner games that really blew our mind, as King, and he was ready for that dash in. But there is a Skarner that invaded his top side. I don't think they know, and he is very low.
He is extremely low.
Is he paying attention?
Yeah, got to make sure that he gets out of here. He could just be flash slammed. He does get
not.
interrupted. Gideon now booking it towards the top side. And, I mean, Owner is just going to try and go for this one again. As he does boop him away, the flash has to be invested. As now Doran could be in trouble. He's battling with both the turret and the Jace as he picks up the aggro. And there's the last hit, Kingen! That was absolutely extraordinary. Picks up the second kill for Nongshim, and the Skarner is nowhere to be seen. Oh my, I have not seen an outplay like that in a really long time.
How, as Skarner, are we not walking up and just flash E-ing? Like, you can't go for the long wind-up on E. If you know Kingen has his hammer, you can't.
근데 너 그냥
There's
나한테 안
just no way,
빨리고
because look,
너 이득
the
볼래?
thing here is, I thought Owner
Well,
was just going to go in.
yeah,
They go
you
into
heard the
it.
response. He was just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That was what he said.
Great flash. Yeah, he's like... that was...
Yeah, Kingen was actually just like, don't spend time on me, just get advantages.
Which
he said that
'cause he
before
should.
the play even happened.
Oh my god, there's no shot.
Oh, okay. Well,
They're bullying him!
Doran's not having a great time. The hook catches him as well, of course it does. Calyx, he's going to grab a piece of the pie here. And Nongshim, they've already got feats of warfare here at 4 minutes.
You know what the crazy part is? This isn't even really Lahens' fault. Like, this one. I think even arguably the previous one.
You mean Doran's fault?
Sorry, Doran's fault. Yeah. No, well, Lahens is at fault for killing.
One of three of them has got to be Doran's fault.
Well, so I think the first one is, right? Because you can just immediately peace out. And I think the second one, he should have just backed off the moment that Owner got hammered away instead of fully committing to the play. But I also am just kind of unsure how they didn't coordinate better towards that top side. Like, Owner going in when the wave wasn't fully pushed. So I guess the read was that Poppy would be on the way, but then you just can't go for that play as Lahens.
Yeah, Lahens taking a lot of damage, and there is the last hit. So I'm not sure what his plan was.
That too is Lahens. Has his flash.
Indeed.
Now.
Yeah, so, you know, sometimes it's a bait, like in game 1. Sometimes he's just into it.
That was the
second
one.
That
was the second one, yeah.
Yeah, we had a bit of that one there.
Game is not... T1, despite all of this, still has a gold lead. Although I do think that the Lahens moment did help a lot with that, because if you look at the gold lead, it's mostly in bot lane.
Yeah. And it wasn't that big before. It was like 7s and 6s. Not so much anymore.
Gideon
they've got a game
Poppy,
plan, don't they?
Atlas. Gideon on Poppy. We've seen this man do... Oh
dear.
No.
Well, Doran may die again. As, yeah, there's the interruption on the dash. Gets thrown into the sky, booped back by the big hammer, and Doran will get taken down. Kingen collects himself the kill. And they need to really start thinking about giving Doran a kill onto Lehens just so they can start resetting the money because, I mean, we're going to start wasting time soon. May as well pick up a cannon. All right. Ona coming on in, though. 3 versus 2 here on this top side. Jiu is walking very, very slowly. Blocks the Winter's Bite. And they're unable to get it. The hook does come back as Jiu's burning. Ona in a bit of trouble. But Jiu finds it with the piercing arrow. What is this, Nongshim? Everything's just a fadeaway jump shot. They're getting buckets when the defense looks okay.
Don't know enough about basketball to directly respond to that.
I mean, I think, like, I don't really either, but...
Well, then why are you going for it? Okay, I don't want to get distracted. We have been so laser focused. I want to focus on this game because 2 things to me are true. I think that Nongshim are playing like their lives depend on it, and it does, right? This match absolutely pivotal for them, but also T1 looks so tilted.
Oh yeah, and I don't blame them. I'm tilted. Watching these plays, how is that Q like supposed to even work? Surely one of them should have died in that last fight. Jeepers.
That's the 1 gold lead that T1 had. Now also taken off the board.
And they've got 1 left.
So T1 does have a composition that eventually will always get value. But I kind of felt good about their game state when they got the early kill. And then here, Lehens just doesn't get tagged by the final auto. No one has flash, or no one can actually get on top of him.
It's like, that's why Lehens went to Challenger with Jiu.
Oh, you're saying this?
Because then Jiu blocked the auto, so like it wasn't sharing pixels. Made sure that he wasn't stunned up. As now Ona is going to come on over. Gideon is not afraid of anything. He's just heroically charging in over and over again. And you mentioned before, I mean, it's a 1.5k gold lead. It's not really anything, but still.
It's the
going to go a little bit wide.
Atlas.
Yeah, it's the vibes. And it's the fact that, like, you'd be infinitely tilted after all of those plays worked out
and
so beautifully for Nongshim.
A Nongshim that's vibing. This goes back to 2023. We know that's dangerous.
Not to mention 2022, there's a Kingen on this team, and the guy just had one of the sickest outplays of the LCK this season. He's bound to be feeling himself after that one. It also bodes terribly for DK, who's going to be facing off against them in our last match in 2 days' time. That's the most meaningful thing about this, is the fact that Nongshim could be solidifying Legend Group here, as the door does have to be put up, and Gideon, he's making his way over, wasting no time at all. 2-for-1 special with that hail of arrows, and that is going to be 1 picked up for Jiu and 1 going over to Gideon. Nongshim just styling, man. I don't think you can stop them now.
I don't think there's a way. We are just witnessing Nongshim currently up 2k gold and getting closer and closer to straight up 2-0ing 2. This is the one scenario that would guaranteed lock them in. By the way, there's no other outcome of this series that would give them any guarantee. Be putting them in a great position. But everything is just going poorly for T1 right now. And against Hanwha, I think there was a lot more cope angles. They're just straight up getting outplayed across the map. There's Lucian Brom trying to push an advantage. Gideon on the Poppy, which, as we have talked about often, I feel like is still going criminally under the radar as far as power picks go. And
not to mention Gideon just being so good at this champion.
This is the champion that I think made us go Gideon might be a top 3 jungler. I do think that he's fallen off a decent amount since. In this game, though, I at the top of the day, I was like, I'm still coping for Ona, right? I think that a large part of it is there's a lot of responsibility. After that Skarner play,
nah.
I'm a big Ona defender, but we gotta take a bit of a break.
I don't think even you have ever tried to defend his Skarner, though.
No. And T1 picking it as well, I think it doesn't bode that well.
No.
Now T1, they're not out of this. They do want to, again, remind everyone that there is a Victor, a Gwen, and a Skarner in this game, so the team fights are good.
Yeah, I do think that if they could pause this game, get a few nights sleep, maybe like go and like see a
like
movie
a little
or something like that.
Like a little retreat.
Little retreat, you know.
You know Sinners is out. I've heard it's supposed to be great.
Yeah, there we go. That would be perfect.
Some team building.
Yeah, and a hot spring perhaps.
Yeah, maybe a hike, you know, like an early morning hike.
Yeah. For like at least 3 days. And then came back, sat down on the chairs and unpaused this game. I think there's hope. in the state that they're in now, I don't think there's hope.
Well, I don't believe in Costa Curses, so
It's not about curses. It's just the reality of the power of mental, and I just think things are a little bit rough right now as Calyx playing this one pretty effectively. Of course, Faker not in any real danger, although he doesn't have flash. Still, maybe Gumayusi can be the hope here for T1, but they're going to have to go for a full mental reset. Otherwise, this is going to be very, very rough. Lehens possibly going to face check here as he doesn't get the buffer. Chains of Corruption comes down, gets a nice double knock-up. He's actually investing a fair bit here as he does try and get the stun up. Flash does come out, and Nongshim just not able to follow up in time, even though he bought a fair bit of it.
That's a Lehens kill. Those don't count. We all know that.
Yeah, no, that
they do. We're joking. But it is definitely a big win for T1. They got Jiwoo's flash, which is nice. They got a kill on Lehens. But the real bounties are on the top side, right? Kingen and Gideon need to go down. And I'm also hoping for T1 that we have seen in the past Faker's Victor go for really defensive builds. Now, you do have a lot of AP damage on the top side of the map with Doran as well. But with this game state, I feel like...
we Hex Splashing. Finds the stun here as well. The door will go up, so some time could be bought here as a double knock-up from Gideon is gorgeous. The Ignite ticking down, and Carrier, he won't be okay, as there's a Realm Warp coming in, and he's going to have to walk the wrong direction. Kingen will be able to block him off. He's taking them on a merry jaunt around Summoner's Rift here as the flash goes in. Kingen just looking to challenge Guma, and he takes him down, even though the flash was invested. Doran, I don't think, is going to be diving Jiwoo here. And Carrier is going to make it out. So Guma dies, but Carrier sins, I guess.
That can't happen. Lucian is one of those AD carries where you have so much mobility, you have so much innate safety. Can't walk up.
We're ganking Calyx. He doesn't have flash. He's going to try and look for something back, but he does not get it. And there it is, Doran picking up a kill here for T1. And Ono going to come on over and look to try and steal away the crab. Does not manage to get the smite, but it was a cute little effort. Isn't going to get punished for it or anything like that. Plate goes down in the mid lane. And T1 keeping it within touching distance here. 1.2 thousand gold. Gumayusi just got back, guys. Okay, Gideon is going in. Misses the Q straight up, but that is going to be a lot of damage going down there as Carrier looks to try and get something back. As Kingen, he's going in and actually had the passive on him, and now they're looking for Doran, who was very far up. Gideon's just dead because Ona did make it towards this bottom lane eventually. And Nongshim, chill out, please.
I have a good summary of what just happened. What? Okay, so Nongshim, they got a little dizzy. There was too much happening there. At some point here, I think they were sitting on a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, and now it's
gold's
200.
now even.
Yeah. We need to calm down.
So, gonna highlight good things. Owner tirelessly waiting to, or working to make things happen on the map. Faker, he's absorbing pressure. He's setting up for his teammates. I don't like that he's going for another vegan Victor build, but we'll let it go. Guma, my guy, back-to-back performances that aren't really inspiring. The amount of damage that Kingen is doing, though, absolutely disgusting.
It's not very fair at all. The fact that he goes back in as well, but then like this, like
that is
like guys.
So, guys, you know he was there. We saw him earlier.
Yeah.
And then here Doran gets his flash forced as Lehens and Jiwoo have the combo. And I think he, really nice sidestep there from Doran. Because if that kill goes over, the gold lead does remain in place for Nongshim. That's not going to be the case. Those bot side kills, definitely a big deal.
Okay, Jiwoo able to at least boost out of there with his Ghost Blade. Still good. She's softening him up just a little bit here as Doran gets the experience for the cannon.
Things are now kind of fine for T1.
Yeah?
Well, in terms of game state, I still don't think
it must have been the retreat, or maybe it was the hot springs or the sauna or something like that.
Oh, they just did it's the classic, you know, snip my fingers and the time
they did
pauses.
A bit of time dilation type stuff.
That's powerful.
That must have been what it was. Or maybe they're professional gamers that don't let the game state get to them.
Don't tilt quite as easily as either of us.
Titanium mental, you know? Or maybe enough people were tilted on their behalf for them not to be, as Doran is going to get slammed to the wall. He's dead, guys. This is a Gwen that is not immune. The inner turret is likely to fall down as well as Calix. Let's see whether he can survive on the other side of the map. This is called a cross-map play, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen. As Calix does deal with the wave, and now he's just looking to run.
I think he just wants the wave.
He will probably be able to get most of it, as it does take a little bit of time. One last little auto, there it is. Faker's able to lock that one down. But Kingen did get this inner turret on the bottom side of the map, and as you can see represented in the gold numbers on the top of the screen, that is kind of worth here for Nongshim.
So Doran doesn't get to play the video game, as we have already established. That trend kind of continues.
Yes.
Nongshim is going to get the second Drake. If the poke comp gets Hextech Soul, I think
Thankfully,
that...
it's not Hextech Soul.
Oh yeah, never mind. Because we're already...
It's 16
I
and a
thought
half
we were
minutes. We
already on
should
the
have been
second
there.
dragon, but
Oh,
there's been
it's
too much
infernal.
going on. Oh,
But
my
just
statement
your
stands.
statement stands, absolutely.
Nice, thank you, Rift. Imagine if it was like Kentek and I'm like, man, I gotta change my whole point.
Yeah, the whole point would have been erased. Thankfully, you had a few good options, because Ocean would have also been pretty awful for T1 to deal with.
Yeah, Ocean I think is kind of doable. It's not great, but you do eventually, I think, with this comp, you reach a critical mass on both Gwen and Victor, and then I do think you
I
kind of
guess
get
you
through.
just eat him, yep.
But if T1 would have gotten it, would have been horrible. But Infernal is going to be amazing for Nongshim. I still like their position more because the objective control, right? They've been able to actually get these two dragons very early on, which gives them a lot of flexibility in how they play their mid games. T1's team fight, though, is quite strong. Faker also going for what looks to be a very early Void Staff. Happy about that. If he was going to go like Zhonya second, I would have been a bit unhappy. I think that T1 need all the damage they can get because it's got to be coming down to the team fights here.
Well, I've seen this one before as Jiu going to cleanse. Not going to get slowed down, but Lehans may pay for it as he does get the aftershock. He's actually pretty tanky. Chains of Corruption go in, but the answering door is going to be there. Steadfast presence, though, is Gideon, and he's going to be able to keep himself alive. The 1-3-1 working out pretty well here for Nongshim, though. As you can see, Calix and Kingen in these side lanes making things happen. Nongshim will be able to defend outside of losing their Nautilus. Kingen giving a lot of respect to Faker here as he moves towards that top side, knowing that there were quite a few people roaming up there.
We have experience for particularly mid lane.
Oh dear. Calix
may
have just killed himself by stopping that back.
Yeah, you're not getting off your Realm Warp, I don't think, against Skarner.
No. That is not happening. Does get a very large boost of speed with that phase rush. Oh, and he gets out! That was sick! That was sick, Calix! Did have to invest the flash for it, but damn, he looked cool.
One more wave for a flash. I say...
it wasn't even one more wave. It was throwing a Q into nothing.
No, I know. I was about to say, it was stylish. It wasn't good.
Yeah, okay. Faker takes 1 billion damage
no flash.
and then some from Kingen. And now Kingen's getting teleported on. Gideon going to be moving up here. We'll see whether he can get the crab. He will be able to, as Kingen is just dead.
I think they had no vision. Like, because otherwise Gideon could have just roamed up.
Oh, that was sexy.
And protected Kingen. So I'm pretty sure they were just caught off guard by that. Nongshim, a couple of mistakes slipping in here, and T1 clearly not going down without a fight.
Absolutely not.
That's a big shutdown. Going over to Doran. That actually, he's still 1.8k gold behind. So it's not great, but it's definitely better. And Gwen does, I think, outscale in this match. If you can get to like relative parity, which this really helps with, the spike for Kingen right now is still kind of disgusting. Faker not having his flash is also a big deal. There's a lot of champions on Nongshim where their snap engage is so insane, right? Where you can just get on top of them very easily and blow your opponents up in seconds. And T1 do have a triple carry composition, but ooh, 2 of their carries are still pretty substantially behind.
I mean, there's a lot of other teams that would never have allowed T1 this kind of way back in, though. So
it's still Nongshim.
Yeah, Nongshim needs to tidy it up a little bit if they want to make this one happen. 300 gold, and you can feel the momentum shift, right? It felt before like Nongshim could kind of do no wrong. They were running circles around T1. That has stopped happening now. The answers are now there for the T1 squad, and when Nongshim go for their overly aggressive plays, they are then punished.
I do kind of want a free gamer, Atlas. I'm really enjoying this. This is, you know, it might not be pretty, but this is what League of Legends looks like.
I mean, it is pretty. Like, there was some pretty plays. There's been some big ones in this game. It's okay. Gumayushi Gonna get the ult out of Jude. That looked like that was a fear ultimate.
I want to remind you of the Owner Skarner top situation and also the bot lane dive where Owner also shows up and just kills 2 people for seemingly no reason.
Yeah, no, those things did happen. However, there were the positives. And one of the positives
Kingan's play
is
was hella clean.
Yeah, right? Like Kingan's play on the top side, and then Calyx getting the really cool like phase rush into Realm Warp flash plays just so that he could make sure that he got off that 1 Q that hit nothing. Oh, gorgeous.
I think what this game is arguing, really when you boil it down, is function over form. Or sorry, form over function, right? Like, because Gen G, for example, it's pure function. They are a methodical team.
It's like going to the ballet.
It's ballet versus German engineered cars.
Exactly.
You know, Gen G, they will never let you down. They're stable, they're well engineered. But this is art. Atlas.
Honestly, that actually makes Lehens make sense. Lehens is performance art.
It is!
He just is, as a person. That's all right. Siege is now on. Gideon possibly in trouble, but he has 1 billion hit points, so that might help him out. And T1 slowly but surely getting poked down. Remember, Nongshim's poke is kind of ridiculous. And then they can turn on a dime as well. Remember, Realm Warp and the Poppy can really skew these fights. It's kind of nuts.
Even Lehens?
Yeah.
There's a Braum. I like the angle from Doran here. Oh, he's found.
Yep, Kingan going to spot him out there, and I don't think he can walk into a full health. Jace?
The wave control for Nongshim is so crazy. With Lethality, Varus, and Rise?
Yeah, they can just walk back for 2 seconds to the wave, and it is just gone. Doran doing that on the bottom side of the map, though, as we can see here, so they might be able to get control at least at some point.
Maybe Calyx, yeah, item finished.
Oh god, that is the 2-item spike coming in for the Rise. I'm pretty sure his Seraph should be done as well. It's a Rise. There it is. Big spike now.
I don't know if T1 can really fight this, but that's Soul Point for Infernal Soul, Atlas!
At 23 minutes! T1, they're going to try and get over here. Doran gets into the pit. Owner, can you actually drive your way through and steal it? He cannot. And they just get rid of the Gwen. The culling does nothing, and Nongshim say thanks for the Soul Point. And it feels to me like Nongshim have locked back in again. It was a bit of happy gaming for a while there, but that was a great play.
What's really big is that T1's disengage is incredible, but their engage kind of sucks. It's just Skarner.
Yeah.
And there are...
Oh, what about engage Braum?
Yes, exactly. And there are 3 phase rushes, a Gate, a Realm Warp, and a Poppy on the enemy team.
Yeah.
So, really, the more... and we already kind of highlighted this. If the game state was a bit more even, and T1 were in a position where they were not pretty substantially behind as...
Oh dear. Well, Doran is going to try to make this one work. He flashes, but yeah, no, Kingan is just going to hit him with...
Doran, I'm trying to defend you, but that flash, I cannot. No can do.
No.
Maybe it might be an Otacon angle. Yeah, Kingan is flash, or TP. I think they should look towards that.
Unless they can go for some sort of fight, which, you know, 4 versus 5.
They are Nongshim, so that's probably what they'll do.
Yep, teleport comes in from Kingan, get him into the area, and it looks like it's either fight or Otacon, or both, or all of the above. There it is, the engage, the slam into the wall. Great knockups, though, coming through from this Braum. But Carrier, he can only do so much. Gumayushi finds the culling onto the side, and Gideon, he's just unkillable. I just don't know whether we're ever getting through this Poppy. Calyx was somewhere at that time.
He's not even building tanky. He went Sundered Sky first.
Whoa, it's a flash from King, and he's looking for another one. The flash comes out, the slow is cleansed, but you cannot cleanse death. And it's a solo kill for Kingin. 6, 2, and 5 on this Jace. He's 3K ahead. They pick up an Otacon, and Nongshim, it's once again looking like they have this one in the bag.
No. Yeah, it's just game.
It's just Baron.
It's just game, Atlas. That's what that was.
Huh.
Can't wait to see the discourse after this one.
I mean, Noodles, man. You know what,
by discourse, I'm referring to the post that the Nongshim social media manager is going to draw.
True, that's a good one.
Just you wait. This is, again, the only outcome with which Nongshim, this Kingan, man, because for me, Kingan was on the verge of dropping below Doran. I feel like his last couple of weeks really weren't that impressive. Doran had made a comeback.
Last week, Kingan.
Right now, my oh my. And this T1, biting off way more than they can chew. You're guaranteed down a member,
And you're just not allowed. You're not allowed to make that play.
You have to wait until they're.
Well, Kingen is going to go into 4 people and die. He, of course, didn't have very much choice there, as Calyx is splitting on the other side. Jiu's in the mid lane.
Oh, this is a great
might
trade.
look like a good pick for T1, but Nongshim are very happy with this. That's inner turret, outer turret for Hammerman. Hextech Hammerman.
I do like.
It felt good to say.
I
I just wanted
I like.
to say it again.
I like Hammerman. He is, as
He is
Calyx.
sometimes Gunman. This is Bookman, and Bookman is in a bit of trouble. Keeper's verdict, and it's in. The verdict is no more Gamushians.
I can't believe I just now realized how many judge jokes we could have been making all this time with Poppy. I feel like I haven't been doing that at all. That's such a wealth of
I know.
jokes that I've never tapped into.
Also, isn't Judge the name of that guy from that show who was played by Boromir? Not Boromir, the Rohan guy? Oh man, I don't have enough information in my brain to make this one work.
I can't help you with this one, Atlas.
Yeah,
Kingen.
it's my bad. I'll try and figure it out. Kingen was dead. Yeah.
It's a nice collapse. It's a death brush. Often means that there isn't really a lot going on the rest of the map, which there wasn't. And T1 is going to have to find a Hail Mary. I do want to draw your attention.
Judge Dredd. That's
oh,
what
yeah,
I was talking
Carl
about.
Urban.
Carl, yeah.
Yeah.
And I meant Irma. Why did I say Boromir? What is wrong with me? Sorry, Sean Bean.
That's why I was so confused. I'm
Yeah,
like, oh,
it doesn't
you're-
make any sense.
It's okay.
Sometimes our brains fade.
I again want to highlight, looking at the gold, T1 is behind. It's not unfightable, but it's more so what we have witnessed. The gameplay thus far from Nongshim just has been way better, and unless T1 get one of those classic T1 team fights where suddenly they're able to turn the game around, not unlike one of my other favorite legal games, Phoenix Wright, right? Turnabout T1.
I knew you were going to do it. I knew you were going to do it. Gideon goes in, but it was right as Ona was going in himself, and then he just looks a bit silly. Ona takes a fair bit of damage, but Nongshim are now on the run. I'd almost say it was kind of lucky, as now Doran is looking for even more. No, don't do it. You don't need to, as he flashes forward and just blast cones his way out. They need to deny this dragon. That's absolutely true. As Kingen is an absolute monster, but not if these shock blasts do not land. And Nongshim will not be able to challenge for that infernal dragon. T1 just bought themselves 5 minutes.
Is that Edgeworth's music I hear? Are we in a Phoenix Wright game?
Oh,
is this
no.
Ace Attorney? Turnabout T1?
Well, I don't know about that, because Kingen is going to come on over and Gumshoes is like,
okay, no.
Brother, that is not evidence.
And when Gumshoe's correcting, you know you really messed
exactly.
up. Faker was on a flank. Do they have the resources to really do anything here?
Oh.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I think they should get out. It's fine. You got the dragon. Well, we are not going out.
Gwen is not immune if he just dives in. However, she can just kill him. And so down goes Kingen. Calyx is now golden, but in an awkward spot. In comes Gideon. Might be able to get the punishment here onto Doran, but he's done a decent job. But look at this.
No!
It's the Bash Brothers. It's the tanks. And they're rushing towards them. That's going to be the kill on Agumiyushi. Faker comes over, though. He is now a person with damage. And Jiu is going to try and win the game alone here on the top side of the map. It's gotten silly. It's gotten silly very quickly, but I think that's probably good for T1, as it was looking very over.
Yeah, that calling, another red herring. Clearly, false evidence trying to throw us off the case of what is actually happening in this game.
Oh, no, stop it. Please, stop lawyering.
I don't know what's going on. What is happening? So, Kingen is able to get the sums of Guma. Faker was on the flank, and T1's like, you know what? We've hit our spikes. We're strong. They take a 3-man shockwave to the face.
We're not strong. We're not strong. Quick.
Okay, pretend to be fake. Pretend to be fake. Kingen goes in and just gets popped. Doran is actually doing crazy work in these team fights, by the way. Like his
and
damage.
Faker also, the Zhonya's timing.
Zhonya's timing was great. Just a little bit off the timing. Yeah, otherwise his Chaos Storm would have kept going, but wasn't quite there. That calling, I don't want to talk about it. Wouldn't have mattered.
I did miss that one.
Yeah, so did he. Let's be real. Wouldn't have mattered for the play. I think Gideon always kills him there because he is just simply too low. Stock taking. Drake went to T1. The game technically continues, and gold is a little bit more stabilized. Now, what does it mean? I don't know. But I just want to get a third game of this, Atlas. I'm just entertained to my core.
That is why we need T1 to win, so that we can just get more of whatever this is. Nongshim are doing that thing where T1 are out on the map and they've left their front door open. So they're going to go in and take their stuff. Well, we'll see whether they can, as Lance does get the interruption. That's beautiful onto Ona, as now Gideon just says goodbye to Doran. And Carrier there to defend, but now Ona and Faker are in so much trouble. The two-man Impale is gorgeous with the Arcane Storm layered on top, but Kingen is going to survive. The phase rush again, saving Nongshim. And they just lose the jungler. It is only Ona that goes down. That felt like it could have been way worse for T1, but it's still bad.
So Baron is up, but there are 2 teleports available. Both Doran and Faker can join at a moment's notice. Skooma.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Lethality Varus on 4 items. He hurts, but there is Doran now making his way in.
Yeah.
As is Faker. They got to get towards the... I don't think they can. I think they have to give it the Baron. It looks
I mean, last time they tried to do this, they all died. And the Baron still went, and the Otacon went at the same time. Like, I understand why they're just going to back away, and now Baron is picked up for Nongshim. There is a minute on the clock until the Infernal Soul as well. And you can see that Baron timer is feeling pretty good.
Calyx.
Their ability to lock that one down.
Calyx,
he's on a control ward. It's all right. Realm Warp just gets him out.
Didn't even have to flash. I didn't know it was possible.
He's pretty good at dancing in and out of the Realm Warp, isn't he?
So the attempted flank here from Doran and Faker doesn't quite work. Nongshim actually respond really well. We have Lahens and Gideon ensuring that there isn't really an easy target to go for. Obviously, Guma can't walk up by himself. Imagine if Doran is here, by the way. Imagine if Doran doesn't get knocked away. If he had Flash, he flashes the ult. Didn't have it, FYI, but if he did, you have the damage. The reset comes through. That might be the turn as Calyx.
Calyx is going to flash. That's a pretty high value one, but still he's going to get impaled. Does have the Seraphs, does go golden. The T1, it's only a matter of time. They just wait it out. They take down the Rise, but that's a 2-man investment into just 1 on the side of Nongshim. 20 seconds until the Infernal, as you indicate to me there, Chronicler, could be a big deal as Ona and Doran can both get back over here. And now Gio is in so much trouble, actually. Never mind.
He's
not able to close in on him.
But they're a member down. So Nongshim want to play it slow. T1 want to try and push. But they don't have vision control. So T1 are going to try and probably get Prio through mid, then rotate into the river. Calyx doesn't have TP as well. So they have about 40 seconds before Rise shows up. Their engage isn't great, but they got to force right now.
Yep, got to try and find something here as the hail of arrows comes down. Nongshim looking to get themselves out of here as Gideon will be able to secure.
Zoom on Scuttle.
Yeah, the crab. That's a good one. Chains of Corruption comes in here as if they kill Ona, that's a big deal, but the door goes up. Keeper's Verdict is going to make it an even fight as they take down the Jason. So much of the damage with the puppy. Oh my God, Gideon, you are so incredible. Doran goes gold and the culling is going to get cancelled. Another knock-up as Goomer is in. He's just dead. It's a triple here for Gio, and they are just going to go in, walk in the front door and win the game. And Calyx is like, guys, what happened?
Oh, look at the faces on Gio and Lahens. Gio living there actually ends up winning. That fight was on the verge of being lost. Doesn't even blow his cleanse, by the way. 1 auto away from getting hit by that Braum passive, from actually going down. And with this win, Nongshim secure the Legend group with a 2-0.
We have Noodles in the top half of the LCK. And they're going to be facing off against T1 a whole lot more in the coming weeks.
And Gio takes...
Dude, this is the power of Challenger.
That's Challengers, baby.
They both went to Challenger together, Gio and Lahens, and they lost.
Who would win? The greatest player of all time, 4 two-time world champions, multi-time LCK champions, or a bunch of Nuda boys with the powers of friendship. Oh, you're going to Challengers to practice, Gio? Don't worry. I'll come with you.
Yeah, you don't even need to win. And it's still going to be enough as this guy, an absolute monster. Kingen was so good today.
I gotta say, I think everyone on Nongshim played well. I mean, everyone at their moments.
It's Lahens. Lahens needs POM. If it's not Lahens, I'm going to be so mad.
You know who I went for?
Lahens.
No.
Oh, God. Calyx?
Kingen.
I know Kingen, like, the first play on the Jace was sick.
No, but like...
Lahens just won the series, man. He was so good. Both games, oh, God, he was just everywhere. Look at this man.
Oh, look at oh.
I'm not going to shoot you today. Today I'm happy. It's nice, guy Lehens. He's going for a different arc for this week.
Really, outside of Calix, who I think was serviceable but wasn't really a highlight, I think you can make an argument for any player.
Yeah,
if it ends up being Gio,
I mean, he didn't die once on the Varus in the last game.
His Varus was actually crazy. Like his spacing in the fights. I can't wait to see who it'll be. What an exciting turn of events here, Atlas. Nongshim.
You say exciting. Exciting is a poignant word, given the fact that one of DK or KT are now not going to make it into the Legend group.
Yeah. I think obviously we need to check the rules and whatnot when it comes to the tiebreakers, when it comes to what ends up happening. But assuming that KT beat DRX tomorrow, as they are expected to, which is a dangerous thing to say, but let's be real, and DK beat both DNF, which makes sense, and this superpowered Nongshim, which I think after this is a lot harder of a task. I'm going to be wondering,
I hope we do an ultra slow-mo on this play. Because he makes sure that Doran just gets the snip step off, and
I'm looking back again. You know what, Doran? Never mind. You should have just left. Owner made the misplay initially, but Doran really doubled down. And that's the story for me for T1 today. Someone misplays, and we double, triple, quadruple down. And when you're in good form as T1, you can get away with that. But when you're playing poorly, these are the moments, by the way, where I'm like...
Oh, Gideon. Oh, Kingen. These guys, like... I had Gideon on the brain because I was thinking, wait, maybe it's a Gideon.
No, it might.
Because this guy's Poppy was so good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's nice. You can really go.
Yeah.
Even maybe it's Gio. Like I don't know. I
still think that if they're all playing really well, just give it to Lehens.
It's the barrel.
Give it
the barrel
man.
wall.
Give it to the man that provides the vibes. Know what I'm saying? But this fight felt to me like Nongshim were on the ropes. Remember, this is without Calix. He was dead. And the Keeper's Verdict did make the fight a little bit more even. But then Gideon denies anyone any way back in, and then the double blast cone to get them back in the action. That's one that even Valdez would be happy with. That was an engage cone or a re-engage cone. And look at these huge smiles as Calix is feeling a little hard on himself, I think. Wasn't necessarily the best performer on the day. But Kingen just looks like it's another day at the office. And just gas the rest of his team up. Calix, thanks everyone. And look, this team, so incredibly fun to watch, but it's the same thing that happened last time around, but perhaps a little worse. For T1, right? It's lose to Humble Life Esports and then also lose to Nongshim when you're not necessarily supposed to do that.
So they lost to Humble Life.
And also Lehens just asked whether they secured Legend Group, and the rest of the team was like, yes.
It's
and then also Lehens said TK's so done.
Which realistically I think is the most likely, given how the
Lehens robbed.
I really could have said anyone but Calix.
No, Lehens robbed. He was the guy. 2 level 1s? 2 level 1s? Both games? Robbed. I think it's fine though. Kingen did play the outplay on the top lane really well.
Well, also his mid, he solo boloed like 4 people this game.
I know, but he was already, he killed Doran 7 times.
Really?
And then was unleashed onto the map.
like 3 times as well.
Yeah, I know. He already had so much more money than everyone else on the map.
You just love Lehens, Atlas, just admit it!
I do, and it's time to have a chat with Kingen though, so let's throw it over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Kingen on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Wow, you guys really stepped up your performance, and you have secured group legend. How do you feel? Well, to be really honest, the next match, we were expecting that our next match after today against D plus Kia would actually determine who goes to join Group Legend. But I'm just really glad that we're able to secure it today. And in Game 1, the laning phase for Rumble felt rough. but you had some insane bursts in every team fight. So how are you able to get through the tough early phase?
라인전 단계에서 오른 Q 심리전
You know, from the laning phase, I think I lost in every mind game with the Ornn Q. So early game was actually really hard, but I think I was trying to push through with the mindset that I can win and do a lot more during the team fight. And in game 2, from the start, we saw you focus down the Gwen. So let's take a look at the replay. So in this moment, we heard the voice comms. And this is an advantage.
근데 너 그냥 나한테 안 빨리고 너 이득 볼래 그냥?
Just take what you need to take from your jungle. I think I can zone them. So in this moment, what led to making that call?
1, 2렙 때 제가 원했던 라인전
So in level 1 and 2, I think I was. It wasn't actually a really good, I guess, matchup. How it's played out in the early. But I think because we didn't expect the enemy to play Skarner, but I felt like as long as the enemy had played with a calm, composed mindset, I think it would have been better for them, but I think the way they tried to force it actually gave me the edge in the end. So you continue to pressure top afterwards. So was this just all a part of the game plan? You know, our strategy based on our draft was that we really needed to win through top. And I think our Poppy's job was really just to try to aid the Rise and Jace. And so with Jace's solid performance, the game was going pretty smoothly and the enemy kept targeting Rise. So what was your answer to deal with this? So I think as you notice one side, I guess one lane die, we had to make sure that we capitalize off of that and then put more pressure in the other lanes, but we weren't able to actually execute that too well. And with your performance being so phenomenal, Caster John actually promoted you from being big boss to CEO. So how does it feel to become the CEO? You know, it's such an honor. But I hope that I can actually live up to that title. So hopefully in the next match, I can actually show up as the true CEO. And as you know, Lee Hans gave up on his vacation to play for CL with Jiwoo. And it's not a very easy decision for a veteran to make. So what are your thoughts? You know, because a player like him exists, I think it actually does help a lot to get yourself into a better mindset in the pro scene. So I think it's very, very helpful. It's very honorable for him. And Nongshim has officially joined Group Legend, and now either D plus Kia and KT can join Group Legend. And your last opponent will be D plus Kia, which will be the 90th LCK match. The final match of round 2. So any predictions? You know, aside from Group Legends and Group Rise, I think Nongshim has the responsibility to show and display great performance. So given the circumstance, you know, whether it actually determines the outcome for any certain team, I think our focus will be to remain and maintain our performance. And would you like to say anything to your fans? And thank you so much for all your support. And we want to make sure that we can continue our win against D plus Kia. And so that we can actually ensure that our fans can cheer for us with so much more hope. And we will keep working hard to make sure that it is worth it to cheer for our team. And that's the end of the interview with Kingen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, for that awesome translation, as always. Also, congratulations to Lehens, who is 9 years after his debut. What a career so far. Also getting the win tonight over T1, a very dominant win, 2-0 this time around. What was the difference maker for Nongshim today?
I think Jiu was in really good form. I think since coming back from challenges, he's been having great performances. I think Kingen, understandably was POM. He's been on form. We saw him have fantastic form in LCK Cup. Been at times a little hit or miss during the round 1 and 2, but this is the form you want to sort of be coming into as we're going towards the road to MSI qualifiers.
And I think we have to acknowledge that while it was a pretty big glow up for Jiu and for Nongshim as a whole, to me, I walk away from this series feeling like T1 lost this series more than Nongshim won it. Doubling down on so many of these fights that were 100% lost, that looked like there was no clear angle to get back into them, but T1 tried to hard force. And it's a game I think that T1 fans will be disappointed in and will rightfully be a little bit frustrated with. But they're still in a good spot in the standings, obviously, but need to tighten up the play a lot here.
Yeah, they definitely have to. Speaking of form, the predictions not in good form. The LCK crew, once again, looking very silly. And we don't even have Wadid to save us this time. Nobody got this one right.
Yeah, I mean, some of us, it happens. It's cool to have an upset on the day, and that makes it more exciting. Some people definitely will be a bit upset about this. Don't want to mention any names.
I was saying I thought T1 was going to beat Hanwha. I felt fairly confident about that. So, of course, I thought they would beat Nongshim, but kind of not having their best week here towards the end of the second round.
Yeah, not the best timing. Let's take a look at the POV, or the POM vote. As it is 12 out of 13, we did have one media guy, Right Media, trying to be based, but at the end of the day, he was just alone.
Honestly, I don't think it's a bad vote. I think it makes sense that Kingen gets it, but I think Jiu had a really good series. I think both games, the Xayah game, there was that one flub in that team fight. Other than that, it was really clean. And yes, Kingen played really well, but he also had some moments he was getting caught out. So I think that it was really consistent play from Jiu. I don't think it's a bad vote. I know we do like to clown a media, but I'm willing to defend media on this one.
Yeah, I feel like you could have voted reasonably. You could have an argument for pretty much anyone except Calyx in this series, sadly for Calyx, but good series for Gideon, good series for Lehens. Geo obviously with massive improvement, so surprised actually it was nearly unanimous.
Yeah.
I don't see Atlas's vote here for Lehens. Must be a mistake. Maybe next time. Let's talk about the POM comments.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kingen's just such a good carry player. I think a little bit crazy. You've got to be, I think. But just some of the plays he was making, that play when he was getting dove by Ona and Darren was just so good. But even the game 1, the Rumble performance, the massive equalizer, the turnaround point where he's just carrying those fights. This is the Kingen I want to see. This is the Kingen that is a world champion.
Yeah, I thought Kingen was palm-worthy. There was a game that I played growing up that a lot of you guys might not be familiar with red and black squares and red and black pieces. And if you cross the board to the very end, it was commonplace when kids were playing it to say "King me," because then you get a king and then you could move backwards. I think Kingen was, deserved to be kinged and given POM.
So this what console was this game on?
It was a board game. I thought as a board game enthusiast here, you would be familiar.
Hey, we'll have Chronicle on the desk.
It wasn't a Commodore 64 game. It wasn't a PS1 game, all right?
Yeah, well,
N64?
I used to actually play checkers at Cracker Barrel, so I do know what you're talking about, us unks here on the desk. King and vote here from Chronicler. I don't even need Challengers practice to beat you. Doran also didn't have Challengers practice, so yes. I'm not really sure what he's going for here. Jiu did get Challengers practice, so maybe that's why.
Chronicler taking an excuse to mention Challengers.
Yeah, he just wanted to say Challengers. I don't know. Today is the big day, the day we rise to Group Legends, to the Legends group. And yeah.
It wouldn't work the other way around. You couldn't say the day we legend to Group Rise. So it's good it was this way.
Could say, though, the big day, the day we rise to Group Legend is today.
You could say that, yeah. Win today and we make Group Legends. I'm locked in for the big game. That's interesting. I didn't know Prince was playing a big game soon. You guys know which game he's talking about?
The perspective of Kingen.
Oh.
Keep up.
Yeah. He was very locked in.
Hup, heave, let's go, boom. There's nothing Kingen can't lift.
I feel like this is a reference, but I'm trying to figure out what.
Sounds like Braum? I don't know.
It sounds like a cartoon character lifting objects.
A record-breaking peak performance. Listing Kingen Inc. I'm buying every share.
I'd invest now, to be honest, really quick.
Now's a good time.
Buy high, sell low. That's what I always say.
Yeah. Now that he's like up towards the top of his performance right now, the perfect time to buy high and sell later on when they're in the Legend group against Gen G and Humalife Esports and other strong teams. Let's talk about this game a little bit because Highlight 1 was Doran just kind of getting bullied here. And we can go into that Highlight 1 right now and talk about Doran and his struggles in this game, which started at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, this one was a very aggressive play by Nongshim. It's a bit unfortunate. I mean, Lahens with the flash commit early on in the wraparound. This was clearly planned and well executed. You can't really fault Doran too much for this, getting caught out in this situation. And to be honest, an early kill like this isn't that influential, right? It's not worth as much gold early on.
This one, though, I mean, this one's partially on Owner, who doesn't look for the flash play, gets booped away. And then here we were yelling at the TV, like, don't do it, don't try it, don't you dare attack him. Kingen has flash, he outplays him here. Doran takes the extra turret shot, he dies here. And this is where the woes really start. We were like, oh no. And then, of course, right after this, Doran goes back to his lane, and then Owner's on the other side of the jungle. And, yeah, he just gets bullied.
Yeah, this is one of these ones where the first one, I can't put too much fault. The second one, I definitely can. And the third is kind of a consequence of the second and the backfire that came from it. Really unfortunate, you know, and it put him in such a hole in that game. It really put Kingen far ahead. And as a pick like a Gwen, you really don't want to be 0. He was 0-4 before 6 minutes. That is, we didn't even show the 4th death. But yeah, it was a rough game. And I think it was good moves from Nongshim to target him. And also Kingen just playing a fantastic game on the Jace.
Yeah, and the whole team as well. You know, identifying the weak spot. He was already behind. They were able to really punish him for that early game. So good stuff from the side of Nongshim. Let's take a look at the standings now and get that little sticker next to Nongshim as they enter the Legend group.
So KT and D+, you know, D+ have to beat Nongshim that just beat T1. And KT won a game yesterday against Gen G, so that's good for their form. They are 9-8, so they have that whole extra win. D+ just might not be in the Legend group, which is what I predicted. I think a few others were on the same page with me, but I think most were surprised to see D+'s fall. And they need to get that upset win against Nongshim, frankly.
Yeah, and as well, obviously KT have that extra series win, but they both have 0 game score. So if D+ do win, they will pull ahead in game score. So there's still chances for them, but it really comes down to these last few series, and it's going to have such a different view for the rest of your season, whether you're on that Legend or Rise group.
Well, if you're curious about D+ Kia, they will be going up against DNF, the team that has only beaten one team, which is actually Nongshim. So we'll see if they can do the same here against D+ Kia, but we'll see that match after the break. Stay tuned.
트루스터 어디까지 올라갈 거냐? 낮은 곳에서부터 올라가는 게 더 재밌을 수 있어요. 어엿한 서브팀으로서의 그 안정감을 갖춰나가고 있습니다.
DNX가 저게 확정됐다고 해서 져도 되는 건 없잖아요.
그러니까 이 선수들의 고점만 터져준다면 약한 팀이 없다 이런 얘기도 나오고 있거든요.
갈 길이 바쁜 두 팀 간의 대결이고요. 1승의 값어치가 정말 크다는 얘기겠죠?
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
The dive coming in, and Yukal in a lot of trouble. He's taking damage, goes golden, but Canyon is in the back line, Keen's in the back line, and they're just tipping away at these front lines. Canyon is going to be taken out finally, but look at the health bars of DRX. Ruler Obi finally gets here, and now the real damage will be coming through as Fudge incredibly tanky, but he's looking for lanes again. He's getting the jump offs as the explosion should go off and kill Rich. There it is, and he takes down Hondo, and that is exactly the fight that Denji were looking for.
Parker kills no Penta. I know Ruler's gonna complain about that one.
Okay, the train comes out of the station, but unfortunately the tracks went straight to the wall for some reason. Charmy's going to connect on to Showmaker, but he's in relative safety at the moment. That is going to be the Drake secured by Lucid, as now Polo's in a bit of trouble, and once again, he was trying to do battle right in amongst it. And there goes the Impale, it goes wide. The Magnus Storm is decent, but so is the AoE from DK, and it's a triple for aiming. Hype is now in the back of this pit. She is surviving for so incredibly long. As the charm comes out, the Arc Blaze comes on in, and the Gromp is going to kill aiming. DNF's got to get in somehow. He was in the Shroud, and they're not exactly able to zone him away. I think he can just dash in on that, and yeah, he goes in, but they immediately turn on the Peanut, and it will be the Otacon over to the side of Gen Z. Now a big sweep on the Zeus, and the damage from the soldiers is gigantic. Right next to that wall, as Canyon gets away somehow. At the end of it all, he does it again. Toby goes down. Toby picks that ankle, as yeah, they're going to try to block for him. The Quadra comes through, and Toby comes in and picks up the Penta kill. Another Penta. I'm slowly starting to come around though. Yeah, beginning to lead. Here we go again. They are going to find the one guy that they are looking for, that is Bulldog, and he gets feared right at the very end. As Carry it doesn't quite matter though, as Berserker, the last auto from Faker, gets him down. That is the Crocodile going down, but another Raptor is going to fall, and it's Stockton to collect that kill, and now they're trying to burst this one down. They might be able to do so, but the culling comes through. Diablo looking to try and knock them down. Sobro happy to get out of the fight, and now Peter down to 100. The scatter is once again phenomenal, and KT just have that little bit more left in the tank. B&K will be cut down.
말을 깨다 못해 상대방을 부셨습니다. 에 배치하자니 이니시를 해야 되는데 두면은 뭔가 조합의 그 색깔이 옅어지는 거고요. 예. 그런 부분에서 지금 BNK가 인원 배치에 되게 어려움을 겪고 있어요.
치열한 전투 1대2. 오, 이겨낼 수 있어요? 버틸 수 있어요?
아니
한 명을 잡아요? 잡아냅니다! 그리고 생존 뒤로
웃으면서 죽었어요.
해냈거든요.
네, 내가 굴 챔피언이다.
Come on, get him! There he is.
Hey.
He's like, I'm fit. I only wanted to kill your brother.
이 없긴 한데.
이걸 걸렸어?
무빙이 트립을 잡고.
아니 그럼 빙각이야. 에이밍요. 아니 하려면 트리플 게임들이 잡아라. 에이밍 하이프. 한번 더. 잠시만요. 고마워요 독거비군. 독거비가 물어떴습니다. 야생의 독거비. 오늘은 자연의 힘도 오케이 불현중으로 다가갔네요. 대자연의 기운. 이게 대기하고 있는 초토. 잡아냈어요. 이러면 어때요?
요리 꿀 봐라.
카메라 보고 편하게 말씀해 주시면 되고
네.
그 친해지는 과정에서
네.
루안이 형, 주현이 형 최근에 좀 그랬던 에피소드가 있나요? 루안이 형의 장난을 받아주는 좀 가나 모건 선수가
네. 네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
대학원인데요. 혹시 진짜 게 있으신가요?
언제 습관이요?
인터뷰할 때 습관.
인터뷰할 때 습관이요? 아니, 저는 잘 모르긴 하는데.
입으로 이렇게 소리 내시더라고요.
네.
있었어요?
이게 그냥 평상시 말할 때도 살짝 습관 같은 거라 제가 입술이 좀 자주 말라가지고 주변 지인들은 모르는데 제가 이제 한 번씩 개인 방송 같은 걸 하면 이제 팬분들이 한 번씩 그런다고 알려주시긴 하더라고요. 뭔가 딱히 좋은 습관은 아닌 것 같은데 이게 고칠 수 있으면 잘 고쳐봐야 되지 않을까 싶습니다.
화이팅!
DNFX 화이팅! DNFX 화이팅! DNFX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. As the sun sets on this beautiful Friday evening, it is time for us to head towards a series that could mean a lot for one team still vying for a position in the Legend Group. And it also has the potential to be one of the funniest outcomes that we have had. Because
maybe ever.
Like, honestly, like, if this happens, right? And let's go through the scenario that is required. And that is DK get 2-0'd by DNF and still just don't make it in. Like, it just, like, and then manage to beat Nongshim immediately afterwards. Like, smash them, right? Like, DK demonstrate that they're just better than Nongshim, but then they're already out of the running.
So who's this funny for exactly? Because I don't really find this funny at all, Atlas.
Well, I mean, I'm a DK fan as well. I don't require them to be in the Legend Group. And I think that it's a cunning ploy that they have to make sure they keep the vibes as good as possible by chilling right here, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, Orcs came up with this. It is the warm colors rule. The warm colors rule dictates that all of these, from the hues of yellow to red, they're the teams that are in our Legend Group. And it's looking like that might just be the case.
That's the state of the LCK at the moment. We're doing color theory. That's
honestly,
that's how we're rating.
When this is exactly what the groups look like, come back to me and talk again.
We have compared teams to roller coasters and to a bunch of other things. So I mean, think
KT did do that to themselves.
Yeah, well, that is true. And then we're never going to let it go. As there are just so many layers to this. The fact that the only reason that DK, I still think, is in a good position where they have their own fate in their hands is because they beat Hanwha Life. That did happen.
Yeah, it did.
Which still feels weird given everything that we saw this week. But if DK win today and win against Nongshim in any capacity, I think they guarantee at least a tiebreaker or get close to one. More importantly, if they win today 2-0 and they win in any capacity against Nongshim, they're always in.
Yep.
Because KT, even if they end up winning tomorrow, will never be able to get more than a +2 game score. And for DNF, we are pulling out the classic. They are playing spoiler. And man, how funny would it be if Pioshik is the one that cost Barrel a spot in his group? Little rascal that he is.
It would be very, very cute. I'm not sure whether it's going to be today. This is the rough
Barrel,
part.
you stay here with me. You're not going anywhere.
Dragging it down. Oh, God.
Right?
It could actually, it could, like, I mean, maybe that's the timeline. Maybe that's what we're looking for. I did see aiming huge yawn before he makes his way out into Lol Park here today. Some fist bumps are going to ensue as both of the teams to march towards their destiny. Of course, DNFs have been locked in for quite some time now. They are well and truly towards the bottom end of the Rise Group. Remember, bottom end of the Rise Group is a very scary place to be. We're going to be saying goodbye to two of those teams towards the end of the season after MSI.
I think it's just the one, and then the rest are in play-ins.
No. It's one team goes to play-ins at the bottom of the Legend Group, and we lose two from the bottom of the Rise Group. It's even worse.
Oh God.
Yeah,
that's scary, Atlas.
It is very scary. And right now, heads are on the chopping block here for DNF. They're going to need to turn around their performance. And what better time to do it than when they can smell the desperation from Chronicler, as he desperately
I thought you were going to say DK.
Well, I mean, that's what it's for. But there is desperation in this room, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's desperation keepers versus, I don't know.
Yeah. And these are some sad stats. On the side of Showmaker, he has not really had a very good season. And these are just the round 2 stats. If you included round 1, I don't know whether it would be looking much better.
I think it would, and it would also be way worse for Bulldog. Bulldog, another person that really benefited from the get sent down to challengers and come back way better. Want to remind everyone, GON Lands lost to BNKCL. They just beat T1 2-0. That happened, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking. There's a challenger player on my screen right now, Atlas. So we'll see. Bulldog also did this training there very recently.
And Berserker came from there, but then he went to NA, and I think that kind of canceled it out.
Oh,
so Berserker needs to go back.
Yes, for a little bit.
He needs to redo his tenure. He needs to like re-verify his card. You know, it's like getting a new passport.
It's a license.
Yeah, it's a license.
I know you have to.
Renew his license. I don't know how my brain didn't put that in my head, but it didn't. But he definitely does need to do that, I think. But he is well and truly fresh, and Lucid as well. Fresh off like MVP a couple of years ago of the entirety of the league. Lucid kind of built the Challenger League in that year. It was kind of absurd. There is my favorite player of all time. Beryl, we'll see whether he's going to be locked in today. Like, sometimes Beryl plays, and you don't really feel like Beryl's there.
I think you're a more pure fan of DK than I am. Because I feel like with you, you truly don't care. And I still, I will be a fan regardless, but I still care a little bit.
My favorite teams are DK, KT, and Bro. So, like...
You were also a big fan of DRX in 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think this is an Australian thing as well. We do tend to have like a affinity for the underdog. Oftentimes, if a team is just really good, unless it's like this is my read type thing.
You're the epitome of I see Gen G, I sleep.
Yeah.
I'm looking at KT going 50-50 in a split.
That's what
you live for.
That's the real stuff right there. Let's dive into the draft. This is going to give us a taste of what we're in for here today.
On paper.
It could be weird, man.
DK's on blue side.
This should be the easiest 2-0 of all time.
Just saying that.
I know!
It fills you with goosebumps. As the Xin Zhao Prao has actually dropped pretty sharp, so it's interesting to see that the ban priority remains in place.
I like this.
like B1 Skarner, they're not. They're going to be on Rumble instead, but...
I mean, B1 Skarner would be an out there situation.
It's DK,
Do they just
man.
ban Nefiri? Is it Nefiri as well? Do you just get... Yeah, there it is. So you just ban a whole bunch of junglers. What I was going to say is I kind of like when you see the Xin Zhao ban that you like snap ban the Pantheon. Because I feel like these have been traded many times and they tend to nullify. As soon as you get rid of one of them, though, you get rid of the other. That does make some sense.
Gwen over Rumble?
Yeah, Xiu on Gwen. Have we seen this? Like, even be allowed? When was the last time this was allowed? He's played 5 games with Gwen, so never mind. It's been allowed quite a few times. And he's lost one of those games.
And DK has done a good amount of losing. And Xiu on a carry. It's always something we're going to be happy to see. This team has, I think, performed the best when that top side is performing. And Showmaker has kind of been the least reliable of those. I do think we had a period where Lucid and Xiu were playing really tilted. It get a little bit better as the Azir is definitely going to get locked in. Azir
it's
Rumble?
Azir Skarner, isn't it? Or something like that.
I mean, I like
Azir Garrett.
I like the Poppy. Yeah, I was about to say. I feel like that's kind of a no-brainer. Good into the Gwen already. Now, there are a lot of junglers you can pick that I think deal with the Poppy decently well, right? You don't really need to opt into it too much, but you can still flex, so see what Lucid ends up prioritizing here. Might just be Skarner, and then Showmaker ends up picking what?
Rise.
Yeah.
The most boring is the
Skarner Rise.
Yeah. It's probably what
about the, like, Akali or Sylas would be more fun, but then Lucid is going to play a carry.
Unless they just lock in, like, Varus Nico.
Because normally you'd be like, what if you pick Lee Ari, your DK? But there's a Poppy on the enemy team. I really don't think that that's what you should be looking towards.
Yep.
Sejuani, that's, I think, warranted.
Sejuani, like, Yone or Akali or something like that. That'd be fun.
So, the issue with this is that, of course, Showmaker's Yone is famous, but not in a good way. I would say infamous or notorious is better phrasing.
Yeah. He is 100% win rate on the champion.
I know, but we both know Atlas.
Stats don't lie.
Well, how many games is that? Atlas, how many games?
Don't question my sample sizes.
I can see from
Wow!
I can see from here it's one. It was one game.
That's so... You're checking my notes. That's so unfair.
I could have done this myself.
The stat was real, okay? until you nullified it by talking about the sample size.
I just want to see you locked into a room with statistician for an hour and just see what happens.
The statistician would walk out very, very upset.
I know, that's
any amount of time.
I
later.
know. Oh, you know, you have those like 1 versus 20 videos, 1 Atlas versus 20 statisticians. You'd clear all of them.
Oh, 100. Like, you'd need. I don't even know what the stats would be as far as how many statisticians you'd require. In fact, maybe it's an infinite amount of statisticians. Maybe I'm immune to statistics, you know?
You just...
Yeah.
Slides off, it doesn't bother you.
Yeah, it's like how many psychics does it take to kill a dark Pokemon?
I don't know.
Infinite, because they're immune to psychic.
Oh, there you go. I didn't know that, but now I do.
There you go.
And Bessa locked in does make sense. It's both a pick away from Shiyu, who has really favored the pick, and I think is one of the few that is consistently winning on it. And Dudu also had a pretty big performance, even though he didn't end up winning. I think it was against T1 that he kind of popped off. Well, Lady Carry Bands, both DMF and Ezreal have been aiming's most 2 favored champions. His MF in particular is one of the few MFs that makes us kind of believe in a champion. It might just be Zeri Lulu.
It's going to be a Beryl Braum. I think you have to deny the Lucian Braum.
So go like Varus Braum, maybe?
Yeah, I think Varus Braum sounds fine.
Varus Braum sounds
Braum
pretty good.
Could also be okay. Senna Braum?
Senna Braum does not sound good.
That does sound bad, doesn't it?
You know, like Senna Nico?
What's the anti-Braum? Any range champion, right?
Any range champion, yeah. Well, that's why I said Nico.
I think Barrel's just going to play Braum.
I wouldn't hate
He's just going to play Braum.
Yeah.
That is sort of the thing that we're expecting. You know what? I'm going to up the ante, Chronicler.
Okay.
We're looking at all-time stats for Showmaker's Yone. Let's bring that one out and see how you like that. 67%. And no, it's not 3 games. I know when you'd see the 66.7, that's when you're thinking that it's probably 3 games. No, it's 12 games, okay?
Okay. Atlas.
Yeah?
Where would you rate Showmaker's Yone?
Oh, really low.
Why are you trying to prove that? Doesn't matter. So
Stats, baby.
I really like the DK draft here. I think that the Senna Braum as a lane is obviously a little underwhelming. But when we look at the rest of this, you have a really strong brawling topside core. I think DK, when they look good, generally rely on that. Aiming on a 80 carry without any escapes previously really would have worried us, but I think recently he's been solid again. The MF kind of has a lot of similarities in where you can be, the movement speed, and the value you get from that. You have good engage, good disengage, and Braum Sejuani is a combo that we've seen countless times. For DNF, I do think that the scaling of the composition is pretty good, but their laning phase really has been their strongest point. It's where they've gotten a decent amount of leads. It's everything after that.
Yeah.
Where things really get kind of rough. As there, I saw signs that never give up. The fans are always cheering for you. Love that. That's the right energy.
Exactly. And these are my people, right? You know, the fans of the underdog, the ones wanting to be here when the DNF turnaround begins. All they need to do is find that U-turn lane, you know? This is the DN Automotive Freaks, okay? Just need to make sure that they can get into that lane, get things turned around, and be going in the right direction. Right now, certainly driving the wrong way on the highway. Let's see how it works out here, though. D+, decent composition into the DN Freaks. Get into game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for game number 1, DK versus DNF. And that Yone skin, by the way, doesn't it look so much like, what was the Mr. Saiyaman Gohan after the Cell Saga, moving into Majin Buu? He's like, just has like this weird like Superman, like superhero persona.
Dragon Ball Z.
Does kind of look a little bit like, I think it's Super Saiyaman. I think that's what he's called. Doesn't it?
Well,
you don't know it? Yeah.
I don't know.
It's either that or Scyther.
미니언들이
One of the two. Skin is dope. That's all I meant. Really.
That's really the main message that we want to get across.
Yeah. I need Twitch chat to save me.
I don't want to do the same thing, Atlas, where I ask how many people do you think I've seen. I feel like that joke has been overplayed. And
the
I know
great Saiyaman, that's the guy.
And I know we do the thing where then we just keep making the joke until it's funny again, but I think we need to let it lie for a little longer.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I really appreciate you backing me up. I've got a few things wrong today. It hasn't been a very good day. As look at this face-off. Like they're playing
double
tennis.
unsealed spellbook, by the way. Both Life and Barrel, big enjoyers.
And
But Barrel, I'm not surprised. Life?
Well, actually, I mean, Life is a bit of a chef, man. We know this.
That's true.
So I think it makes a whole lot of sense. And pretty happy to be a little unshackled.
Also, the poppy value in this game is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Jax, or Pioshik rather, just hasn't had the best performances pretty consistently. And hopefully he can...
Oh, what's the win rate? Like in percentage there for Showmaker on the Yone combo. Can you translate that for me?
That's 100%.
There we go.
Yeah.
I want no more information. In fact, more information would make it worse. As Bulldog not doing super well on the Azir so far this season, but the one win, they don't have too many champions with that one. And in fact, Azir on a bit of a losing streak. Kind of interesting. I feel like a lot of teams have been forcing this in positions where teams have said, we don't need to worry about the Azir because we've done our homework, right? We've banned away the Talia. We've got ourselves into a position in the draft where we're okay to give it up. I don't think that means necessarily the Azir isn't strong. So see how DNF are going to pilot it this time around. Beryl puts up the door. Aiming, I'm remembering a few pretty decent Senna games in his past. Probably
was there not also a
KT.
Barrel game where Barrel played Cho'Gath and just didn't know what the champion did?
Not this season. Yeah, not this year. I'm talking about like 2 years ago. Yeah, don't remind me of that. That game was terrible.
I remember because I was so excited to see Cho'Gath and then that evaporated very quickly.
This year, have 3 members of DK played Cho'Gath and no one else in the LCK has played Cho'Gath?
Might be.
I think Shiu, Showmaker, and Beryl have all played it. And Aiming have all played it.
Beryl was LCK Cup, right? And then the other 2 were more recent.
No. I think, was it Aiming or Beryl that played it in the center?
Don't remember.
I don't know. The bottom lane, we had bottom lane Cho'Gath, and I think that was in the LCK, unfortunately. And we had the mid lane, like, super fast Cho'Gath in
Angle. This is spotted, but Lucid does have a small window here.
And Dudu desperately wants to stick around in this lane. They do manage to get the charge in as there's the permafrost. They get him in position, and they look to take him down. Berserker able to answer immediately, though, as the very swift swap into the top lane is going to get the Lucian at least an answer back, but still DK with first blood going to be feeling good.
Yeah, I think you take that. The only downside for DK is that there is no opportunity to deny the wave. Also, Dudu is going to have to invest his TP, and with that crash, I'm pretty sure that Shiu won't have to. But you're still getting first blood, and you're still denying a good amount of CS to Dudu and generating a summoner spell advantage. Lucid just ensuring with the flash that he can get the autos off. Does then end up going down. I think this swap a little bit earlier than DK was expecting, otherwise might have gone a little bit earlier. So we do get the confirmation that it was in fact played 3 times. It's 1 and 2, and it was all DK.
All DK, and all different players.
So was Showmakers then the...
Yeah, Showmakers was the super fast.
The one that won.
Yeah, and they... it might have been. It was not the...
Oh, no, because he lost.
They all lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember so the Barrel one, he was just not good at it. And then the Showmaker one...
Also, they were playing Senna like a year too late. Or maybe 2 years too late.
It was weird,
not
yeah.
it.
And then Shiu's, I think, was good, but Shiu not on the carry just made us go...
Yeah.
I think DK played around it too well. We'll see how much he's able to
That was last Saturday, I'm pretty sure.
It was, yeah.
Maybe they have like a monthly quota of Cho'Gaths that they need to get in. Is there like a Cho'Gath sponsorship that DK have?
Not as far as I'm aware, but you could be onto something there, right?
That might be the thing. Maybe they're sponsored by the Void. Maybe they could just have another Showmaker Kassadin game. I think that'd be better than Cho'Gath at this point in time. Showmaker loves
I'm like, what is the last Kassadin that I saw was Chovy in Game 4 against FlyQuest.
Yeah, true.
That was a crazy Kassadin performance, by the way.
Yeah, that champion
that was
is
really
still
good.
ridiculous.
It's really when you pick it.
Yeah, if you pick it in the right Kassadin
you're just
spot,
like, oh god.
Yeah.
Bulldog's laning phase has really gone up, man. Like, again, we joke about challengers, but it is...
Oh, Crashdown comes in. Beryl is just going to walk towards Berserker, challenging the strength of his door. And it works relatively well. We get a shove in here as Lucid towards the Dragon. We got to teleport back towards this bottom side.
Cute.
And she was just going to help out with the Drake as he makes his way down here. Very cute. In fact,
I don't think he really has to... Doesn't have to fully commit to it, but this is the teleport event we were talking about. Does mean that the top side, Pioshik looking for a punish, and they will be able to deny about a wave here.
yeah,
That's big.
bit frustrating.
Showmaker maybe going to hover towards top side, but it looks like we're just going to go for the full base, except that wave is gone.
Yeah, Lucid is going to be able to take the Dragon before these grubs spawn. Still a minute before they are up. So might get some time to reaffirm
it's not a
control
cannon
of
wave
the top
either.
side.
So Aiming's going to miss, what, like 2-3 more minions?
But I mean, it is like the classic Twitch chat thing, like Senna CS, kick W, right?
I know you're memeing, but just in case anyone is that watching is not, Senna does actually farm in this iteration because they buffed specifically AD carry Senna, which is why aiming isn't. I know you know, but like...
I still think it was always the funniest thing.
I love that meme because I know that like 80% of people that spam that did actually know, but we're just memeing. And then 20% of people were like, what is happening in my pro game?
It's very funny because it's one of those things that went from funny to annoying to funny again about 800 times.
So like Augs.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
It's like doubling down. It's exactly that moment in Family Guy. Do you remember that moment where Peter... Okay, never mind. We got a bit of an engage towards the mid lane here as Bulldog is going to get taken down to half health. And a flash forward here from Life gets aiming splash immediately. Pioshik a little bit late on the play. And DK able to get a fair bit back. So as to what I was saying, Peter Griffin falls over in front of his house. And, okay, we're going to get interrupted again. Pioshik, Permafrost does come in. He gets into the brush. Dawning Shadow in the kitchen sink thrown at him. And over the wall goes the Yone. And Pioshik will get taken down here. It's Showmaker with his 100% win rate. Yone looking for another victory as she thrown some needles towards Dudu here on this bottom side. As Berserker going to get exhausted. He's a bit tired, but I think we're out of fighting.
I love just the combinations we see on these sums, where it's like, Life has teleport, Beryl just exhausted, because why not? I love Spellbook, man. It's such a silly rune.
I'm so glad that it's back.
That's a really good early objective control here, as Lucid, it doesn't actually have vision. Pioshik reads the play, but just a second too late. The flash doesn't matter, the passive is still stacked, and then right there...
Oh, the underground ulti is the deadliest.
Yeah, even if he didn't actually catch the Poppy, like he's always making it, right? So we'll always have been able to take the kill there. Is that Braum Sejuani combo that is so deadly, as we mentioned, as...
Bulldog is just unable to really do anything because he didn't know.
If there is a thing that would make me at least believe in Showmaker a little bit more, is if his Yone... Like, I know they're playing against DNF. They're currently the 10th place team. They're really struggling. But even in games where it feels like it should be good, I feel like Showmaker's Yone in recent era just hasn't really been it. So he wasn't on the side of the play. One thing, though, is that we do see that Bulldog has still built up a sizable CS lead, which is why the gold is basically even.
Yeah. I feel like there's been a lot of Senna versus Lucian. I feel like it's been the agreed upon matchup. I love lore-based matchups.
It's really funny because I know that some of the players I've heard talk about it say that they feel like a Lucian counters Senna. I think it's like a Lucian and Zeri situation where, like, depending on how good you feel you're on either champion, you can argue that it has the benefit. Obviously, Lucian has a much easier time clearing waves in mid-game because he is way safer than the Senna is. Senna obviously has a pretty monstrous scaling advantage. When we get later into the game, did you range?
Yep.
And there are setups where I feel like the range advantage doesn't really matter, but when you're paired with Braum, that is a big issue because a lot of the counterplay for Lucian is just dash in and murder her.
One thing I do like about it, though, is like the way it rounds out the composition here for DK.
It's amazing.
They have the Yone Gwen, so they already have a fair bit of damage represented on their composition, so you may as well just add some insurance.
It's also those type of compositions, off of a single Triumph proc, you can win a game.
Yep. As all right, bit of public execution here, as Xiu does agree to press R alongside Dudu. Stacked up the snip, but otherwise not too much going to happen. So back to my story that I was trying to tell about 20 minutes ago.
Back to the story.
Xiu's about to get potentially solo killed, so I'll hold that thought for a moment. He instead just snips, able to sidestep at least one ability there as he gets out of the way. As yeah, the Eclipse was completed. Thanks for pointing that one out, Chronicler.
Yeah.
So back to my story. So what I was
back to the story.
Yeah, what I was trying to talk about was like with the Senna CS thing and the fact that it went from funny to not funny to funny to not funny. The perfect example of that was in Family Guy, where Peter Griffin falls over in his front yard and just like is on the ground going
and then it just
for like actually 4 minutes or something. Like, it's an absurdly long time, and it really just ebbs and flows between funny, not funny.
So like us.
Yeah, kinda.
That is kind of the LCK hallmark.
And I feel like the way I delivered that story over the last 20 minutes, or at least 10 minutes of gameplay, is probably a good.
Sorry, what story?
Well.
Can you play? Can you tell me again? I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay, Bulldog gonna get taken down.
No, I'm serious, Atlas. What specific reference?
The one to Family Guy with Peter Griffin.
Can you explain again in depth? I don't know.
I can't actually. I'm just not able to do that.
I wanted to do the bit, and we just kept explaining it.
It's not really this. Yeah.
Well, I know it's not good, and we're not doing our job.
It's more Groundhog Day, rather than what I was talking about.
Very disappointed, Atlas. I thought you would never back down from a bit.
All right. Well, I just felt like I didn't want to make the noise again because it felt a little weird, you know?
You're just clutching your knee.
I didn't
can
graze
see that.
my knee. I didn't graze it, so I just like I'm not a great actor.
This is actually a fun top lane matchup, by the way. We haven't really paid attention to it, but
this version of the Ambessa Gwen is one of the better ones that we've seen because as we can see, it is very even right now.
Oh, it's a bait.
Oh god. Maybe we cast a curse, even if the curses aren't real. Need to work, going to connect, but not able to do quite enough.
Flash and Lucid's on the way, I think. Oh, boy.
Public execution comes in, and as soon as that hit, he was dead. Beautifully played here by DNF as Lucid's coming up. I don't know whether they have too much of an answer, though. As we can see here, Lucid able to get himself out, but he's not going to be killing Pyoshik or anything like that. He's just looking to get the wave into a better spot.
Ooh, what a good bait there from Dudu. Nicely done. The flash.
Masterfully done, you could say.
Yeah, ends up being the big difference maker. Pyoshik arriving just in time. That is that inexperience there. Xiu falling for it just a little bit too easy.
Yeah.
Pyoshik gets the punish. Because Dudu obviously not able to take this 1v1. And Xiu, if he's walking back a little bit earlier, I don't actually think it would have mattered, because look at this right here, just ensuring that he gets the combo, and if he doesn't dash, then Pyoshik just, you know, taps his R, and as long as he hits that, he should be easily able. Maybe if Xiu like flashes out instead, but then as soon as you get slammed, really if Dudu times it well, he should be able to. There's a moment where obviously Gwen can control, and you have a guaranteed hit rate, so maybe keeping the flash there, the right call after all. And it's also Gwen, so I know Ambessa skills well, but I feel like Gwen is just kind of always relevant.
It's amazing. In the teleprompter, we've actually got the Peter Griffin moment. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate you guys.
What Peter Griffin moment?
The one where he grazes his knee, and then he's sitting there on the pavement for like a really long time just going, You know how like that's the sort of sound you make
when you
graze your knee?
Yeah, so
he does that for a really long time, and it's very funny.
I knew you have had this happen a lot.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you do skating. I think we might have to interrupt ourselves for just a sec. No, okay, we're good.
I think you're fine.
So,
the Rift Herald did go over, though.
Very polite from DNF to give us the opportunity to talk.
Indeed.
As really the only people that are fighting in this game are Xiu and Dudu, and I guess we are metaphorically fighting with casting.
Fighting the urge to actually commentate the video game. That's what our battle is.
That moment will happen any second now. Any second now.
This could be a potential fight here. It's a bit of a pincer maneuver as, okay, if at first you don't succeed, do the same thing again and then walk away. Alrighty. Anyway, you were saying.
Oh yeah, so
You're
I
talking
know
about grace.
you've grazed your knee a lot. So I used to play field hockey.
Oh
and
yeah.
You have like the artificial grass.
Oh,
and that's like
burns,
the tiny.
man. That's not even a graze. You melt it off.
The tiny like plastic balls that are on those fields would just end up. It's horrible.
Yeah, no, that is not it.
Barrel.
This is also not it. Barrel's just gonna flash away and he's fine. So never mind. A-okay.
That looked like it hurt. Like if you graze your knee and you just go.
Yeah, I reckon Barrel, he's going to go back to base, hang out with Boris and go...
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon that's probably
rough.
what he's going to do.
As a DNF, really want to play for this Drake. Pioshik doesn't have his ultimate available, though. Did use it there on Barrel. That's a lot of cooldowns gone.
Well, that's just a drive-by here from Lucid, and then just puts life in prison.
He has cleanse.
He just wanders in.
He had cleanse. Thanks, Spellbook.
That's one way to make it happen.
That's so funny. Otherwise, life might have been dead. That would have been an engage potential.
It's kind of like, how did he know that that was going to be the best choice to make?
There's a lot of cleansable stuff for DK.
Yeah, true.
It's roots.
Still just absolutely nailing the choice.
Well, it's also, if I'm going to be real, I feel like Rel is one of those champions that... Oh?
All right, well, another public execution. This one is to get him out of there.
Yeah, she was just really holding him on cooldown. And I think he also knew about Barrel. So Dudu gets the Rose, gets out of there.
Yep.
Yeah, to me, Rel is one of those champions where... Lucid? Okay, he's fine. To me, Rel is one of those champions where...
To me, Rel is one of those champions where
if you try to engage on her and you don't do it cleanly, you stack up a little bit too much, you can basically just flash, re-engage, and turn around the entire game.
Oh, that's true. So actually, Cleanse would have a lot of value.
Yeah. So I think that's why he picked it. Yeah. And also, it's nice to have some... Because Berserker's Cleanse is actually valuable, and obviously Life's Summoner spells don't actually matter. That's kind of the point of Spellbook.
Yep.
The fact that Lucid got that Drake, though, is a really big deal, because this is Hex Stack, and I can guarantee you do not want Senna, Yone, and Gwen to have Hex Stack Soul.
And you also, like...
That's a bad time. Is aiming low on the stacks.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird, right? Because aiming is our #1, like, number go-up guy. He's our Gold King for a reason. He loves that dopamine. But yeah, only 42 stacks at the minute.
It's also... Showmaker is able to suspiciously well keep up in farm, as is Lucid. And that might be part of the problem right there, Atlas.
Might be it. Still, aiming is zapping these waves over and over
horrible.
again,
It's
having a really good
gonna
time.
End up at like, what, 50-ish? 55 at 20? 60 is kind of the breakpoint that you want to try and hit as...
Barrel picks the gap.
Engage Braum.
Not nailing it. If there's anyone that could make it work, it's probably not Barrel. He is going to drive Shelly into this turret, though. And Yoshik is going to do that thing where he slams him into the wall. Still, Barrel just stands beside his teammates. And Life is almost out of there. Shiu finds Bulldog, though, and flashes out of the way of the ulti. Still, Life is dead. And DNF trying to defend what is left of this outer turret in mid lane.
Nicely done there by DK. Do have to give up the flash of Shiu, but happy with that play. And I know that with Poppy you can do that, but Braum is the one champion where, like, just don't. I don't think you should. If that's Sejuani, because with Sejuani, there's actually I think a sizable window where that can work. But Barrel has the door up. There is just no world in which you actually kill him. And then Shiu actually deals the damage and sets up for the kill, or for Aiming's kill, rather. So Aiming now also is going to have his cleaver done very quickly. Ooh, we do have two members here. Shiu, okay, doesn't have his ultimate. Might be dead.
Trying to stay away from the walls as we can see. Yeah, the flash forward from Kyoshik, and that is a very dead Gwen. Kyoshik just flying around this lane with that phase rush.
Yeah, that's a classic rookie mistake. Just not having the health or the cooldowns to really get away with that. As Showmaker is going to figure out that lives here, but there's a lot of reinforcements this time around.
Yeah, Barrel and Lucid are making their way up the river. Atakan has spawned.
It's going to be a full wave going into the bot lane turret. Maybe Yuta can even get it. Shiu will have TP soon, but not quite yet. Oh, I like this. As a way of forcing. They don't know. They don't know.
They fully channeled the back. Never mind, they do know. They must know, because there's a teleport coming in towards this lane.
I guess they have Hex Gates, but
Okay, they know now. because they just put a thingy on it. There's the knock up.
Oh, no, Showmaker, you need to damage it.
Well, he is going to start damaging it now. Beryl, hold the door. Hold the door, Beryl! As Lucid throws away the Glacial Prison. Now Life getting into that backline. Beryl is dead as she is looking to turn up. That is going to be the steal from Pyoshik. And DK, the classic just throw away the Otacon maneuver is not going to work out too well due to with the public execution actually almost putting Shiu under threat yet again. And DNF just say thanks a lot.
They tried everything to turn onto Bulldog there, and like I kind of get it, but the timing here is hard. We have full vision. We know that Poppy isn't in the area yet, and that they could have made it. But if Showmaker, instead of this, just autos, I want you to look at how low this objective actually gets. Even with the poke, instead they try to turn, Lucid flash shields doesn't quite hit. And then here, Pyoshik, Lucid is focused on dodging, which means
very nice smite.
Yeah, it was. It was well done, but like as Lucid, he has to try and get out, right? But I think the real issue is just the shot calling there from DK. They didn't actually have damage. Like just a couple of extra autos from Showmaker could have made a difference. Maybe if aiming is near. And now this feels like a real turning point. That's a lot of gold into the pockets. And I want to remind everyone, DK needs to win this.
Yeah, and 2-0 preferably. And remember, they're on blue side. So, I mean, this game means everything if DK and their ability to lock into the Legend group. Of course, they're not necessarily officially out, right?
They're not. There are scenarios. And wouldn't it be the most KT thing ever to have an extremely competitive series against Gen G and then lose to DRX somehow, some way?
Yep. And then, like, DK beats HLE and loses to DNF.
Lucid. Looking for the gang.
Yeah. They've been doing a lot of fighting here in this bottom lane, but you can see Dudu, he smells it. He smells piggy.
Something gave it away. Maybe it's Shiu's movement. Maybe
just not being somewhere else on the map.
Yeah. Although their vision isn't that crazy,
yeah.
But they do have bot side cams, decent vision on the bot side cams. We are going to get to the point where aiming, as mentioned, a few minutes late, but we'll be hitting the 60 breakpoint. From that point on, I think things are looking up for the Senna. But Shiu is like a full level down thanks to these continued gangs. Is here as well. Turret already is down.
Yeah, well, teleport coming in on top of this Sundisc. Oh, never mind. That was just Shiu dying here, as we can see. Lucid now by himself, but he's very healthy. Ulti comes through from Beryl, and there's the chain CC. As Showmaker able to lock down his opposite number. Life able to stay alive for a long time, though. Now another public execution getting into the backline, aiming, trying to keep everyone alive, but down goes Lucid. The culling reigns in, and DK, 3 on the floor in trade for just a pigeon. DNF are still pushing further forward, and they are really taking control of this game.
And this is where DNF have traditionally struggled. It's the mid to late game, it's the fights, but right now, looking good, aiming, really farming some stacks there. Are they trying to look for like a Shiu TP? It kind of feels like it, but opt out of it instead. And this side laning from DNF is just way better. Like Shiu and Lucid trying to defend this turret when reinforcements aren't there, they remember down. And even though Bulldog completely whiffs the ultimate, Pyoshik can follow up together with Life. The ult from aiming also late. I don't think it would have mattered, but DK just looked disjointed. Then there's the attempted turn. The combo is nice, but Beryl ends up getting thrown back into the midst by Life with the auto, and then crucial Dudu hits the ultimate.
The sidestep attempt there from Lucid was so close, but the ultimate placement was gorgeous.
He's a big piggy, right?
He is a big piggy.
75 hearts still stacks, not that many, but it's... And really what is the big thing for me here isn't necessarily that DK is not able to win the fights. I still think their composition fights insanely well. I think that the Gwen, once she gets your second item, as the Neshras is now done, will always be a big threat. And Showmaker's having a suspiciously good game on the Yone, so I apologize. I thought I was familiar with your game, but I guess I'm not.
Nope.
And there's the Senna win con. But we both know, and any DK bro out there knows, a team like DK in a must-win game against the 10th place team in the league.
Well, Life is likely to die.
That helps.
So that's certainly good. Keep cursing, Chronicle. I love it when you do this. DK need all of the chances that they can get.
I wasn't
Yeah, you were saying that DK were against the
That's not a
10th place
curse.
team
This
in
is,
the league.
If anything, I still don't agree, but if anything, this was a blessing.
Well, you would,
because I was saying that DK was gonna.
Yeah, that was the likely thing that DK does, and that's what a curse is. Because as soon as you say something, the opposite is likely to happen.
But we've been saying a lot of nonsense, and the opposite of it isn't happening all the time, Atlas.
Well, some nonsense doesn't have an opposite. You know, not every moment has to fit into this category of cast a curse. You know, if I say,
okay,
oh, I saw a blade of grass yesterday morning, that's not a cast a curse.
Well, I
you know?
hope you saw at least a blade of grass. That's not a lot of grass.
I mean, we are in Seoul. There's not that many.
There's parks.
It's true. I don't go to a park every day. And I do probably see blades of grass every day. Never mind. I live next to a mountain.
I was about to say. I know this. I've seen your view many times.
You are really worried about my lack of seeing grass.
I just
it was
want to
only
make
an example.
No, I just want to make sure that you get out in nature enough, Atlas. Come on, it's important.
It's very true.
Oh, might have a fight possibility for a soul for DK, or we play for Nash. And they do have Showmaker's IE now done. That's a colossal spike. Third item done for aiming as well. And we look across the board. Berserker also sitting on that IE, as DNF clearly not wanting to give up a secondary dragon for a possible angle on this Nash, which great choice.
Yep. Lucid coming out of the fog of war here. Baron well and truly in vision here for DNF. And I really like it. This is where we've had the most issue with DNF. That is their decision-making, positioning, how they control this mid to late game. So far, making the right choices. Is Dudu going to pull out the dragon, look to lock down the second one here for DNF. The rest moving over. And DK now allowed to at least walk into the river.
They're just gonna, yeah, they're gonna rush it.
I think that's what you're gonna have to do. And DNF,
they have a lot.
Know exactly what's going on.
Incredible amount of damage.
Yeah, and this Poppy is a long
Why
way
is
away.
Pioshik there?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Dudu STP!
Well, the teleport is going to come in, but
what
this Baron is gone. There is no way for them to do anything about it. And so as I cast a curse DNF, they are going to make an error. They do get second dragon. There's at least that. Let's see whether they can kill all of these Barons.
Ponke set up.
Yeah, DK, I think they're going to have to try and fight their way out of this. There goes the beautiful Magnustorm into the back line. As Life is taking a lot of damage, Showmaker gets in there though, almost gets out of the way as Shiu is going ballistic. The Gwen's doing so much damage and they couldn't do anything to the Yone. DK take the Baron and they're going to win the team fight as Lucid wanders his way back in. Another knock-up from Showmaker's famous exemplary Yone. And there's only 2 left.
And DNF, they see an opportunity. They think DK is on the ground. Lucid gets sorted out, but instead they're the one that fall over and scrape their knee.
Oh no!
Oh!
It's not what you want to see.
I don't know why Pioshik was doing the dragon. Well, we can talk about maybe Space can enlighten us. As we take a look here, the start of this fight looks like it couldn't be better. Lucid gets sorted out.
This Magnustorm was fantastic.
Yeah, but
aiming
out immediately starts Alcove Gaming, and between Barrel holding up the door and the counter engage from Showmaker and Shiu actually ends up being huge. This was effectively a 4 versus 5 that DK won, and it was between the CC, the tanking from Barrel, and then aiming after the flash wasn't actually threatened. The Mbessa got focused on immediately. And now DK with Baron. Yeah, they didn't get the fur dragon, but I think they're going to be happy with this anyway.
Yeah, I don't think they're too worried. Able to now get these waves in order. As I'm starting to think, Chronicler, as I do know that you're a bit of a DK fan, that maybe you've believed in caster curses and have been using them to your advantage this entire time.
A ploy from
a cunning
me?
ruse, perhaps.
I am known to be a nefarious schemer.
I was thinking, like, maybe this actually, we are in the prestige, you know?
And it turns out everything I've been doing for the last 4.5 years has just been an act.
You might actually just be an identical twin of like another version of yourself.
I was going to give the spoiler alert in case people haven't seen the prestige.
Oh, it's been enough time.
It's,
if you haven't seen the prestige, then it's
what have you
on
been doing? That is an exceptional movie.
Oh, it's so good. So even if like we didn't really spoil it because you don't know anything about it if you haven't seen it. So
and you're gonna forget what we were saying.
Yeah. Just go watch it. Hugh Jackman, amazing. And that Christian Bale, he's also pretty good.
He's also known to be a bit of an actor.
Yeah. He has acted a movie or 3.
I'm still getting slammed for not watching.
Wait, so you've seen The Prestige, but you haven't seen Arcane Season 2?
No, and again, you have actually called me out for this. I spent about 40 hours a week not doing my job of playing my visual novel game for the last month. And
and you still haven't seen it.
Aiming has 100 stacks in IE, by the way. I do think that with that fight, that was kind of the fine opportunity. Now, DNF still have a couple of really good equalizing and comeback mechanics. Bulba can go for a big sweep as long as aiming doesn't have flash. Bioshik has Poppy ultimate available, and Mbessa can get into the backline really easily. So there are still tools. This game isn't won by any means for DK, but I do think it's favored because we have 3 items on Showmaker plus a QSS. We have, which I don't know why he bought that. There's no Mordekaiser on the enemy team. Then DK or Shiu does have his death cap as well. So there were so many threats now for DK, all hitting these crucial breakpoints.
I kind of love the 3rd item death cap. It's just kind of crazy. It's okay. They're going to look for Bioshik here. He gets knocked up into the sky like 400 times and is just cut down by Showmaker. Shiu with the needlework, but the work has been done. This is going to be a guarantee on this dragon, at least for DK. Minute and a half on the Baron. Bioshik will be back for that one. But yeah, this is starting to get more and more worrying for DNF because I think that they had that moment that they were looking for. It's just when we felt like they had the control, it wasn't late enough in the game. And they hadn't got their ducks in a row.
Also,
unfortunately, they got outplayed.
I am because I remember the last time we watched Showmaker Yone.
Yeah.
And it was really rough.
Like when he won.
Well, okay, not that game, but any game before that, like the last 5 before that.
Yeah, got it. I don't know, I think that you may just be misremembering because I'm pretty sure Showmaker is the best Yone in this game.
Okay. Good ending. Yeah. I was like, oh wait, how is he gonna land?
How is he gonna get out of this one? We are kind of spoiled for Yone here.
We really are. So we have a knife drive by there by Lucid, able to hit the ultimate, and Poppy's tanky, but not that tanky. It's kind of interesting how that works. Ends up getting taken down. It's life. Alright. Just barrier, that's fine. Soul point set up for DK. Baron spawning in about 30 seconds. Now, Aiming's flash is back up. That is a big deal. He's approaching the next breakpoint on his souls as well.
Aiming is looking scarier and scarier. He's
yeah,
got
really.
A lot of extra
if you get to free items on Senna and you get your stacks in, you are just a devastating menace. It's really scary.
What's his range up to now? Is like 700 and something ridiculous?
Yeah,
not quite sure.
It is.
It's getting long. As Beryl shows him the door. And Shiu does hop on over. Showmaker taking a lot of damage though, as Berserker taking matters into his own hands.
Oh.
Remember the rule for DNF, by the way. Berserker who doesn't die wins games. Okay? Right now, still hasn't died.
Showmaker trying to heal off of the camp. They also have Aiming. Don't forget about that. Can heal pretty well.
All right, there's the flash forward. The point blank ulti onto Bulldog, but he does manage to get his Zhonya's off. Still, Emperor's Divide gonna throw them away, but it's just not able to do enough, or really anything at all, to be perfectly honest. Down goes Life, and there is a snare onto Dudu as well. He may be the next one. The layering of CC is so good. As DK, they're just turning this into a pick composition, and they're taking them one after the other. Berserker will stay alive for this, but I don't think the inhibitor turret in the mid lane is going to be able to say the same thing. As even with the Void Mites, they're looking to push even further forward. Azir and the Lucian are still up, but DK is still looking for more. Our observers are getting confused, and so am I, but Bulldog, he is just dead. Lucid sacrifices himself for it. As now Berserker, we're zooming in on him. He still hasn't died yet. He throws out the culling, and he will stay alive for now. Showmaker has to revive that soul. Exactly right. The base has been held. DNF, I don't think you don't want to chase too far
No, he has
forward.
Ghost. They have TP on Dudu in 10 seconds. No, I think, yeah.
Still don't know about it.
Just play for Tempo and Nash. They hold on for now. Lucid's still dead for 25 seconds.
Yeah, this could be an angle actually.
No, it is.
Triple teleport.
Yeah, they don't get to back. Live does a good job making sure that these backs don't come through. I actually think DNF, they're going to be able to take this Baron. I don't think there's anything that DK can really do.
Well, even with the 3 teleports, they're not able to get there. As teleport from Beryl and Shiu towards that minion on the top side, but the Baron is just gone. And so they're looking a little silly as they turn back up onto the map.
Yeah, Barrel's TP isn't real, but the other ones is. As what an engage from Lucid. They don't see that often. The flash ult, usually people go for the
interrupt onto life as well as he tries to go for the crash down.
Yeah, really nicely done there.
Gorgeous.
Great start of the fight. Even though Bulldog doesn't actually die, he has to. They lack the damage that the Azir obviously needs to provide. He uses ult defensively, which does do the job, and he does get out, but that is a really big amount of power just gone. We are now in a position where what's probably going to happen is DK are going to park Shiu in a mid lane or in side lane, and if someone answers him, it's going to be hard to answer that mid lane inhibitor. Mid inhibitor is obviously the worst one, but for DNF, this is mostly about just regaining a little bit of control, regaining some presence on the map, and hitting some item breakpoints. Full items now for Berserker here, who, as you highlighted, the lol of the Berserker, who really isn't very aptly named, I'm not gonna lie. Because as a Berserker...
Yeah, fairly measured Berserking.
Which is not, that's not how that works.
No, it's not really how that works. Hasn't played much Olaf. Yeah. Alright, Lucid is gonna take the dangerous
That was
way.
a bit scary.
Yeah.
I guess he does have Worm with him, so...
Oh dear, just center things, ladies and gentlemen. Looking for 6th item on aiming as well. BF sword now complete.
Prio there with Baron, obviously going to be for DNF. They could be playing to a soul point themselves, as Shiu does get spot here.
Yeah, good ward from Life does spot him out as he gets over the wall. Dudu now in Fog of War.
They need to be careful to avoid Dragon for Nexus.
Oh, great Zonya's there for Bulldog. Yeah, it in fact eats both of the ultis, but still, aiming gets 2 auto attacks off, and it feels like it's almost even. As Winter's Bite going to connect, the door is going to be there. So Berserker going to back away. Step Out's presence from Pyoshik is fantastic, and Showmaker slammed into the wall and down to his GA. Now DNF in a really awkward position, the Dawning Shadow, and Showmaker's almost at full health once again. Life goes for the engage, but the follow-up engage is so good. Knock-ups everywhere though, and the one fight is on the side of DNF as they manage to take down both Lucid and Showmaker. But man, that was so close. We're going to need to slow-mo that for the replay, I think.
If they kill more members though, they can just end, right? They still have 30 seconds left on Baron. DK really trying to thread the needle there as they take another look. This time Bulldog is ready. Lucid tries for a drive-by. His ult is okay, but the fact that Barrels also goes down is a big deal. Combo doesn't end up working out. And then I want you to look at Berserker, who plays so aggressive here. But Showmaker tries to look for a play. Pyoshik blocks him. And then the return threat from that Poppy slamming into the wall. And then Berserker getting out here. Shiu tries to get on top of him and look at that turn. Dudu immediately ult. The entire team is ready. They do get Berserker's flash. And Showmaker ends up going down, but with him drawing attention, Shiu gets out. Which means that the game...
It
basically
be
even.
Continuing.
And we want to remind everyone, even if DK win this series, if possible, they really want to get a 2-0. It is a really big deal.
Yep.
Every single game matters in this head-to-head. If KT win as expected, which as we know is scary, but really I feel like they've turned over a new leaf, at least for a little. Even that, I feel like KT fans will get.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't even want to comment.
I just don't even want to comment on it. I will. Feels like that should be a matchup that they're very comfortable in. Would mean that DK needs to both beat Nongshim and beat this team.
Well, let's see what Lucid can actually find here as Pyoshik has to flash away. Into the backline goes Showmaker. Rebinds the solo, and DK looking to try and reform the Phalanx as Duda goes in. Public execution gets into the backline, but he explodes. My God! That damage was revolting from DK. And the Dawning Shadow, it both keeps them alive, but also makes sure that DNF cannot go for anything more. Still, I think the fact that Pyoshik survives is a huge deal, although I guess there's nothing really to fight for at this point. point in time, as the Baron's going to be up next, and that's a minute 30.
They did get Aiming's flash, so that is a big deal as we take again a look. Lucid trying to go for the engage. They do find Pioshik and get his flash and Bulldog, but Showmaker's ult doesn't quite hit the mark, and then Aiming flashes there too far forward. And that ult, if that hits Shield, maybe it's playable, but it's Lucid instead. Yeah, he flashes out, but Dudu just going a little bit too crazy, but there's no real punish that comes from this. And we are getting to the point where it literally, whoever wins the next team fight, if it is even remotely decisively, will end up winning this game. Bulldog, no flash. That's big. Dudu's still 10 seconds out on the map, so DK are going to try and turn this into, I guess, some vision.
150 stacks.
Yeah, he has 140 extra range.
And you might look at that saying, oh, but he's now hit 100% crit, so the stacks aren't valid. That turns into more boom boom. As you get past 100%. Welcome to Senna. It's just ridiculous. So she is, like, I do feel like DNF kind of on a timer, unless they can find a way to just murder Aiming twice.
So, yeah, so the big thing is that they have amazing tools to get on top of a Senna, right? You have, so Poppy obviously can get rid of the backline.
Yep.
You have an Azir who has insane mobility, and then you have Dudu who has one of the best backline access ults in the game. So combine that, there are a lot of tools, which is why I think DK, while Aiming doesn't have flash, need to be very careful on how they approach these fights. But for DNF, don't forget, the scores carry over. For them, getting a win here would be huge, even if you don't end up winning the series.
Oh, yeah.
As you highlighted, Atlas, you don't want to end up in that 10th place. We know this roster is better than what they've shown thus far. So it would be very barrel to just walk up
and almost
and just get blown up.
Well, oh, Showmaker, he finds just the edge of the Q, and Aiming able to finish off life. This might be the end as Berserker gets himself into the brush. Dawning Shadow not enough to take him down as Showmaker dances on top of him and will take the GA right at the last second. Bulldog goes golden and then goes down immediately after, and in the blink of an eye, DNF's chances are just destroyed.
Life looking for Beryl, and as it turns out, it was all Beryl's prestige. He was setting us up the whole time, Atlas.
It's always the long con with Beryl.
Berserker's still alive. Still hasn't died, by the way. Oh my god.
Well, his GA did get taken down, as now Dudu in a lot of trouble. Permanently frosted, as we can see there. And Pioshik just forced to go back towards the fountain. I think Berserker may still be undying in this series, but his Nexus is not. And DK will claim game one after an absolute marathon here, and that is an unhappy Showmaker if ever I've seen one. He's like, guys, needs to be faster than that. Oh, look. Oh, Khan fan, that's what I'm talking about.
Khan, of course. And with a Shiu autograph as well, very based. Khan, of course, the
just having to
positional coach.
Yeah, you got to show your whole like collection, and so he's representing.
Now, does this look like a legend team versus a 10th place team? I don't know, but then I remember that T1 also almost lost to DNF.
I just want to. I mean, I get it. You're talking about the fact that this may not necessarily be the cleanest that we've seen, but I want to talk about the most important thing.
Showmaker's Yone. And how wrong I was.
Sample size just doubled, Chronicler. In what direction?
Well, in this game, I was clearly wrong, Atlas. So I will. You were right.
I mean, this was a bit of a family feud, was it not? Good old Senna and Lucian.
Berserker won.
Doing a bit of a battle. Yeah, he won by 200 damage, but he lost the war. Sounds like a marriage to me, ladies and gentlemen.
Stop self-reporting, Atlas.
No. It's just memes. It's just memes. It's all right. This was an absolute marathon. Do you know what the best part of it is?
Get another?
Oh, we absolutely
at least
do. And we also get DNF on the blue side. They might be able to utilize side selection in order to make sure that we get the 3 games. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, going to break that one down, then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
야 이거 나 기다려 얘들아 나 기다려 어쩔 거야 안 빼다 안 빼다
내가 기다리면 끝날
에어컨 좀 에어컨 얘네 라크갈려 할 거야 아마 됐어? 나 그래서 루시안 맞댈게 나 이거 나 맞대줄게 안 하면 맞대줄게 내가 볼게 앞에서 나 타워야 내 타워는 아니다 받았다
아우. 야 용혁아. 미안하다. 아니 안 오길래.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1. That D plus Kia finally just took them so long to get that first game, but they did take down DNF. It was pretty difficult, it seemed, as DNF did put up a pretty good fight, but DK do take the lead in the series. Still Valdez with Ox and Wolf. What do you guys think about that first game? Because DK barely made it through.
Yeah, I think there was definitely periods where it looked a bit shaky from D+. I feel like they had a lot of advantages in draft. I feel like the game was heading in their direction. Some flubs happened, but still DNF struggling to close out games. Whenever they get an advantage, it just doesn't feel solid.
I, for one, am shocked that D+ almost lost to DNF. It's something that I would have said during LCK Cup when D+ were a very dominant team and they were 5-0 in their group. But to be honest, this doesn't really surprise me. It seems like in these really high-pressure matches where D+ are the clear favorites, they kind of choke a little bit. Now, they did end up winning in the end, and they still had some good moments throughout this game. They had some clutch plays as well. Showmaker's Yone, quite impressive, 100% win rate, as Max pointed out several times. I'm stumbling through this point, but ultimately, I think some of the shaky moments here for D+, we've seen this against Pro. We've seen this against other teams they're supposed to beat. And even though they won, I feel like they're not going to sit back and be like, oh, that was cool. We did it. We're clean. And in game 2, we'll tighten it up. I feel like game 2, I'm almost more worried about than I am, towards the end of that game 1.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult. We can take a look at the draft as well and just talk a little bit about what this looked like. We did see the Gwen, the Sejuani, and the Yone. The lovely trio. Always feels good to get that.
I just think this is so hard to deal with, especially with the Senna Braum on top. Like, you have the double stacking stun passives. You have a bunch of champions who can stack both Sejuani and Braum really quickly. The Senna just outranges everything on the enemy team composition. Obviously, she outranges most things regardless, but like Lucian is so hard to play in a Senna in the late stages of the game. I just feel like coming out of this, like D+ came into this favorites. They got a really good draft. Everything looks pretty favored. It's like Yone into Azir is also a good matchup. Gwen into Ambessa we've seen do really well. It's crazy that with how stacked odds are in their favor and with how much I feel the draft is stacked in their favor, it was still as close as it was.
Yeah, I think a lot of really big plays from Life, and also Bulldog's Azir was pretty good. When you do end up having this kind of melee comp that engages super hard as D+, if you don't actually win the fight quickly, that Azir damage does become a little bit of a problem. That Lucian-based defense does become a little bit of a problem, and I think D+ struggled to close things out as a result.
So let's talk a little bit about this game. We're going to jump into highlight 1, which was a fight 28 minutes in the top lane, which was pretty close, as many of the fights in this game were.
Yeah, the ult that came out to knock the Sejuani away, and then the follow-up engage looks good, but the only person on the Senna is this Ambessa, and eventually the peel comes in, and I feel like as long as the Senna is free hitting in this situation, you're going to be able to fight your way out of this situation, and DNF trying to punish, trying to collapse, it just ends up backfiring.
Yeah, it's a really nice turnaround here for D+, which gets them back in the driver's seat here after what was a very shaky late game here between these two teams. And, at the end of the day, I think D+ are the stronger team. And at their peak, they are the better team. It's just, will we get there? Will we see it is always the question we have to ask.
I like how you say you think DK are the stronger team. Maybe on the day it changes based on their form, which we've seen a lot, as you mentioned. Let's talk about highlight number 2, which was 38 minutes here in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think this is just kind of showing how things were a bit back and forth. And DNF, we've seen a lot of their issues be in the later stage of the game with some of the decision-making, with some of the team fighting and how it plays out. And this is an example of one that went pretty good for them. I think Berserker on the Lucian, this is clearly a pick he's comfortable on, a lot of mechanical skill on this pick and making a lot of impact on it. But still, I think, need to just find a way to sort of stabilize a bit more when you get those advantages in the game, because they had things stacked in their favor around this point of the game. It was in a winnable state.
Yeah, it's watching this fight, several times makes me feel like nothing that D+ is doing in these late game scenarios that are really pivotal, right? Which is make or break for the game, for potentially you not making it into the legend group, just doesn't feel methodical. It doesn't feel planned. It doesn't feel like everyone's on the same page. When D+ is playing at their best like they were in the early game, they are. And I think they're still going to close this series out, but I don't feel comfortable predicting it right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a very uncomfortable spot for a lot of DK fans and predictors, which all of us are, understandably. But let's see what happens in game 2. Let's go back to Atlas.
I'm here.
Let's go to Atlas and Chronicler.
Hello, I'm Axe, and this is Ox.
and we're ready to commentate the video game. Thank you, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number 1. That is, of course, a lie. I'm Atlas, and this is Chronicle. I don't want to confuse anyone.
I was like, don't put me on the spot and make me do a Newcastle accent. I can't do it. There's no way. That'll be a disaster.
No one can do an Orcs impression. That is definitely
Well, that's
a fact.
not true. I can do one, but it would just involve saying what he would do in any given situation.
Oh.
Which is just, you know, roast people.
Then why don't you do it?
Because it's not that interesting. It's just roasting people.
Oh, right. You can. So
being
you're
a
saying
contrarian,
you could
being
do it.
very sarcastic.
You could do it on Twitter, is what you're saying.
That's not hard.
It all makes sense.
Actually, it is hard for me. I'm not.
You're not much of
a fighter. No.
But let's hope that DNF is, because now they do have side selection. They're going to move over to the blue side, as we can see here. Some grins on the faces of some of the players. Life still feeling in good spirits. And Showmaker there did look grumpy when he was walking off the stage, but has seemed to have turned it around. So let's see how these players do as we dive into the draft here for game number 2. Xin Zhao, once again taken away.
Are we
Maybe the
still
Pantheon going to also be removed
Gonna
after the vibe?
3 junglers from Lucid. Is that what? Yep, I guess that's where we're at.
Seems to be the vibe.
Can't
Maybe it's an
believe-
angle for a Talia pickup.
I think DK are going to ban that.
You'd hope so.
Although, you know, I do actually believe that when these junglers are out of the game, don't you think that Talia loses a lot of value? Like, teams are probably still going to ban it, but I do think without Vi, without Xin Zhao, without Sejuani, without Pantheon, like, the pick isn't that crazy. It's still good. You can outrange it, right? You can pick something like the Victor into it, bully it early, keep it locked in lane. Ryze is another example that we've seen, and I think it's specifically the combo with good point-and-click CC that makes her truly broken. So Talia is still up. Rumble is still up. Rumble's going to get taken away, so the Talia is open. And Bulldog's, going to slam that. That's a no-brainer. And then, you know, oh god, is it going to be like, it's red side DK. Is it like Ari Lee?
Oh god.
Ari Viego? I got this feeling, Atlas.
I'm hoping, I mean, Showmaker's Ari has been pretty good this year.
Yeah?
I don't want to take anything away from that, but I want to see something else picked into the Talia. I feel like Ari is not the answer. The Wukong, definitely a good one. And as far as carries that are still left up, this has been performing extraordinarily well, especially on this patch.
It's hard to play into Talia, but it's also a really good combo. So especially post 6, that's really hard to play into, so I understand.
It's Kassadin time. I mean, he wouldn't pick it here, regardless. So let's see what is going to be prioritized.
Chase, maybe?
Well, that could be a choice.
Doesn't really lock you into anything.
I just didn't want to. I just feel like it's less interesting.
Oh, Yorick.
Okay.
Yorick for Shiu, looking as casual as ever.
Yoshik is hovering Graves.
Fun. Won't look that. No dice.
Yeah, I think he's just having a bit
like
of a good time.
Skarner, maybe? Trundle, makes sense, yeah. Trundle into an AD matchup, always going to feel good.
And there's the Scion.
For Dudu. I like Scion. I really don't love the Scion into Yorick. That's one of the few matchups where I'm like, you are actually going to get in trouble when it comes to the mid game.
Oh god, that would be true.
So this, I think, makes the most sense. I would personally would love the TF, but I don't think that's what we're gonna get. TF into Scion Trundle does not sound like a good time now that I think about it.
Well, I mean, you just play for pure 1-3-1 and never actually teamfight into a Scion composition. I think that's probably kind of okay. But the problem is that the Scions have actually been doing fine in lane.
Yeah. They have, and they've had big impact out of lane as well. So aiming, what is he going to be looking for? Ezreal, I think, is likely. Wukong and Yorick are pretty good at tank busting, so I don't think you're too crazily worried. And Barrel, maybe a Nautilus, I think, would be good.
If his Alistar's banned, I think that is definitely worth a look.
One of the big benefits of Alistar as well is that his tankiness isn't tied to stats, so it's harder for Trundle to...
Yeah.
Like Leona is a good example, right? Like Sejuani obviously the textbook, but Leona during Eclipse and Aftershock would be a massive target, which is why I went to the Nautilus instead. Feel like that one also isn't quite as tied to his resistances, more so the shield and just the fact that he engages and has so much CC.
Yep, I think it's a good idea.
So MF, like MF Nautilus, if DK just follows the prio list, still going to go with Leona.
I don't know about that.
It's interesting, right? Like, if Pioshik is ulting the Leona, is that really the end of the world? As long as she can hit her CC. It does mean that the free 3v3 duo, or like trio of Leona, Wukong, and Ahri post 6.
Pretty scary.
Absolutely disgusting. Really, really strong.
Well, Life is thinking about a Rakan. Doesn't have the Xayah to pair with it.
That. Blind?
Blind Kai'Sa is
So I know you can
choice.
pillar ult. That's fun. Like, it's a really cool thing that you can do. But I am not sold, Atlas. I think there's a lot of matchups where, as Kai'Sa, you can really struggle.
And they have a composition that does require a lot of consistent damage out of their AD carry, and Kai'Sa can certainly do that, but she doesn't do it from safety.
No.
And there's a Wukong.
Yeah, that makes sense. So is it like... So you can go two ways, right? You can either try and match it. You can go for like Varus is a good one. Lucian obviously already taken away, but that would be another one. Ashe, if you want to beef up your engage a little bit, if you want to try to play for lane. Or you go something like the Jinx, something with a big range advantage that really makes the life of the Kai'Sa very hard. There's also Zeri, which this is a dive comp, and as I say it, I do think it makes sense. Aiming is like, oh, I get to have fun. No, no fun. And this also, aiming is, I'd say, our best MF, which is crazy. Like that, if you told me that 2 years ago, but it's true. And this is a composition with a ton of CC. That Wukong and MF combination is very, very strong. So really it's the bot lane where kind of my issues come from. If Pioshik gets an early lead, if they can get Berserker to the point where he has his items, I do think you look really good. But the mid-game fights, as a core, Taliyah, Kai'Sa, and Trundle versus Wukong, Wukong Ahri, and MF, I know who I'd rather have.
Yeah, I am looking at Bulldog and feeling like he certainly has a lot of responsibility in this game. The rocks need to be in the right spots to deny Barrel's engage, to deny Lucid from getting in there. Of course, a Flash Cyclone is always going to work, but being able to stop that Warrior Trickster from coming on through, that is going to be the big deal.
Lucid fan, very good.
Yep, based,
Love
absolutely.
to see it.
And a Cadril fan there as well, which is always good to see. As a new DNF fan on the way?
That is adorable.
That is absolutely fantastic, and huge congratulations there as well. Making her way out to LoL Park here. Making sure that the esports is getting in, and that she's 29 weeks as well. My goodness. Certainly getting on. So that one's a new DNF fan going to be coming very, very soon. That is brilliant to see. But now it is time to see something else brilliant, and that is going to be a game number 2 between DNF and DK. Let's go!
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for game 2. DNF versus DK. Let's see whether this one's going to be cleaner. Having a look at the drafts now that they have all panned out. We're looking at a 2-threat comp coming out from DNF. Pioshik wanting to throw subjugates onto the Leona, make him as tanky as possible, but will also have a decent matchup in the 1v1 early on this Trundle. And Dudu is playing a tank. And he's against Yorick from Xiu. Yorick has been finding more and more success here in the LCK after a rough start.
Yeah, we've been hating on it less and less, which is how you know that people have gotten a lot better at it.
Yep. Catching up to the Lord Morgan.
Even, I think it was Xiu and Dorton both did this, like the Cyril does third, and actually team fighting well. The first 5 levels, I actually think Pioshik can make a big impact in basically every single lane. Right? Post 6, he still will be able to, but once the Ahri gets ultimate, once Wukong gets his ultimate, plays become a lot riskier. But the first 5 levels, you obviously stomp the Wukong in the 1v1, particularly with lethal tempo, and there are no dashes on the enemy. Well, Wukong has, but on the lanes, there's no dashes for anyone. So Pillar can actually have a ton of pressure, which I do like. Just want to give a little shout out to Beryl. Does go for the Glacial Augment.
And he also goes for Berserker here as well, as the double up value is pretty huge.
Yeah, so this we see, I think Beryl is very consistent with this. It's something you see in the Sejuani
How
as well,
dare you
right?
say that Beryl's consistent?
With
Do you even know this guy?
All right, with his choices in runes, because he thinks about the game a lot. So you don't want to give value to the Trundle. Again, you can end up with very low resistances if you have both Aftershock and your Eclipse running. So instead you go for Utility Rune, which in this case is the Glacial Augment.
That's a cute one.
That's nice. I like seeing players actually, you know, change their runes depending on matchup and opponent. And you feel like that should happen always, but it really doesn't.
Beryl has certainly been a lot of a... For the crazy plays that he makes, he does have a lot of intelligent ideas.
Brendan Veldes, his boy Daystar, with a 2-win.
Goodness. I remember one of those. He got a player of the match. Do you remember that? It was so deserved as well.
Yeah, I remember that. I wasn't very happy with it. Don't even remember who I voted for, but I know it wasn't him. I think it was Diablo. Oh no, that was Kellen.
Oh yeah, that was the Kellen rob. Very similar to our series prior to this one, where Lehens got robbed by everyone.
It was 12 out of 13.
I know. How did everyone get mind controlled into not voting for the correct player? It's crazy.
The more I hear you talk about Lehens, the more I realize he's just a second Beryl to you. It's like, I know, today I'm not...
I like players that orchestrate level 1s.
That's Lucid, very cute there. Fakes out with the clone, but obviously not able to get the smite. We'll see if he's able to still get the scuttle, because he doesn't have prio in mid, but he does have prio in top, so should be completely fine.
Yep, Chu is throwing some ghoulies at Dudu. If you guys missed it during the break, the LCK lols, very funny.
We were in it.
We were, and there were lots of ghouls. And aiming died to a Gromp, and there was all sorts of stuff. It was a hilarious week last week.
This 1v1 has not been very very back and forth in this series, I would say.
I mean, this has been a lot of hitting one another.
Yeah, but I mean more so even in the last game, I feel like in the 1v1 Shu at the edge. But Dudu obviously quite smart as well. The damage.
Beryl does press his I don't die button, and there is no subjugate here in this lane, so he will be okay.
This is a cannon wave. This is nicely done though. I kind of wonder what happened, why they're behind in experience. They'll be able to hit level 4 now.
Dudu almost dead, but does flash and doesn't actually die, as the Q is already in the air. Still, Chu putting on a whole lot of pressure. Dudu with a full wave to catch, though, is okay, we're trying to go in. Zenith Blade doesn't quite hit the mark, but still, Life with not a lot of mana left. Beryl with not a lot of health left, so does need to address that situation.
Does he? He's Beryl. Health is a resource.
And he's used most of it. Yeah. He's running out of said resource.
And he doesn't have a lot of mana, so really mostly going to be relying on his autos. And I think Shiu's biggest issue, as often is the case with young players, we saw this in the previous game as well, is there is great hands, there is a lot of aggression, there isn't a lot of patience and control, right? And I think him not flashing there was definitely the right call. You might kill Dudu, but your flash is so valuable, because if you don't have flash and Dudu hits 6, at any point he ults you, Yoshik is there, he presses E, and you just die. Like, there's not really anything you can do about it, or it can be Pioshik first, and Dudu doesn't really matter. But I think that is actually a very important summoner in this matchup, especially against Trundle.
The thing that I really like about Scion Trundle is that if your Scion player is really intent on going way too deep, you can just say no by putting a pillar in front of him.
And now you might think that that's anti-synergy, but given some of the moments that we've
you could save Dudu from an unfortunate situation. Also, if somebody else is riding the Herald, you can be like, no.
So, because your mean interpretation might be your solo queue teammate, where what happens is your teammate ults and you're like, no, you took my cannon earlier, you blocked, or you took my camp and you blocked him. But what would happen here is Dudu is just charging headfirst. He's like, Pioshik, I don't want this! Help! And then in the last second, Pioshik flash pillar saves his life.
Beautiful.
DNF
saves him from himself.
DNF is 6k gold down. They lose the game, but Dudu doesn't die.
He doesn't die in that moment.
Well, he is Scion. You know, you got to use your passive.
True. Otherwise, you're not getting any value. Aiming
like
barrel back out onto the lane. This time on the top side of the map, we do have the Grubbies spawning in 55 seconds.
Really isn't going poorly. Like, I was expecting Berserker to struggle a lot more, but once you hit 6, you actually have a good amount of threat onto aiming.
Oh dear. The Coolie wall goes up, although this one's a kitty cat wall. As the Maiden, I love the Cat Maiden. It's actually fantastic. God, this skin is so good. There's a lot of very good Yorick skins.
He has really been blessed, yeah,
Really
skin-wise.
Since the update.
I do also, I'm pretty sure, based on how they look, that aiming and barrel color coordinated there.
I know, and Beryl is normally, what is it? Is it Iron Solari that he plays every game? He does have his own skin on Leona, by the way, guys. We have to remember that.
That is a thing, that did happen, yeah.
Yep, he has a Leona and an Ashe, and yeah, he doesn't use either of them, mainly because Ashe is no longer as a core champion.
I still can't believe that he didn't pick Heimer, because that is actually what it should have been.
Oh yeah, true.
For that tournament.
Yeah, and he was asked about it, and he said, I would sell less skins. So I picked Ashe. And you know what?
Sure, he was right.
I think he was right. As Bulldog going to be able to find a really nice trade here, as Dudu will not find a really nice trade here, but does kill the Maiden. So she are going to be Maidenless yet again.
That is nice. For now, as one Grubby went over to DNF. But this has kind of just been Lucid picking up all the other objectives.
Yeah, he is kind of taking all of the stuff that he wants.
Mid lane's going well for Bulldog though. And Bulldog's laning has gotten a lot better since Challengers, but I do think, as we saw in last game, that his team fighting still leaves a good amount to be desired. It's a bit of a double up.
All right, we're just going to make it rain and then do some bullet timing.
Yeah, tempo ult. Yep. Probably looking for the plate into base and then rotate towards the bot side of the map because the dragon is spawning in about 2 minutes, but we'll see.
Aiming does, like, the way he plays MF makes him look like he's someone that's played way too much MF. Like, every play looks like a set play, right? Like, the make it rain bullet time, I just want to get a plate and then go home. Like, it just feels like he's done it like 400 bajillion times. And he probably has.
I can see it.
I just feel like I don't get that vibe quite as much from our other MF players.
Clocks in.
Yeah,
presses R, clocks out.
That's what it feels like. It's like his day job is MF player.
He's been doing a lot of it. I don't know if he reaches the, you know, the amount of hours that we have put into our respective games. Because he also has to play other champions because he's a professional.
Yeah, he does.
But maybe after that... Oh!
Whoa, left flash shaman. There is the solar flare as well. And Aiming turns up and says, thanks very much for setting up that play for me, gentlemen. I will take this. And he does. Once again, the set play. He put his time card in a few seconds ago, and then he's off to work.
Clock in, pick up the wave, rotate bot. Clock in, pick up the wave.
Pick up the kill. It's a good day.
Oh, yeah,
you also pick up the kill.
Yeah, he got the kill. Donated him as well.
Didn't even have to flash. They held him in position for long enough for him to just waltz on over or strut on over.
Well done there by Showmaker. Able to get the flash charm off. Does mean that he will be a bit susceptible to a gank until he gets his cooldown as...
Okay.
Oh, he was faking. Heading towards that brush, maybe to try and make him think. I don't know if it was a control ward. Yeah, so...
Yeah,
find the...
Thinking about like going over to kill the ward.
Oh no, because I think it was his... Yeah, because it was Bulldog's ward, okay. And then instead, able to turn it around. A little bit of a mind game there from Showmaker. Ends up paying off nicely as... Now, with this base, I think Dudu's feeling a lot better because he had got plated steel caps and a cinder. And then now he's going to be feeling a little bit better.
Yeah.
And then she was going to finish his first item. And then I think it's kind of okay. And then once the second item is done, it's...
feeling not as okay.
It's not. Yeah, well, just clear the wave and leave, you know. Kind of the classic.
Yep. And here, we're going to set up the Ghoulie wall. Maiden goes down as well, but you can see she in a little bit of trouble. It's a lot of CC.
Don't think he cares.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, he doesn't care. The Maiden is coming on in, though, and you can see his second dragon being attempted by DNF. Solar Flare not going to find quite too much as Goshik does grab the Drake. There is the flash out from Lucid. He gets over the wall. There's the Cyclone to buy a lot of time. Bullet time as well. Working out, but the Killer Instinct from Berserker. It's going to be able to take down the Monkey. And Showmaker, in the meantime, is going to be able to shove out this wave. Flash in from Beryl, though. They're looking for life, who flashes away. He's still burning, and there is the double up. It was in the air, as now Pyoshik going to come on forward. Subjugate goes down. The barrier is nowhere near enough as Beryl likely to die as well. The smite comes in. Pioshik also dead. But gets another kill for his teammate. Or for himself. That was weird. It's 2 for 2.
Unsure about the whole sequence of events that just transpired, but we'll try our best to break it down before I break down, because that didn't make a lot of sense.
Yes.
So, Lucid makes a big mistake. With Wukong, you do have a lot of innate safety, so probably felt like he was fine. Gets focused down, and Showmaker leaves the area, which I think is fair, right? So this starts off, they're looking for an angle, and then Showmaker, I think as soon as this engage on Lucid comes through, he just dies. So Showmaker's like, okay, I can just go to my Wukong. That's fine. Lucid dying, it's unfortunate. Losing Drake and not getting the Dragon. But you know Pioshik is there.
Yeah.
So Beryl, well, why? Why, Beryl? Why? We know Trundle's still there with Ult and Flash.
Did Beryl get the kill?
Yes, he did get 2 kills.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But that's really bad though, because Berserk got a lot of gold off of that play.
True. There is that thing that we sometimes talk about as Berserker moves to, what, 7-0-0 on the series right now?
8.
Oh, 8, okay.
I think he was 5.
Yeah, I think he made it to at least 5 by the end of game 1. Yeah, he is certainly the win condition. So he might be onto something there. Still, DK with slight gold lead. Not very meaningful at this point in time. We're racing towards one more objective, DK, to grab themselves feats of strength, or it's a first turret. As DNF did manage to make it to 3 kills first. So whoever gets this next turret could just be winning the game, winning the race towards that one, assuming DK does get themselves another objective in the meantime.
Do like that shield with Dressy if we went for the call. So going to cash out pretty hard. Anything that can accelerate you to that second item spike, I think is quite a big deal. We'll see what he goes. It's mostly been Shojin. I do think this is one of the games where you get a large amount of value out of a cleaver, but he might be instead just waiting for Lucid to pick up that one. Wukong also always going to be going towards that.
Yep.
As a second item. And DK, that mid-game explosiveness we kind of wanted to see. Not really anywhere to be found outside of that one play in mid, but it hasn't led to too many objectives as Ocean is up. As
Okay, well, Beryl is going to get pillared. Now Shield of Daybreak going to connect onto Pioshik. Beryl's very dead.
Have you seen the hit movie Wanted with Angelina Jolie?
Yeah.
Like curves?
Yeah.
I don't know how that Nautilus hook hit. Because Beryl had flash, and I think that he also didn't expect that to hit. But I think Life has been clearly studying a lot, and he actually has found a way to curve it around.
Yeah, he's kind of figured out the Morgan Freeman way, who was the original, the bullet bender before James McAvoy and Angelina Jolie figured it out in the hit movie Wanted.
Topical reference, as always, in the LCK.
As Showmaker clearing out a ward here towards the top side of the map. I'm still like, I mean, weird anchors aside, like why? You know?
So Lucid was waiting over the, so I think he was just hoping if you go in and he gets the cleanse, then Lucid can go in, get the knock up, and the Beryl can follow up. Although, I mean, even if you get the cleanse, there might not really be a window. But Lucid was waiting over the Raptor pit. So
Got it.
that was,
okay.
I think, what,
so that was what the setup was.
That was what the idea was. It just didn't end up panning out. And then he could have flashed. But again, my read is that he definitely didn't expect that hook to clip him. And then he got, which happens to really anyone when it comes to Nautilus hook. I feel like that's the objective. That and Chin W are the two ones that make you go, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But DNF, you know, things are looking up. Their early game has just been good for, like, what, the entirety of round 2?
Yep. And they've been able to get themselves into some really good positions.
Yep.
And then, unfortunately, their Nexus explodes.
And then stuff happens, and then, you know what it reminds me? I think it was, if I remember correctly, in the LCK, I think it's Rogue Time.
Oh, no.
Which is like, they have a great early game, and then stuff happens, and then nothing happens, and then they lose.
Well, we've got a depth charge coming in. That is a very dead life, though, as now the Cyclone is just causing such an incident. Teleport to come forward, though. This is a Scion coming in. Oh, my goodness. He's so incredibly swift. And Shiu is just going to take a turret.
So Lucid is going to look for the steal.
Oh god, and it's Ocean Rift.
No, we're gonna check this, right?
Oh yeah.
Guys?
Oh yeah.
We're gonna check this, right?
Oh yeah.
They're not checking it.
Well, Solar Flare comes in, and now the bullet time is interrupted, but that is going to be a Drake secured by DK. Beryl dies, but being dead seems to be exactly what he wants in this series. Seismic Shove will connect though, and down goes Aiming. Now Bulldog could be in trouble as the team fighting Yorick is in here. And he does just find the Q, unceremoniously bops Talia on the noggin and takes her down. That was a solo kill, no one got an assist. He is still solo laning.
Okay, I just want to go over everything that happened there because it's very funny. So we go in on live, he gets the cancel, but he still ends up going down because the rest of the team is in quite a position. Then Beryl ends up getting taken very low. The Cyan TP, I think, is way too late. If you want to go for that play, you got to do it earlier. Then somehow we don't know about Lucid. Aiming tries to ult, but Cyan is point blank in his face. Don't know why. Then Berserker flashes into enemy territory. So does Showmaker, by the way, who also just kind of dies, but he does set up for the kill on Lucid. Nicely done there by Lucid. Good flash on the Decimating Smash. Then Shiu somehow solo bolos, just TPing in on the Yorick. After he gets his turret, by the way. And now, I don't think he's back yet, but he has cashed out his call. He has turret money, and he just got a kill.
Yep. You best remember Yorick Mori. That's all we're going to say about this one, is he has got his pretty cool steel plates now completed. Steel caps, sorry. They've taken first turret as well because that's what he did just prior, so they're upgraded. And so now, double Trinity Forces, we are hitting some item spikes on DK. As Beryl is taking some damage. The rest of DK coming on over, and Beryl surviving for so long. There's a two-man knockup with the Cyclone. Still, Lucid's just dead. Showmaker taking so much damage as well. As Berserker gets himself out of the way, the turret is going to go down. The train has left the station, and perhaps he didn't really want to go here. Still, Aiming's going to get hooked up and destroyed. Everything you can do, I can do better, says DK, as they look to throw the game back towards DNF.
Yeah, I got nothing. Beryl going in, that part I understood, because he was dead.
Yeah.
Everything after that doesn't make a lick of sense. I'm pretty sure Aiming also walked back. I think he was actually out, and then he walked back into the Seismic Shove. So let's take a look. Beryl dying here is fine. You lose mid lane turret, it's not the end of the world. Instead, they try to play onto Berserker, but Lucid doesn't actually get on top, and also you've lost your Leona. They're all there, and Aiming can't really walk up. So that's not great. Then here Showmaker gets out. Watch Aiming here, I think. Okay, no, I didn't really have an opportunity because he had to dodge away from the Cyan, so...
and there was a wall.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Bulldog to knock him back, so apologies Aiming. That one wasn't on you. That was all Beryl, which does feel fitting for DK.
Well, what I love about this game at the moment is that we saw for a second that the goal difference between Showmaker and Bulldog was 0. And I feel like that's about the split.
Yoshik, you are just tanking Yorick.
Yeah.
I get they got the turret. As long as they don't start Otacon, they're fine.
Oh,
Showmaker is
the bait and switch.
Pushing an inner, and he is Ahri, so I think he will be very safe.
All right, well. The unstoppable onslaught. He actually has train tracks.
Okay, but
well, it's very cute.
Yeah, Showmaker is just okay.
He has ultimate, so I don't know whether this is ever going to eventuate. So still, it was kind of frightening. Control ward is going to take a fair bit of damage. I wonder whether they're going to start this up. I don't think they are, because there's not a lot of damage in the area, and in fact, it is only Beryl and the Yorick that are in the area.
I would have liked DK to build Black Cleaver. I'm not a fan. It looks like Lucid is going towards Sundered Sky instead. And this is a game where you are playing into Trundle, and your only AP source is Ahri, who notoriously doesn't have that much continuous damage, right? It's all burst. This is getting very... I think this is maybe just gone.
I don't know whether there's anything that they can do about this.
Well,
the rest of DK are coming down.
He does have a lot of... I think they're too slow.
Yep.
Lucid
goes in. Lucid is going to be able to get over the wall, but then can he get back is the question. And yes, with a flash he can, but he's still going to die. As down he goes. An opportunistic maneuver there by DK, and they could have perhaps just not.
Yeah, or or be in position earlier. Now, Otacon, I just keep noticing with anything I say, I'm like, well, does it really matter that much for DNF? It should! This should be a big deal! I don't have faith in DNF, Atlas. I don't know how, but it feels like one of those Greek tragedies. You already know. It's called a tragedy for a reason. You know, even if everything is looking great, the ending is not going to be what you want. As this is what I was saying. So Showmaker has also gone for a build where he is going to be doing great damage to Berserker and to Bulldog. Even Bulldog is a little iffy. But we need Black Cleaver. We need Void Staff. They're building resistances. And you are otherwise not going to get through either Dudu or Pioshik. Even Pioshik is sitting on a 4-0 right now.
Yeah, and he's even got some cheeky Merc Treads there as well.
Yeah, so Cyrilus is next for GU, so that, or Shiu Reddit, that will help a little bit. But I really feel like the Cleaver from Lucid should have come through second, and his Wukong has been less than inspiring in gameplay as well.
Well, it is going to be this wave shoved down by Berserker. The rest of DNF wanting to get their item spikes sorted out. I think Berserker going back for a reset might have item number 3, and there it is. Hurricane is now done. So that is big. 3 items for, especially like this AD version of the Kaiser. I feel like she spikes a whole lot harder on 3 and 4 items. And especially against a more squishy composition here for DK. You're going to be very happy with what he has right now. Lord Dom's completed for aiming is a big deal, but like you were talking about, I think they're going to need more help getting through the tanky boys on the side of DNF.
Berserker did die.
He did.
And I assume the stat is still true.
Well, I mean, he also didn't die in the last game and they lost, so maybe it's opposite day for DNF. And now that he has died once, it is time to win.
It really does feel like DK, against any opponent, has the ability to make it look like we are watching 2 teams of very equal scale. Let's not forget, this team beat Home Alive.
Yeah.
That happened. That was last week.
Yeah.
That's a thing that we all witnessed.
DK and KT both.
So it's DK,
it's
KT.
They play to the level of their opposition, no matter who it is.
kind of does as well.
They do a bit too, but they also do a lot of just like, we don't care until it's playoffs. I feel like it's very obviously that for Hanwha.
I wasn't quite on board. We talked about this in Box 8 in depth. You should check it out.
Yep.
But I am on board after I watched them play against T1. Maybe a little bit less on board after T1 got 2-0 by Nongshim today.
I don't know whether, you know, does a team's performance against a different team provide information about another team that performed against Pride? I don't think so.
I do think it does when...
There's too many things to remove.
No, I'm feeling good about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Sorry,
We
can't all be statistics masters, Atlas.
Well, I'm not. I'm a statistics ignorer. Immune to statistics.
It's like it's all Pokemon. Go far down far enough. This game is weird, Atlas. I think DNF is in a really good spot. They have an amazing front-to-back comp. They have a fat AD carry, and yet there's just this feeling that somehow something is going to go horribly wrong. And for DK, they need this to be a 2-0. They need DNK to come through, and it might not look pretty, but for DK, all that matters is winning.
Yes.
In 2-0 fashion. That's the only thing
so just win this game is what they need to do, as that was an opportunistic charm there. Really wanting to hit Berserker and get that cleanse so the DK have an opportunity to find something. It's interesting because you talk about the fact that DNF's composition plays easier and easier later into this game. DK can play around side lanes really effectively with what they have.
They have a good team fight as well. It's just that they need to start off well. Like DNF can kind of peel back. As long as none of their carries get hit, I think DNF always have a good angle, even if Life or Dudu gets blown up early. For DK, if they don't kill someone immediately or like get on top of Berserker at the start of a fight, I think their comp just kind of sucks.
Aren't they so cute?
They are. No!
Little cat just disappearing into the ground. It's alright, he'll be back up again soon. Don't you guys worry.
I think it'll be a different one.
No.
It won't be the same one. Because the ghouls will disintegrate because they're raised.
I mean, I think that's right. However, the asset will look identical to the one prior.
Yeah, but it's in spirit. It's not the same ghoul.
I know, but I'm less about in spirit and more about actually. And actually
it is
identical.
exactly the same. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and so that way, none of them ever die. It's just like minions. Minions just respawn.
They're just recycled. That's worse. Yeah. That's so dark.
What do you mean?
They're just stuck in an endless cycle of walking down the same lane.
I don't know how how is it better or worse
imminent death
than just millions of them dying in a day of League of Legends?
Trapped, Atlas. They have the awareness of what is coming and what has been before.
You don't know that. Do they have object permanence?
I don't know. If they don't, then
is there memory reset? We don't know.
knows?
We don't know how it works. Okay, well, someone, if you do know whether it works, just let us know. As the Maiden gets aggressive, and there's a charm there as well. Life just goes down, bonked by a shovel.
There it is. That's the moment I was waiting for. You have flash life. You can't die like that. That's possible soul point coming up.
Oh, Beryl gap closes, utilizing Bulldog's seismic shove.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have a hard time fighting for this dragon now. They can try and flip it. We do have
Pioshik's just going for Baron.
They have to know that is coming through. I think they might have spotted Kai'Sa. Yeah, they do know pings are coming through.
Yep. Just gonna wander on over there.
They're gonna have Shiyu. This is what you should do, by the way.
Yep.
Shiyu solos, the rest of the team contests.
Well, there's the flash out from Bulldog as Showmaker getting on top of him. DNF, they pull off the Baron. As now you've got a very angry Scion running amok in this team fight. The Dragon does go down to the Yorick, is aiming with the barrier, is not able to do anything. And now Shiyu is teleported in, but to what? Oh, well, actually, he just finds the Morning Mist and snipes the AD carry. That was absolutely obscene. And now you've got the Maiden going ballistic.
They can end.
Not able to quite get enough damage onto Bulldog. And with 4 members alive, maybe they can get something done.
They don't have Berserker, though.
This is going to take a long time to take these down still.
Ooh, this is going to be close. So the first one's going to be up. No, they definitely can't. I think they have to go for Inip and then for Nash. They're going to look towards it. I don't think the timing window is quite there. Pioshik is trying. This is going to be very close, Atlas. But I think... No,
I think they understand.
They know. So, DK got Dragon.
They did.
That was the only good part. So the crucial thing for me here is that, so life goes down. I think DK plays as well, but they don't actually have that much vision in the pit. So what happens is they know that they need to play. They go on top of Bulldog, who stalls for a long time, but they don't know that they've peeled off. So you see kind of the hesitation for DK, because they don't want to take a fight where they're even without their Yorick, who's their most fat member, and instead the weakness is found there. If Shiyu doesn't hit that, like Shiyu saves the game there, by the way.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa's alive, they just lose. Like that's just the end. We're going to game 3. They even gets close to taking down Bulldog as well. Doesn't quite do it. But if that doesn't happen, with a Kai'Sa, the Nexus is gone. DK now do have a substantial deficit. And
whoa! Okay,
that was the clone.
Life is going to find the clone.
DNF. That was still an amazing play for them. As long as they don't flip Nash, don't let loose it near and let him steal it, I think they should be in a commanding position to keep control of this game.
Well, there's a decent amount of vision still in the area. Control what is going to be stopping that one in the pit is the Maiden! Oh, gets pillared! Oh, and she is going to get taken down as Beryl also is able to get over that wall. Does have to flash the seismic shove on the other end though. And aiming picks up an Infinity Edge. Could be important, but still, no flash now on Beryl is a big deal.
DK, Dragon up, about 6k gold down. They need to win this game if they want to keep their chances as high as possible. Even if they end up losing the series, they're not out guaranteed, but they're going to have to rely on KT to really KT it up.
Oh yeah.
Which, as we know, at any given point, it's about a 50-50. Is Beryl, no flash.
Another seismic shove going to connect. Another flash in, but this time, Life, unfortunately, not going to quite make that one work. Still, the Pillar's in a great position, and Beryl unable to walk for a very long time. It's Beryl's turn to get caught. Let's see whether DK can capitalize on it this time, as the Baron has gotten started. Berserker and Pioshik doing a lot of damage to it already.
Let it go, it looks like.
Yeah, Charm is going to connect over the wall here. But yeah, Dudu is absolutely a brick wall. So this Baron is going to be secured. This game is all but in the bag for DNF.
And that's a dangerous statement to make, as we all know.
Yes. This time, though, I'm feeling pretty confident.
This really should be the one where they get it done, right? I know we've said this a lot, But really, this one you can't lose. Like your season is over. I know this split is over, but the season lasts a whole year, Atlas. If you lose,
and your scoreline lasts the whole year as well.
Well,
that's the biggest issue here for DNF.
That's really what we're worried about, because what's going to happen is DK is going to super turtle. They have decent wave clear. They're going to turtle, not do anything. They don't need to fight for the Drake. They don't need to do anything but try to hold on. They're probably going to lose another inhibitor.
There's a guy in Twitch chat, by the way, that just said, stop caster cursing Wolf. So I don't know what Wolf is doing over in the space, but you should stop caster cursing.
It's definitely powerful if Twitch chat is really able to...
Unless he's doing it in Twitch chat.
To catch up on it.
All right, well, Wolf, hopefully you're not caster cursing. This could be the team fight win for DNF. As the Weaver's Wall just to try and lock down this inhibitor turret as Beryl gets engaged on the knockoff. Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, aiming in so much trouble as Dudu crashes forward, just obliterates the bottom lane. The Cyclone gets a decent amount of value, but Lucid not able to do enough, and neither is she. Showmaker just getting shown the door here as Berserker is flashing in on top of the Yorick, and DNF will be able to make this one a series as they look to take down the Nexus turrets and bring us to a game number 3. DK gonna have to do better than this if they want to make it to the Legend group, as Showmaker having to flash away, but he is still gonna lose this game. DNF looking real good towards the end of that one, even though I don't think either of us were ready to admit that they were in a winning position.
We've been watching this team the entire split, Atlas. Let's be real, we knew. And DK, we kind of had a feeling that this might happen with this team and their tendencies over the course of this entire split. So what does this mean? Even if DK end up winning the series, they will only go up a single point in game score, which means that if KT then 2-0, there's a lot more pressure on DK to actually get a 2-0 win over Nongshim. A Nongshim that, might I add, just today 2-0 T1. So even if DK end up losing the series, they can rely on KT to fumble against DRX, but you don't want to be in that position. As long as they win, they will have a shot. But let's be real with how they're looking right now. I don't know if they beat DNF, let alone Nongshim.
Well, I think that it doesn't matter because they're going to be playing to the level of Nongshim if they're playing against Nongshim. Shiu did a lot of damage in this game, but no one else on his team did. And DNF, I think they had a better composition. They played it out exceptionally well. And I think they're in a great spot to move towards a victory here in game number 3. But it is Fearless. We are going to have some weird champions potentially picked up. And that might be something that DK can take advantage of. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, we're going to see whether they're going to do their best, never give up, because the fans are always cheering for them. Time for a break. We'll see you in the space.
한 번만 쓸게. 하우치 잡을래? 너무 빨리. 그래, 받을게. 입고 왔어. 하우치 잡을래? 하우치 잡을래? 그래, 받을게, 여기. 하우치 봐. 하우치에서 뭐라? 레오나부터 해, 얘들아. 야, 비포. 그래, 3초. 오금 봐줘. 오금 봐주세요. 4개 드리면. 펜타? 누가 펜타인데? 펜타 이미 먹었는데 킬? 야 마녀 야 이거 저거 야 끝내자. 아리 노플이야. 고춧가루 가야겠지. 나이만 파가 노플이긴 해. 하자. 다음 판 잘해보자.
Hello and welcome back to the space here after game number 2 that DNF were actually able to take down here up against D plus Kia. They did get the upset victory in this game. It's not the first time that they've done this in best of 3s, but it does feel like DNF slowly getting better over the weeks. A little bit late, obviously, but pretty good. On the opposite side, D plus Kia not really meeting the standard that we have for them so far.
Yeah, I think game 1, even though they did come out ahead, it was a little bit tumultuous. There was definitely signs that like D plus went clean and that second game wasn't a surefire thing for them, and that's what we saw came out. I also think that compared to game 1 where we felt really confident in the draft for D plus, the draft in game 2, there were some question marks for me. I think the top side for DNF was really strong. I think the bot lane, my concern was this Kai'Sa playing into the MF, if they were going to be able to get that through the laning phase. And then the Kai'Sa ended up with a ton of early kills, and it was like, okay, we're fine.
Yeah, I did kind of set up that I was reading that I didn't want to predict and that I wasn't feeling good about D plus moving into game 2. But let's take a look at that draft and talk a little bit more about it, because the draft here for DNF is very simple. Like, the bottom side, weaken the lane, but it's very easy to just drop a pillar, look for a shove, and blow somebody up, right? Nautilus helps out with this as well. And if you find somebody at a weird angle, you suddenly snap engage on them or you drop a pillar, Kai'Sa can follow up from so far away. When you think about Kai'Sa, you often think about dive, you think about executing someone in the back line, killing the enemy AD carry, but sometimes you can just ult the front line and kill the Wukong or the Yorick as well when you have that opportunity to pick the team apart. Then sometimes you get that first kill onto Barrel, Leona's gone, and then it's much easier to ult into the back line because there's no peel, it's much easier to follow up, and playing it like that, pick front to back, is exactly how DNF got the win here in game 2.
Yeah, I think it's like Sion has been getting so much value recently, especially teams who are struggling, I think, can get so much value in the team fights from it. For AD carries, we've seen, Giant Slayer removed from LDR a while ago, Cut Down gone from the runes, well, in a different form, no longer shreds high health targets, and so many fights when a Sion gets like into the later stage of the game, they just can't kill him, and they just have to try and ignore him, and he's just getting constant value off throughout those longer fights.
The tank meta, at least for some tanks, seems to be back. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. We do have 18 minutes in. D plus Kia try to make a fight happen, and it goes awry.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Barrel here caught on the edge, trying to deny the engagement and look for a turn, and he's just blown up first. And the Wukong ultimate here can't actually get on to any backline targets, and guess what? Now 2 members are dead, and Berserker goes in, pushes Showmaker out, the turret is gone. Weaver's Wall here for the follow-up means you could just continue and push them over like dominoes, one after the other. D plus just fall down, and a Rift Herald drop like this gives you the opportunity to fish for those picks. Barrel gets caught, and it all falls apart.
It seems like a series of errors. It's a proactive play from DNF. It's a good play from them. They're ready with the follow-up from the Sion as well, but for D+, this was just very little resistance and just dominoes in return falling over.
Yeah, definitely did feel that way. We can take a look as well at highlight number 2, which is basically the nail in the coffin here on this fight at the Drake.
Well, this fight starts off, you look at D+, they have a lot of control here, but DNF make this call to take Baron. And because there's a lot of, there's a really nice front lane here, you have the Talia, it's very difficult to actually run over to Baron. And they also have to consider the whole time that Bulldog could just wall away or wall them off. They end up looking for the engage onto the Talia, but he has Zhonya's. And the Sion could buy so much time. Also, they're making the split call to leave the Yorick on the Dragon. So DNF just make this really simple call to turn and then pick them apart. Once again, this pick comp working a treat.
Yeah, credit to Bulldog with the stasis, who's able to buy a bunch of time. And then, again, the Sion is just there in their faces. And they're like, okay, we have to kill the Talia. We have to get past the Sion. And you cannot get past the Sion. He just stands in their faces, does so much damage, gets the CC down, gets so much value. And I think this has been a much better showing from DNF, maybe finally seeing the team that we'd kind of hope for, because we've said this so many times before, this team has looked weaker than the sum of their parts. This team we've seen every single player on this roster have better performances than they've had so far this season. And, even though they can't make it into the Legend Group, even though they can't make it into Road to MSI, these wins still count for them. They still carry over to the rest of the regular season.
My final thought really is just, I love seeing moments like this for DNF who have made so many mistakes, so many missed calls in those types of decisions where you have to make a fast decision on objectives. They usually don't make it right. They usually don't make those calls. This time it was the correct choice. Pushing the Baron, looking for the turn. This team is definitely leveling up.
Yeah, it's good stuff from DNF. Let's see if they can do it here in game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great breakdown there of game number 2, DNF taking the win over DK. Now, they're going to have to do it from the red side, which could be a little bit more difficult. However, game 3s are a bit weird, and there are a bunch of things that are now unpickable. With Talia being off the board, there is, I think, going to be a big shift in the bans.
I am in the journey of accepting that I just don't know.
Okay.
That I don't know what this team is going to do at any given point.
I mean, so
there's
a pivot that
it's
you
a
need
barrel
to do.
team.
Yeah.
It's a KT team. That's just what it is. Was Beryl the only one on this team that was actually on KT? No. Aiming was there with him. 2/5 of this team, almost half, KT.
Yep.
You know what DK stands for?
Don't know.
No. Dumber KT. That's where we're at right now, Atlas.
No, it stands for don't know.
No, I got that joke.
Okay. Just needed to make sure, okay?
No, I did get it, man. I'm losing it, Atlas.
I just think that was fine. You didn't need to find another one. Don't know is perfect.
No, but I was setting up for it. I was doing a dramatic pause. I guess the delivery was not good.
I apologize. I think maybe I'm just a little bit cooked at this stage of the day. As Kalista and the Ornn both taken away here by DK. They also don't like the tank situation that the top side was bringing.
You did just watch Beryl go 2-6. I know that for you doesn't matter, but there's got to be a part of you that's not super happy about that.
No, I feel like he got involved a lot, and that's what I like. It's like, so the way that you win as a Beryl fan is you do it based on screen time. And he gets plenty of screen time because he's always doing stuff.
So, Chase is still open.
What's the Batman quote?
The Ornn ban prompted a Rumble. What Batman quote?
The Batman, a hero is just someone to be long enough to be the villain thing. What's
you either die the hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Yeah.
Harvey Dent in Dark Knight.
Yeah. Beryl has become the villain a while ago. So I think that's sort of the perfect representation. That is an extraordinarily early Alistar, as the Xin Zhao also going to be locked away, as the Pantheon was the ban choice here on DK's side. They opted into the Silas ban. Jace's first pick is unsurprising. Nah, it's Nidalee Renekton. Just do it, guys. Oh no, don't do this. That makes me feel way less happy. Just
everything on the line. Must-win series.
Nidalee Renekton.
Lucid Scar. Yeah, no. Well, this is the problem. DK have had so many high-profile oopsies that if they pick Renekton and Nidalee, all we're going to talk about for the entire game is how you lost your hair to Showmaker.
Yeah, but he was playing the Jace in that. No, he was playing the Renekton, wasn't he? Yeah.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, he was playing the Renekton. So I was expecting.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, instead it will be the pivot. Oh god, if it was Victor, then that would be...
We're blinding is the biggest problem here.
Yeah.
Blind Victor, I think, does make sense, because then the only thing really Bulldog can go towards is Akali, and Bulldog Akali, I don't think that's it. Like, I don't think you're worried. I think there's a lot of champions that Bulldog plays. He's at a pretty eclectic champ. People playing well is another thing entirely, obviously.
Yeah.
As
that's the Dusante?
There were times where the Dusante would have struck fear in the heart. That time is not.
Yeah.
That time has passed. We had one good Cassante game. And you know who it was? Soboro. That was literally, I'm not even joking, that was the only one this entire split so far.
Yep.
Where we saw Cassante, we're like, okay, he did some stuff.
Yeah.
Champion just got that, like,
yeah, he
nerf
just
him really
he's
hard.
Not very good. Like, we saw Zeus really struggle to do anything at all on the champion, and that's when we know.
Keen is what? Like, has he even played it? And if he's played it, it hasn't left an impact.
I don't think so.
And the Keen Sante was a...
Yeah, that's a staple.
Was it not just...
Wait, did he play Cassante in the one game they lost against KT?
Might very well be the case. Wouldn't surprise me.
I think that might have been what happened.
Oh, we shouldn't talk about Genji in this game, but let's... I'm not as...
You're allowed to. You're allowed to.
I know, I'm joking.
It's fine.
So what is Berserker going to just slam Zeri here? Because we're banning Ezreal, we're banning Xayah. Jinx is still open, Ashe is still open, Varus is, I'm double checking, is still open. So there are two avenues. Either we go lane bully or we go hyper carry.
Oh, wow, that's a way. This is one of Bulldog's favorites.
It is, and it should be really good into the Rise, and it also keeps hidden.
I feel like it
Berserker's going to play. It really does, yeah. But I also am kind of a Hui hater, I feel like Chovy has lost games on this champion. Atlas, that's how you know. If Chovy isn't winning on it, I don't know if you should.
Oh, I missed the win rate, but I assumed it wasn't very high.
It was 0.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's,
I got you.
That also is in line with
So,
very high.
Eamon can do one of two things. He can lock Varus, and they go for a more early skirmish and lane dominant approach. In this case, he's probably going to have to play the... Can either do on-hit or lethality. I do think lethality... Okay, well, this is a kind of an indication that's going to be the on-hit. Because lethality works well with the Jace, but this is a very tough lane to deal with. Nico can no longer be picked because we have the Alistar already locked in, and I think the Renata into a mostly short-range composition, borrowing the Hui, does feel pretty good.
This, I feel, is like the biggest Hail Mary ever.
I don't like it. No, you're trying to play Zeri into Renata, into Ryze, and into the Skarner. Now, Skarner obviously does struggle getting on top of you.
Okay.
But the Zeri, to me, has lacked some impact. These early skirmishes have been very back and forth. And that core of Zeri, Alistar, and Zinzao, I can see them just like DK take a bad fight, Zeri starts off 2-0. Let's be real, Berserker is already everyone's POM if DNF somehow end up managing winning this series, which, with these drafts, I do think the DK draft feels way better. I think their laning phases are going to be, barring mid lane, generating constant prio. Lucid on a tank is better than it used to be. I still think he has his ups and downs, but even his Sejuani game was actually quite good.
Yep.
And Showmaker on Ryze has been one of the champions where even when they were really struggling, which I guess we're back in that era for DK, he was able to perform on pretty reliably. But DK backs against the wall. Yes, technically, they're not locked out if they lose here, but realistically, they can keep control of their own fate if they win here. Otherwise, it's very hard.
Extremely. And let's see whether they can do it. This is the fight for DK to make it to the Legend Group. They're competing with only KT. We are living in a world where we won't get DK versus Genji for like a really long time, or we will miss out on the telecom war for the regular season in the Legend Group and the Ryze Group. It's just how it's going to be. We're going to have to get used to it as the DN Freaks looking for another victory. 2 would double their wins here in the LCK. We'll see whether they can do it. Let's dive into the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on the Rift 4. Game number 3, the decider between DK and DNF.
And possibly the decider of who makes it to the Legend Group. Because if DK lose here, they are going to have to rely on KT to pull the biggest KT.
Yeah. A really big KT.
A really big KT.
As we have got a lot of things on our screen right now indicating what's going to have to happen if tiebreakers are going to potentially occur. There is possibilities for tiebreakers still in our future. We'll have to dissect exactly what that all means. As we are now looking at a difficult lane for DNF here in this early game. Berserker and Life are going to struggle, I would expect, into the Varus and Renata. Do you think that that is that an okay thing to say? Are we
they really should. Yeah, if they don't, something is going very, very wrong. As we do see the confirmation, as we expected, Aiming is sitting on the Lethal Tempo Varus, which with the bailout in particular, I think is always going to be feeling a lot better, as we do have, Life knocking into the wall, but not getting that much value out of it. And we saw Aiming doing a good job of dodging those early Qs out of the Zeri. And I don't really know why Life and Berserker are contesting that aggressively. I don't really feel like they need to, as we have an interesting pathing here from Lucid, actually going Raptors into straight towards his top side. Wondering if that's an indication of anything in particular, or if he just wants to make sure that nothing is going to get taken away. As we do have the early crash, and again, this is to be expected. This is going to remain a very tough lane, even post 6, where generally Zeri lanes kind of get a boost. I do think that into Varus Renata specifically, like trying to go for an all-in window is not, that doesn't really exist. We used to see that with Zeri Lulu, where in like the long lane, you know, if the Lucian ends up getting knocked up when the Zeri goes in with the Lulu ult, and then you just kind of run them down. It's Renata and it's Varus. You will not win that.
Yeah, I'm looking for where the angles of like happiness and fun times for DNF are in this laning phase. I'm just not really seeing them anywhere at all. And perhaps it's in the mid lane where Bulldog, like you've already indicated, does have, you know, a bit of lane advantage. But here on the bottom side of the map, I don't think that they're going to get much of a look in unless Pyosik can get something done. And on the top side of the map, you can see the Dusante is not finding very much success as Pyosik spotted here, as Showmaker is just going to be roaming over. And we'll find the Rune Prison. Lucid looking towards this Rift Scuttler, and he will be able to pick that one up. Crashing towards, and we'll be able to claim the bottom one. Zerk taking a fair bit of damage here as the Piercing Arrow does fly on over. And he's down about 11 CS. There are almost that many minions here waiting as Lucid. Oh dear. Pyosik in position. So this dive not likely to happen, but I don't know whether it means that good times are going to ensue here for Life and Berserker.
Well, Lucid does miss the ward, but it felt like they were also pretty aware that Pyosik would be in the area. Because they had vision in his bot side jungle, so I think they knew that he would be on that side of the map. And it doesn't really matter as long as Aiming and Barrel can get their base off. Aiming not going for his, Barrel does find his. So Aiming, it looks like, trying to fake it back and then push out, but no. Looks like instead it's just going to take it as a... So one of the things that the Cassante in his new form is supposed to really be very consistent in is the ability to be a lot stronger early in lane. And the cost of tankiness later on, that would have been a colossal kill. Yeah, I feel like Shiyu being Jace and being 2 levels up might have been okay, but he definitely would have had to flash. I don't think he would have been having the best of time. They do have the 1v2 remaining in place. So DK is not going for the swap because looks like Aiming with that later back felt like he wasn't going to be able to make it in time. They also want to play for Drake, which DK have been doing consistently. And Jace has a decent ability to clear the wave without being nearly as threat compared to the Cassante. Obviously just kind of have to sit there because he doesn't have Raid's wave clear. And he also doesn't have real kill threat in a 1v2. And obviously Shiyu doesn't, but he does have a good amount of damage in the short trades.
And I also feel like Shiyu does have decent snap wave clear as well, which is really nice.
A very short rotation.
Yeah.
Right? If you just spam all 6 of your skills.
Yeah, like we saw, who was it that did it on that one minion? Ah, never mind. We don't need to talk about that as Dudu is going to have to flash.
That was Kingen.
That was, yeah.
That was Kingen.
He put all of his abilities into a minion and then had none of the abilities.
So Pyosik knows that Lucid is here. But they also know, right?
They know that we know that they know that
we all know
that they know.
Lucid just smites it, so...
But he knew that he had to smite.
Yeah, I also don't think the Cassante is diveable.
Oh, did Shiyu know? Oh. Did he care?
Oh my god!
Okay, he went in onto 2 people.
He's such a crazy little guy.
He is a crazy little guy, isn't he?
It's just like, I can win that. Kind of wins the trade as well.
Like,
right.
I mean, there's no upside.
No, so, well, actually, no, I think there is. So,
okay.
Because DK, with Shield playing that aggressively, he's going to TP back to his wave. He actually held on to his TP. He's going to have a full rotation. Berserker and Life going to be a little bit lower than they would have otherwise been. And they use their skills on him, not on the wave. So, top lane, I'm pretty sure, still has full marks on the plates. Yeah, 5 plates still. This bot lane is getting hammered down by this Varus Renata combo.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for you to tell me where... Didn't you say it was fine?
Yeah, for DK.
Oh!
And not for DNF.
Yeah, no, I was
saying,
it
was a miscommunication.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a we did talky and not the understandy.
What do you mean? We never
messed that up before.
Never talk over each other. We never say something that the other person has just said, but we weren't listening because we were thinking about it.
Don't you hate that? That's the first sign, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are watching, if you ever hear us just repeating exactly what the other person just said, that means we're sleepy. We're very sleepy.
Yeah, or just distracted by something.
Yeah.
You know, can be game related.
Or we feel like it requires being said again for emphasis.
And drama.
Yeah, or emphasis, depending on where you want to place the emphasis. Okay.
I do not like emphasis. That doesn't.
You're not a fan of that? It's a bit of a dad joke. That one.
I know. I get it. I get the joke. I just don't think it's that funny.
Okay. Well, it's a good dad joke then.
Because they're not supposed to be funny.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
You can talk to Valdez about that. I'm very new.
You are already one in spirit, Atlas. Let's be real.
Yeah, my dad did tell me that. I've got an honorary dad license before I'd even had a kid. All right, well, Showmaker is surprised as the Pulverize comes through onto Beryl. He's going to heal immediately. There's a bit of an enclosure being set up around DNF. Bulldog on a bit of a flank angle. They do manage to lock down one of these grubs. Is now Shiu going to get knocked back. Oh, maybe a Dusante moment as the flash out. He's trying to go all out as best he can. That sidestep was ridiculous from Shiu as he also gets the to the skies damage. And
the ult!
Yep, Showmaker making his way in. He'll find the Rune Prison, and unfortunately, he went from going all out to being all out options. And that is first blood going over to Shiu. That is just going to make Dudu's time even worse.
What a clean play, ending it with the hammer as well. Like the skies, that's awesome. What I want to highlight, what is really cool to me, that is thematically a complete mirror of the play that got Dudu ahead in game number 1. I don't know if you remember when Dudu baited him in, and then he flashed, and then Kyoshik came in and they killed Shiu. Literally the exact same play.
Oh, Chains of Corruption.
Actually hitting a chains?
That was nice.
I have never.
That was also like an unset up chains as well. That's a tough one. It's all right. It's going to be a bit of a crash here towards the top side. It's just a kill onto the Cassante. It's not end of the world or anything like that here for DNF. But if that's a sign of things to come, it is going to be tough times. The way that we need to sort of frame this, and I think this is something that's probably going to be worth talking about, is the fact that later on in the game, DNF do a lot of things, and they do them pretty well, right? They'll have a true tank. I mean, DK does as well, but I feel like Dudu on this Cassante will be able to run amok. Like, aiming's going to have a really difficult time playing the game if they're on even footing. The problem is the mid-game is going to be even harder than any of the other games that DNF has faced, and that is where they have struggled to find headway.
There is also the issue that the DK comp has... I think even with, oh, he knows, yeah, because they're on the ward.
Yeah.
Didn't have to show that, but did do so indeed. So we have Wei versus Jace, right? And right now, I know which one of those two I take. And I also think that we've seen Jace has been a Korean staple for
ever.
As long as I can remember, for Korean League of Legends. Wei, even the best teams, I feel like he's supposed to kind of reach this point where you have critical mass and you can just poke away and poke away, poke away, win these longer fights. But the engage from DK, I think, is pretty good. I think your ability to force fights is decent. Nothing crazy, but it does mean that Bulldog can't just sit there and...
Whoa! The flash in from Showmaker, he finds it, but Bulldog not going to get hit by Lucid. Some of these Qs going astray as well. Nice fear, but it doesn't matter, as he is just dead. Lucid going to be able to lock down that kill. That makes it 2-0 here for DK. It's just feeling almost too easy now. They're going for a bit of an engage here towards the top side. Shiu trying to make his way out. The Unbreakable Will there from Life. And Shiu will be able to boot Berserker back. They're trying to get this kill over to the Zeri, but he almost just dies to the turret. Guys, just kill him. Just kill him, please. As now Life is going to get taken down. Shiu going to turn it in the meantime. Dudu is just getting thrown around by Beryl. Shiu still hasn't been taken out yet, and he might win this 1v1 as well as he almost finds it. Kyoshik does manage to get that kill, but that was way too close, and that was a 1-for-1!
That's not normally. They should check NPC. I don't know what that was.
Please check NPC.
Check NPC. Everyone in chat, spam it. What was that?
That's not fair.
That's like the third dive. He's outplayed. The other one was 1v2. This one 1v3.
What is it with top laners today? And finding sick outplays.
but the previous one, like the owner one,
felt a little bit more of a whoopsie.
That was just a straight up big mistake from owner. But here, I see this. I think he's just dead.
Yeah.
Right? And instead, the turret gets to ramp up. The timing obviously isn't great, but then Life goes in. He hits the shock blast, which allows him to get out. As aiming does have his flash, might have to use it here.
Yep, does. Used it in the right spot as well. As now Lucid trying to turn this one around. Gets the smite onto Life as the Impale. Not quite long enough, gives him the good old thumbs up. Ah, the walk away strategy. My only counter. Beautifully played.
It's not done. We need to remind everyone, as highlighted, I think DK's late game is good. DNF obviously have some would feel like should be an I-win button. Most importantly, the Zeri.
Yes.
I do think Zeri isn't quite at the state, you know, if we go back to 2022 as a gank comes through.
Zeri
have to cleanse and flash.
Well, or death. Oh, flashes and skates over the wall. There it is. And I should have known that. It's the 25th anniversary of Jet Set Radio Future.
You want to tell everyone about...
Oh, the them skates. They've got like a brand new skate out that's actually like partnered with Sega. It's so cool. It is so cool.
Is Beryl just dead? I guess he's fine. So yeah, so Cleaver is done. And that means bad things for Dudu, who is about 1.1k gold behind.
He finishes chain best though.
Yeah, and also maybe Shio is overstepped here, but they need to be very careful about how they play this, because he can just 1v2. So Berserker, tread carefully. Yeah, I think they made the right call. I think just let him leave. Let him leave.
Yeah. Please leave, in fact. Okay, well, he hasn't left. He hasn't left. Berserker, he hasn't left.
He's still going!
He just dives the turret and murders the Zeri. Shiyu, baby. I saw yeah, there was a recent post on Instagram. I'm pretty sure LoL Esports talking about the best rookie of the year. Yeah, Cliff has some.
We are submitting some clips, Atlas.
I was gonna say we got Shiyu and we got Diablo, and both of them are certainly doing some things.
They have been,
Shiyu heard us saying that Diablo's the one that's leading the charge right now.
He was. Diablo was pulling ahead.
Oh yeah.
Shiyu's last
he may
couple of
still
weeks.
be, but Shiyu.
Oh, we don't know. But in this series.
Okay, let's see this again. This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, if you hit every single button.
Yeah, that Jace doesn't speak English. That's very clear, Atlas. That's everything hit.
Yep.
That's now 3-1.
Jace doesn't. He might speak English, but he also speaks Korean, okay? You can confirm that he does speak Korean.
And DNF, we're slowly getting to the point where we can't really talk about the late game win conditions. They're gonna need to get a pick on side. This might be it. We do have the one-item spikes now. Therefore, Pioshik and for Bulldog.
That is big number.
Yeah, so I already knew who my vote was going to be for DNF if they win, and I'm sure if they somehow win this game, it will be through Berserker. But you know whose vote I already also can kind of put down?
Oh yeah, DK, it's Beryl.
Imagine if I actually did that.
Atlas made me do it.
And then my comment was, I was not doing this voluntarily.
Yeah, no, just say ignore the gun to my head or something like that.
Guys, I swear I'm okay, hee and then a happy smiley.
Yeah. I'm blinking twice, I'm blinking twice.
It's fine, Atlas would never do that, he's very nice. He just acts like he's not.
Yeah, don't have a gun either. As Beryl and aiming, pushing out this wave, Rift Herald should be secured. As that would be DK actually getting all of the feats of strength, even though they already have the feats of strength. Isn't that cool? It kind of feels clean, doesn't it? Does really make you kind of want to fill up more of the bar, even after they've been locked down.
So that is a clear indication that something is about to go horribly wrong for DK. The fact that we're talking about how clean this game is, I think DNF...
Oh, I was never talking about how clean it was. I was talking about how clean the feats of
just
strength
the UI, if you
markers
get all...
are.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, nothing clean about the game.
I'm with you. No,
I would never be crazy
I think
that.
It's important, right, to be upfront. Is DK in a huge commanding lead? Yes. Is it about 2.5k? Also, yes. Are they going to try and win the game off of this here Drake fight? Yes.
Are we looking forward to the Beryl interview? Yes.
Is Beryl dying here? Possibly.
No.
Not.
He's the player of the match, Chronicler. Can't be dying there.
I know you're memeing.
I don't have a vote, okay? Whether I was memeing or not, it would not matter. As Life getting himself out of there. This is for Soul Point, by the way, guys. DNF have to start playing the game at some point. And it needs to be soon.
It's here. They can't give this. There's no shot. You need to not allow them, but...
Beryl's
that's driving. They can't get X's. They're just too far behind. They don't have prio in their lanes. They don't have any vision control.
And this was them like
poke, but
yeah, they had to sacrifice mid-wave just so that they could try and get towards the banana brush to get some vision. They don't even get it. How did that actually land? That's unfair. Take the pedal, Showmaker. Oh, Shiu took it. Okay, PON. He's allowed.
Look at it!
Dudu is getting his hand shaken, and he's impaled. He is really having a tough time, but now he's just going to get out. Oh my god! The W-empowered Q is actually working as Dudu survives. Okay, never mind. The hostile takeover comes through as well. That is going to make sure the rest of DK are going to be untouched. Berserker is still lying in wait, though. He knows that was not the window. As the extendo beam comes down, he's just going to skate off to the mid lane as the soul point goes over to DK. Okay.
That's Barrel.
Yeah, that's Lucid going over the wall as well. Is going to be able to find at least a Raptor. And there it is. So they get a bunch of buttons. The flash out of the Zeri, a huge deal.
As now mid lane turret on the verge of falling as well.
Okay. Oh, to clear the wave.
Yeah, the game state is not getting better for DNF. They will they'll get a bounty.
Yeah, there we go. Ignore the inner turret. Ignore this. So that's not going to change the money situation.
No. Let him leave, please. He doesn't have flash. No.
Oh dear. He's just going to get smoked. Showmaker going to come on over, and that will be Bulldog destroyed. Smashed against the dead turret, and there he goes.
I have even worse news.
There is no way out?
Ignored, but Berserker has died.
Oh dear. And he has.
I've been ignoring it
this time.
And I think it's time to be upfront to our viewers and mention it.
Well, on that note, let's maybe let's try and work out these tiebreaker scenarios.
What I really want to know is how did DK really make us believe that they couldn't play a clean game, and then now we're currently in the process of them playing a very clean game? Where the only death that they got is a death that was in a 1v3 dive that he still traded up.
They actually really appreciate on-stage practice.
I like it. That's a good angle. So, basically, DK, if they end up winning 2-1 here, there are two scenarios where we end up with the tiebreaker, right? There can be the KT 2-0 win over DRX, which is what is expected, which of course is scary, but let's say that that happens. And then if DK then win 2-1 to Nongshim, then they'll tie, both at 10 and 8, with a +2 game score. And then the alternative, say that DRX win, for example, 2-1, and then Nongshim also win. So basically, if
both KT and DK collapse in their remaining matches,
we
may then have another tiebreaker on the other side.
Which also would be very fun. And the head-to-head between DK, I was told, is 2-2, because they both 2-0'd each other.
Yeah, right, that makes sense.
So there will be a tiebreaker between those two. And let me tell you, a best of 3.
Oh, that is a banger.
DK and KT.
Oh, we need to make sure that the predictions are exactly 50-50 between the entire casting team across both LCK, both Korea and the global.
It's fine. We have some people we can call in for KT predictions if we need them.
Oh, yeah.
By which I mean,
we need just to even them out.
No. So the KT fans will predict DK, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so if we ask like Lore,
I mean, I think that we all just flip a coin.
Yeah, but then it might not be even.
Oh, then you just re-flip the coin until you get the one you want. That's how coins work. That's how probability works. Okay, Yoshi, he's going to go in and then go out via the Death Chamber. Unfortunately, the Crescent Guard doesn't really work as aiming. He's got exhausted, but he's still doing a whole lot of damage. That Chains of Corruption almost actually landed as the Dusante is on the floor, as is Life. Bulldog needs to kite back as best he can, and I don't think these damage dealers are going to be able to do anything without their front line. Shiu picks the cap in amongst all of these minions. And DK, they are feeling way too far ahead now. Showmaker is in the bottom lane, just pushing that one out. I believe he was there for the last fight. As the only death still is that of Shiu. Let's have a look at this fight one more time, Chronicler. If we could break this one down, that'd be great. Pioshik went in.
Yeah, we are all ending on Renata, and then Renata ults. And yes, she does go down, but a lot of resources are used. Showmaker wasn't even in that fight initially. Like, obviously he ends up making it through. There are angles where I think you can try and catch them off guard, but this was very face-up, and very face-up into Renata Skarner just isn't going to work.
Renata.
Renana.
Renana.
Renarner.
Yeah, it's like a banana, but it's Renata Scana.
You are going to be a great dad, Atlas.
Thank you very much. It's just, it sounds fun to say.
Well, I think it's also better if you're Australian. I do think that helps, because that's how you always sound anyway.
Yeah, because, yeah, when things end with A and
yeah,
that just all sounds the same.
Or O.
Yeah. Or any sort of ending, really.
Yeah.
We just kind of skip the end of words most of the time.
Yeah, it's fine. Who needs to end their words?
All right. Aiming barrel coming on through. Did you put your comment in already?
Yeah, we need to...
Oh my goodness, Chronicler!
I'm locked in.
Wow. You are doing your very best to find a caster curse.
Curses are real, Atlas.
I know, you are... Oh... You are deceptively cursy for a person that doesn't believe in curses. All right, Shock Blast coming on through.
All along.
Oh yeah, the closet DNF fan.
No, I'm saving it up for my reveal will come when DK needs it most.
All right, Pyosik on a flank angle here as the Dragon down to 50%, teleport in from the Dusante. Lucid taking a fair bit of damage here as, all right, Realm Warp not really doing too much of anything at all. Pyosik does make his way in, gets towards Barrel and dives into that backline. Aiming has been engaged on, but the bailout is on. Can he get the kills? The answer's no, as he is going to get shut down. The Dusante picking up two, but now it's Showmaker going nuts. Lucid as well is massive, and Shiu, he is actually the main carry, as Dudu will get out, but I don't know where the rest of them went. They all just kind of got flattened.
This is the problem when you're this far behind. That was actually a great engage from Pyosik. Was able to find the insec on Xin, knocking back, I think both aiming, I want to say Barrel or Lucid, someone else at least, but it forced the immediate flash. They still got on top of aiming, and post bailout, they eventually managed to kill him. But then you look, and I want you to look not at aiming, but at Shiu and Showmaker, because aiming ends up dying, and that's nice, you know, that's neat. But then watch what actually happens to the health bars as Showmaker and Shiu just have a...
Shiu's like initial...
It's a buffet!
Yeah,
it's a buffet!
His initial to the skies did like 50% of 4 people's health bars.
Yes, and then Showmaker is like, oh, 3 bounces for me?
Yeah, and oftentimes in those fights, and I was guilty of this, for the play-by-players, I'm trying to see where aiming is, you know, because he's like really important. The real carry was Shiu, who was in a great position off to the side of the fight.
Unbuttered.
Yep, Showmaker there as well. And so the 3-1-7 Jace is definitely having a good time here. As you can see, very close to a 10,000 gold lead, but the big thing is that Hextech Soul that DK have.
It's, okay, Atlas.
Okay, who's your money on? Bulldog and Pyosik versus Shiu.
Shiu. He has Hextech Soul.
Yeah, so Pyosik is actually going to survive. There we go.
Ooh,
Baron for Shiu is going to be the trade.
Well, I mean, it's a good trade for DK, but I really did think he was going to...
Yeah, no, so
maybe if he went on to Bulldog. Atlas, again, I think from this point on, the game is unlosable for DK.
Oh, come on.
They have Hextech Soul, okay?
No, I know, but if you're ever going to be trying to cast a curse, that's way too obvious.
There is no shot. If they lose...
All right.
I've done this without...
How much hair?
No, I will repeat it. I will believe in curses. I will be the #1 believer in caster curses if DK somehow loses.
All right, I want you to have a mustache for the rest of your life if DNF wins this game.
I am not doing that.
The rest of your life.
I will get murdered. Also, you hate the mustache!
I know, but...
You made so much fun of me for it!
But if it's because you lost a bet, it's fine. It's okay. DNF.
I'm sticking with the curse thing.
I still think that you hated the mustache more.
Yeah,
you were just
really,
far more committed to the bit.
I really didn't like it. I just thought it was funny. I stand by it. The bit was great.
Yeah. All right, DNF, desperate defense as Shiu looking to wrap around. Oh, this shock blast angle could be real scary. It's Pyosik that blocks it. And Dudu finds a Q back, pulls in Lucid here, but they're just not really doing damage.
Soul. The Hextech Soul, every piece of poke, just the damage is slowly whittling them down.
And there goes the inhibitor turret. Oh my god, stop it!
Berserker, gonna need a generational play if you don't want to go 1-17 here. Can they do it?
Well, it's gonna have to start very, very soon. There are only Nexus turrets in the way of DK, and there are soon going to be a whole bunch of super minions making their way into this base as well, as Dudu is just getting cut down over and over again. Hextech Soul is ridiculous, especially if you're this far ahead, as DK just keeping them at arm's length. Oh, more of the poke is going to connect. And Lucid looking to throw some rocks in. It's Pyoshik that's trying to go for the hero play. He dies. They find the Impale here as well, as we'll see whether Berserker can make it happen. Dusante making his way out as the Spiraling Despair almost managing to do a damage to Lucid here. And Berserker hasn't died just yet, but his Nexus is not going to be so lucky. Another game in this series where he might just be an onlooker as his base goes down, as never mind. He finds his way to the Death Chamber as DK will finally be able to take down DNF in this series and find pretty good standing against KT as they look towards the Legend Group.
And with this, DK keep control of their own destiny. That is the big thing. As we get the zoom in on Showmaker, his game 1 performance was absolutely exceptional. Made me feel bad for bad-mouthing his Yone. And I can't forget the things that I've seen. But I gotta say, that was a huge step up from him.
Do you have a photographic memory?
No, I actually can't have the thing where you can't generate images.
Oh.
So when I close my eyes, I can't.
The opposite of photographic memory.
Literally the opposite, yeah. I'm great with text.
Because you just said that you can't forget things, and I'm like, oh, that's my greatest superpower.
It's more the concept of things. I can remember the concept of how it made me feel. And it wasn't great.
Yep.
As we'll see how many people follow the Atlas route and vote for Beryl.
I'm really expecting it's probably going to be a 50-50 Beryl and Chu in this vote. Otherwise, I'm going to be really disappointed, you know.
Just like with Lands.
Yeah, I'm really.
It was 12 out of 13.
I am expecting that it's going to be the Beryl vote. As Showmaker always with the best ceremonies, so at least there is that. Actually had an improved performance here as well, I have to say. As Lucid, not his best day, to be perfectly honest. We've certainly seen better from this guy, but still, it was good enough.
I think the Sejuani and the Skarner game were fine, but
the Wukong...
The Wukong was really rough. Yeah.
And I feel like the Wukong is the game that... It's the most lucid champion, right? It's the most... the one that we're expecting him to have
that was,
a good performance on.
Yeah, obviously there's other players whose performance in that game we can excuse, such as Beryl. But for Lucid, I really don't think there's...
I mean, I think Beryl probably played flawlessly. I don't think there's anything that Beryl did today that I would change.
Do you think at some point, like, because I know people are still fine with it, at some point people will actually get mad?
Oh, they have gotten mad.
Oh, already?
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, they don't get it.
I don't hear this.
But like, as soon as they do, I just think it's kind of cute. And I like the fact that people are invested, you know. But they don't understand that Beryl, everything he does is correct. It's just how it is.
That this right here, unless something crazy happens in the weekend, that is probably going to be the play of the week. You know, like when we had
Well, I mean, like the King in play was pretty sick as well today.
Yeah, but this didn't involve huge opponent error. And we knew last time with the BDD scatter, we're like guaranteed this is number one. Because even though the game was already won, it didn't matter. It was so cool.
And it's also BDD playing Syndra. Like that was.
It's like if Showmaker had that play, he also would have gotten.
Oh yeah.
There's a couple of players where obviously we're gonna rate it high. As DK, game 1 was alright. Game 2, obviously a disaster. Game 3
could have been an email.
Is what they need to show if they want to have a shot at beating Nongshim.
Exactly.
Now, both Nongshim and DK on any given day can give us a wide range of performances, and I really want a scenario where we get both that DK Nongshim match and then follow that up with a DK KT match to really get the most out of that 4, 5, 6 to then set up for the road to MSI, which is going to be those guys facing each other in best of 5s.
Yes! I love gauntlets, man. It's always good. And we said it, if you want to check out exactly what road to MSI is going to look like, we go over everything in the POG state. Every single iteration of what that tournament is going to look like
all
is
timelines.
Awesome.
Everyone is covered.
Yeah.
They're all good.
Yep. It doesn't even matter. First round, is it going to be DK versus Nongshim or KT versus Nongshim? That is going to be the question. Oh, sorry. It's going to be DK versus KT almost no matter what. In fact, it is pretty sure no matter what.
I think with the game score from Nongshim after today.
Yeah, I think Nongshim, no one's going to be able to catch them.
So they won't be... DK could have if they double 2-0'd.
Yeah.
But I guess they can lose 2-0 to.
So Nongshim have
DK.
moved to 10.
Well, yeah,
but they are on a +4. So like, no,
okay,
there's no way.
Okay, but DK and Nongshim play each other. So if DK then 2-0 Nongshim, then Nongshim also.
Oh, because DK have now gone up to +1.
Yep.
Oh, true.
Ah,
So there
it's gonna
is
be
a
great.
way for, you know, the first round to be any of the three still, although we're not going to see Nongshim as the 6th seed moving into
We'll
that
see.
one.
Well, it's a big beat. I think Showmaker is another great shout.
Oh, it's Shu, man. It was only ever going to be Shu.
Well, you know I went for Shiu. Even in game number 2, the game that they lost, he was the one guy that at least kept
He
them in
sniped
for a little
Berserk that one time. He did. It was a very, very cool morning mist that he threw out. Man, it was a fun day of games
We
today.
had a really good time.
Yeah, and honestly, like, the wrong series today was the one that was long, but I still think it's fine.
Kind of worked, right?
Yeah. It like keeps it more interesting. Nongshim with the swift 2-0 over T1 was extraordinarily surprising with some great play out of the Noodle Boys. and
Still
some
don't
great
truly
content.
understand that, but we had a good time.
Yeah.
And Chiyu and Lands winning with the power of friendship and proving once again that Challengers is better.
And
then
harder.
in this series, another reminder that Challengers is the best league.
Yep.
You know who's from there? Chiyu. And you know what? Just got POM.
Just did. Let's hop into the interview now and hear from Shu himself.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Shu on the side of D plus Kia. Congratulations. Thank you. Today's win was crucial to increase your chances for Group Legend, and DN Freaks put up a pretty good fight. And after a series, you closed it out with a win, so how would you rate today's match? Today was a very important match, and I'm just glad that we're able to win. I think we need a lot of brushing up to do for the next upcoming match. You know, every time your team needed you, you delivered. I'm sure the fans enjoyed watching your performance today even more. What was the key to today's match? You know, champions. You know, I can't really pinpoint the points, the key. I think it was it just to focus on your play, regardless of the champion? Yes. In game 1, we got another Gwen versus Ambessa matchup, and stats-wise, Gwen has a much higher win rate. So what are your thoughts on the Gwen versus Ambessa matchup? I think the laning phase is really just a skills matchup. But I really do think that Gwen has the upper hand, maybe 6-4 ratio. And yeah, even in game 2, even in early game, it was going your way at start, but it was an unfortunate loss. So did the Sion Trundle comp give you trouble? You know, Trundle, more so than I thought. He has really high ceiling. I just think Trundle was pretty good. Indeed, Pyoshik's Trundle was quite strong. And in Game 3, we saw your flashy juggle with Jace. So let's take a look at this replay. So you were surrounded by 3 champions in this 3v1 juggle. How did you pull this off? I think we were actually doing a lot and getting a lot of advantage bot. And so I was actually trying to just take it in as a weak side top and then try to back off, but they were not letting me go. You know, 2 seconds later, the crowd was going wild and I heard them, so it was pretty rewarding. It felt great. And now, if you win your final match against Nongshim, you will secure Group Legend. What is your resolution? You know, after watching Nongshim today, I'm fully aware that they're a very strong team. They're good. I want to make sure that we are prepared to make sure and ensure our win against them so that we can get into Group Legend. And would you like to say anything to your fans?
오늘도 응원하러 와주셔서 감사하고
Thank you so much for supporting us yet again today.
많이 보여드릴 테니까
And moving forward, I want to be able to display even better performance. So please keep cheering for us. And that's the end of the interview with Shu. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, for that awesome translation. As always, great to hear from Xiu, who did pick up the POM this time. Not who everyone did vote for, but our casters were very certain that he was going to get it.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for the fans.
Oh.
Because they had a great time.
That's so nice.
Well, let's see what the fan vote is. See where they voted. Maybe you're
let's take a look at the votes.
Yeah, let's take a look at those POM votes and see where they did fall. 4 out of 4 analysts said Showmaker.
And Soup, so respect to Soup, you know?
But 4 out of 4 casts say Xiu.
Yeah, I think, 3 out of the 4 of media and fans went for top, so that was not the correct vote. So I'm with Soup on this one. I think, yeah, Showmaker probably should have gotten it. But 8 out of 13 is, it's good. I'm glad it didn't go anywhere else because I don't think it should have gone anywhere else with these votes.
These were the 2 options.
It wasn't Barrel, in fact, yeah, no.
Yeah, so, I think between these two, these are the choices. Yeah. Thank you, Showmaker, for curing my illness. Instead of going to the hospital, I'll just tune into your games. I appreciate it. When you're playing well, it makes me feel better.
How about game 2? Did that cure your illness as well?
Well, I started to feel a bit rough in game 2, so game 3, I picked up a lot.
Do you think it's related, or...?
I think so. I'll be speaking to my doctor about this, but
okay.
I'm not saying don't go to your doctor at all. You should still consult with a doctor. Don't take this as medical advice, is what I'm saying.
ChatGPT or like a different doctor?
Showmaker trying to Realm Warp and Yone ult his team into the Legend group, 1 R button at a time. He had some fantastic Yone ults, great Yone performance in game 1, even though that game got a little bit messy. And then the Realm Warp plays in side lanes with the lane advantage they had, the prio they had, won them game 3.
It's a very long...
No illness involved.
Comment.
Comment, thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. Palm comment. Don't you think they're
going to have
a little bit, a little bit of extra time to translate that all out for the Korean stream?
G-Sun's on it is fine.
Okay. Well, Xiu does get it for Chronicler here. Least experience, but somehow most clutch on this team. Yeah.
Why is
he was good.
I'm sorry, but he could have capitalized the... I feel like he always does this, the L...
And the lowercase i's.
Yeah, and the L being lowercase there, and also the fact it's a new line, but there's no comma, no punctuation. The comment is fine. The content is fine. It's just this is better. There's a lot more. This is just a better comment in terms of punctuation and grammar.
But how does Helios know 1-800 is the toll-free number? We don't have that in Korea.
We don't have that in Korea. Also, it's a 9-number phone number?
Yeah, it's close.
That's a bit long. Also, a comment here. Ox can't call because he doesn't have his phone number.
He doesn't have the US, yeah, no.
Showmaker.
We were discussing the acre angle earlier as a POM comment, but he went for the Kerr angle.
What did Prince mean by that? All right, well, on to the next one. Any other comments here? It looks like no. So yeah, that was about it. Who had the best comment this time?
Me.
I'm gonna probably go with...
You have to vote for someone else.
I like the 1-800 Showmaker.
Yeah, 1-800 for sure. Yeah, Helios wins.
Yeah, fast, precise, clean, I think he said. 1-800 Showmaker. Oh, no, he said delivered. That's what he said.
He does pick up as well.
He does pick up as well. That's good. Maybe we could look at the standings now and see what this means for this team that did get the victory, as there is still a tiebreaker on the line here. It is a very specific one. It's going to require either a 2-0 victory from DRX, which is unlikely, or KT to win exactly 2-1 and DK to win exactly 2-1, I believe.
Wait, how?
So maybe it's.
How would that?
The other way around.
The most critical way, or the most critical thing here, though, is that D+ need to win that match against Nongshim. Of course, I think that's the one that you really need to win because KT are likely to beat DRX, right? But the D+ Nongshim one is the closer one. And also, Nongshim have less to play for because they took up the W today against T1. So it feels very varied. D+ almost lost to DNF, you could argue, in this series. Like, DNF could have, and I think should have won Game 1, and we wouldn't have even had that dominant lane prio D+ win in Game 3. So who knows where that series is going, but I do think it is going to be decided. This, of course, assumes that KT does, in fact, beat DRX tomorrow.
Yeah, and, you know, as was talked about, game score really important. KT ideally want to get a 2-0 win against DRX in this situation to sort of keep their chances as good as possible. They are now 1 game behind D+ in terms of game score. So if they get that 2-0, it ensures at minimum a tiebreaker.
We're also going to have Bro versus Genji, which we might have the repeat. Or will we just have Genji finishing off the season at 18-0? Thoughts, guys? You think the upset is going to happen?
No.
Well, it would be very, very funny, but it is unlikely. But it would be very funny.
If KT couldn't do it yesterday with that crazy game, I don't think Bro's getting it done.
I mean, I think Genji won it, you know? Some teams, they're like, you know, we're not that bothered. We've already locked in our spot. But Genji are a team who are locked into it. But it would be very funny.
has specifically said many times in interviews that he really does care about these records.
But it would be very funny.
It would be very funny. They have the chance to do the funniest thing, if you will. There also is a bunch of rounds afterwards, like round 3, round 4, round 5, where the number can just keep going up. So I'm kind of invested. I want to see a really high number.
I think the key thing is how much bro tax is contributed, you know? It needs to be
always is
levels beyond what we've seen before, right?
Anything to say about that, Wolf?
No representation without taxation?
Yeah,
maybe that's the bro motto.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, guys, on that note, we will leave you there. Make sure to tune in on Saturday tomorrow, 2 hours earlier, as always, on the weekend. But that's it for us here tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
게트로스터 어디까지 올라갈 거냐? 낮은 곳에서부터 올라가는 게 더 재밌을 수 있어요. 어엿한 서브팀으로서의 그 안정감을 갖춰나가고 있습니다.
DRX가 저게 확정됐다고 해서 져도 되는 건 없잖아요.
그러니까 이 선수들의 고점만 터져준다면 약한 팀이 없다 이런 얘기도 나오고 있거든요. 갈 길이 바쁜 두 팀 간의 대결이고요. 1승의 값어치가 정말 크다는 얘기겠죠?
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.